answer that. Because this way I can have it on the image, still store image of when they walk in.
Yeah, you see?
I wish they had signed it.
Check one, check 1 2, check 1 2. You can hear me? You want me to check other mic?
Oh yeah.
Those lights are gonna be fucking confused, bro. Look at that shit.
Yeah.
Look like it's in the moon on Mars.
Yeah, because we got the high gain on right now, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but if you bring that down,
But this is not the lights. It's not that.
I think so.
Because we keep it on medium like that. It looks all right. It's not overexposed. But remember, we had to turn it up on high gain once they turned down the middle lights. Because right here it looks like how it should look.
Check 1 2. Sense. Next one. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Okay, inputs. This. Okay. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Okay. Check 1 2. Hello 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2.
Yeah.
Check 1 2.
Can you switch the base in the shot, please? Camera two. So do me a favor.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to see that. That's crazy. Can you, that's your Titus?
Nope.
One in Titus. Keep going.
That's my title.
Shit. DJ, this is the Titus.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Okay, inputs. So 5 cents. Next one.
So can you make that
Hello 1 2 1 2
Huh?
1 2
shot?
That's it.
1 2.
Yes, that's your shot.
You won't go any more than that.
I wish you could go in more, but
I know. That's why I was telling you, like, getting that header for the podium,
I know.
kind of like,
Right.
Well, when you were over there, it was harder.
So is
I
there,
don't know, when I was over there, I took it like in
yo, is there another podium?
1 2. Check.
Where did this podium come from? Let me ask you this.
1 2 1 2. Check.
This one's speed up. See, can we ask? So Barbara, I went online and pulled it.
I can't resist that thought.
No, it's okay. I pulled it online. So now I'm going to try to.
Check 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 1 2. One, two, 1 2. Check 1 2. Yes. Check 1 2.
You could have ripped that off.
1 2 1 2 1 2. Check.
But just like that, you go with the back paragon, you can like bring the screenshot. Yeah, put it there, then bring it back.
Yeah.
One, two. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Okay. What happened? Hola, hola, dos, dos. But hello, number 5. Hello.
All right, Christian. I need you with me, sir, please. So I spoke to.
Okay, 1 2. Now, yes. One, two, 1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. Yes, 1 2. Yes, 1 2.
Somebody in my office is gonna drive by the office and see.
1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Inputs 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. One two one two one two one two 1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Okay. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2 1 2 2 1 2.
You know, I had this goal of putting together.
Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 1 1 2 2 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 1 2. Yes, 1 2. Check 1 2. Yes. Oops, sorry. Yes, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2 3. Check 1 2. Check 1 1 2 1 2.
First, I thought we were talking about.
1 2 1
Green.
1 2.
Was even. So what I did was,
X's.
on my tight shot, I can't take it to you.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Green. Green and black.
1 2.
It's Miami. It's Miami, so it's all three.
1 2 1 2.
All three, Gio.
1 2 1 2 1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2. One, two, okay.
Yeah, I go. It's a day like that, we leave at 12. Midnight, yeah, easy. Like the other day, we went to 3 a.m.
When I was you, in 2016,
Really?
I worked here from 2015, from 2016 to 2018. And my director back then was never there. So I was active director, lead tech, I was in everything. So my schedule was,
Crazy.
thank God I was with my schedule. So my schedule was Friday,
See, you're lucky.
so yeah.
I don't feel bad for you.
Consider yourself lucky.
Listen, you still got this other thing that the Puerto Rican did? Puerto Rican. He's here still? Good people. Good people. I didn't see him yesterday, I was looking for him. He was here? Never saw him. Cuando lo vea, le pasa por aquí.
1 2 1 2. Yeah, 1 2 1 2 3 4.
We're going to change the podium.
Okay, don't worry. This and
Say less.
1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't want to sign off on
Para que le rompan los huevos.
it. Okay.
1 2 1 2 1 2.
I don't like that one, let's use
Yes.
that one,
Okay.
and then
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check this. 1 2 1 2. Yes. Check. Check. Check.
Because this is black tape. All the swing is
1 2
we can cover it.
1 2 1 2
I think she'll get the sign.
1 2.
Just on.
Check. 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 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Hey Mason, I need you to tell me when I have this in the exact same space.
Yes, sir.
1 2 1 2. Yes. 1 2.
That's actually perfect right there.
1 2. Yes.
Actually, no.
1 2.
Turn your left side up, forward. Right there.
Right
Perfect.
there?
1 2. Yes.
Got him straight on?
Yes, sir.
All right.
The microphone is good here.
1 2. 1 2. One, two, 1 2 2. One, two, yes. 1 2. Those, yes. 1 2 1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2. It's coming. 1 2 1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2. One, two. Yes, 1 2. Hello, 1 2. 1 2. Yes. Good morning. 1 2.
So, Eric, this is Christian.
1 2. One, two, check, 1 2.
So, Carlos, I need that. I'm going to put Eric in position. Oh, yeah. Stomped on his head. So we were going to go, but it went over yesterday. I wasn't in here. So let's get this perfect because I'm coming.
Carlos is here. Sorry, the draper was.
Wait, Mason, can I get a, Roger, I need you to,
Those lights are going to be like that on?
Yes.
I want to see your tight shot, sir.
Okay.
I'm on him.
Yeah. Do they need that much light?
All right, let me see your tight shot.
Okay. All right. No, I'm just saying because the people that sit up there during the whole all the panels, the lights are pretty light. Okay. I mean, this is perfect, by the way. So, is this all we need to test? Okay.
Good shot. Great shot. So, Eric, are you comfortable with the mic level?
Yeah. Great.
Okay. So it's a great shot. It looks really, really good.
And you can hear it all the way back there?
Oh, of course. No, I got speakers back there, yeah.
Okay. Great.
So once the room fills up with your invited guests, I'll bump you. And you know at the microphone you're
I feel like that's
Yep. Okay. And then those lights, do we need them to be that bright?
yes,
Okay.
because reason why is because I'm live streaming.
Got it. No, I understand. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I was asking, I mean, I'll come in at the beginning, and then, but, you know, we're going to have obviously all the various panels throughout, and the lights are a little high, but they'll get used to it.
If you weren't live streaming,
Yeah.
I could do back.
Got it. Understood. Okay. All right. So I think we're all set. Beautiful.
So coming back down.
Yeah. Can you take a shot?
Chris.
One, two, 1 2. Check. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yes, 1 2. Check 1 2. Hello, 1 2.
All right, so
Check 1 2.
that's gonna
Check 1 2.
that's gonna be your basically your first.
Okay. 1 2. Check. 1 2.
So his name is Eric.
Yes.
You guys look at your agenda.
Yeah, so Eric.
Welcome, that's Eric. That's why I wanted to
Okay.
Did this walkthrough with him because I want to make sure that he can get up the ramp and he doesn't mind Christian helping him. I didn't know if this wheelchair was electric or was.
Do you want me to pan? Do you want me to pan with him as he walks on, or just
No.
stick to shot?
Yeah.
Start tight, or you want me to start wide, and then when he gets to the, start wide, flag to flag, and then when he gets to his spot, zoom in on him. Right?
Yeah. So what's going to happen is you're not going to be on screen. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for him to get into position, and then I'm slow fade from graphics to him at the position.
Right.
Okay. So Christian, with Eric, so Christian, I'm gonna, when you get Eric in his position, I'm not going to screen until you get him into a set position and you lead. Then from there, I'm gonna slow fade from graphics to his image. I want him to be set, correct?
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2. 1 2.
So hopefully we get
Yes, 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. Yes, 1 2.
Much better.
much better.
All right, bring your left side forward. Stop. Come back. No. Tilt back. Bring your left side down.
This way.
Yeah. Keep going. No, the other way. Keep going.
Yeah, you get that dynamic
Stop.
shadow.
Thank you, sir.
Get that shadow right there. I like the angles.
Beautiful angle. I love it.
Yo.
Perfectly.
Yeah.
What's your tight zoom? What do you have?
I'm on it right now. I can get the full higher Regency and no.
You have what?
In my tightest zoom, I can get the full logo on the face with enough headroom.
Okay.
So we'll be like about here. That will be my shot, yeah.
Did you get one when you were down there? Big name? Oh,
Well,
red.
yeah, he can check both. See how they look.
Yeah, I mean.
But you should have a better shot. You should have a better shot than me.
Yeah.
One, two, 1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2 3. Check 1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2 1 2. Hello, 1 2.
Hello, sir.
He's right, but so tiny. How do you put it?
One two, 1 2. Yes, 1 2 1 2. Yes, 1 2.
So you just print them on that. You know the one from the coffee room? You got the coffee? Does it? Still crap. No, you know we're gonna go get you a coffee.
Go to camera one. Thank you. So let me ask you a question. So you guys know, I believe after every Q&A, after every panel session, I think there's going to be a Q&A.
Mm-hmm.
Hasn't been defined yet. But if I'm here, well, you get it.
Back of the head.
In the back of my head. So I don't think it's worth. No, I don't think it's. We'll just leave it. 'Cause
But as long as we have the audio.
we'll have the audio. We'll just leave it.
Lisa, what you were trying to do?
So when I used to play the house music notes, like we had like this way bigger metal with on this people start doing it with the music. You read them all? I'm gonna bring you one. House of So they have their own runner?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Way of feature.
Yeah. So based on that, they're going schedule.
Now,
Some of that Q&A is not scripted in there, so that 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
do you still want us to attempt to catch this?
No,
No?
I don't think so. The back of their heads is not a good shot. And it would look kind of ridiculous having to turn to you, the panelists are behind you. So we'll just catch the audio.
One, two, 1, 2. Yes, 1, 2.
doesn't start till 8:45.
Just taking it back. Yeah. Come on over. Yeah, it's fine. We're in. I was like center and back. That's perfect. How you been? Yeah. Who else down there? Me and Monica, and then got the church. So Chip was gonna come over. His grandma's having a medical so he's up in Rome just trying to be resident. Yeah. He's so good with it. She, Fridays, texting Monday, yep, still there. And then Wednesday, yep, still going. And then it's a fighter. Yeah. Yeah, so he had so he's good. I've seen him forever. He's high. Yeah, I know. Well, it's so frustrating because you deal with the defense attorneys and they say this thing to the police. You don't want to pretty much spread equity, right? You know, and like a couple months go by, and a couple months more, and you're like, no, he's gonna plead guilty. Just needs more time. And all that's not really good. All her was like, yeah. I can't. I think it's. Thanks, Jack. Quite the event. So pretty much like I was trying to tell people, it's like I'm sitting there and all I remember is this is a man where people do like 40 hands being deposition for this witness. And then next thing I know, This guy's he's like, you need to lie on the ground, you need to lie on the ground. And I'm like, yeah. So I'm like, but that gets you blacked out. So I'm like, oops, sorry. So I'm like, dude, Jerry's here, you're acting weird. Like, why would I lie down on the ground? I'm like, and I told him multiple times, I'm like, I'm gonna lie on the ground. I'm like, come on, Jerry's here watching us. He's like, you need to lie on the ground, you need to lie on the ground. So apparently, like, all hell broke loose. Like, apparently, Wilkins was inside was like, I know CPR. And then Leanne was like, oh, CPR, he's breathing fine. So yeah. Oh, I had no idea. I was just like, you know, everyone else was using their mind. I'm just like lying on the ground. I'm perfectly fine. I'm just calm. I'm like lying on the ground. I'm like, so I kept looking at Steve. I'm like, you sure I had a seizure, right? Apparently I said that like 9 times. So I'm like, he's like, yes, you had a seizure. I'm like, I've never before. I've always like just see that. Like, you go to movies, they're like there's flashing lights and they cause seizures. You go like, yeah, you get attention right now. So I know. Yeah, it's so crazy. Well, when I literally and I feel bad because I'm like, so, and then like, there's just so many like. We all came down to closing and just like,
I just saw him. I will. Yeah. I saw him last week. He just got back.
I mean,
Yeah, I think there's some kind of.
And then so like,
Does it look bad? Looks good from here.
I'm like, you know, I felt fine at that time. I was totally lucid. And like, me and Steve, like, we're trying to fuck her, like, so and I'm like, I was like, dude, you would not like, oh, I think people picked up. Like, we were downtown, so we're picking up like, exactly. I'm like, so I'm like, no, and then so then randomly my mom came and she's in her practitioner and she just said, are you okay?
Sitting in, you have these dumb conversations.
Oh, yeah, they're probably, yeah. I was like, what else are you doing here? So I left walk over, so I was like, randomly doing what's going on? And I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. Here, or and everything. My mom was like, she had no idea. She was just asking. Yes, and she called my wife, Melissa, and she was like, what's going on? What will my wife do at that point? It's okay. But I just, I'm just telling my mom, like, randomly, she's just checking in, you know, getting into the trial. Like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like, she's like, yeah, exactly. And then we get to the hospital, and then we use the ER, and like, she was pretty calm. She was good. She was really worried about me. But yeah. So we get to the ER, and just lying there, and we're talking about my event that we told you. Yeah. So, yeah. Because I do, I'm not going to just black out. So I'm seeing you, and I was like, I need to read that. And the jury comes in, so I stand, I'm still reading, and I sit down, and then all of a sudden it's like, you go on the ground, you go on the ground. Dude, that jury's here, it's weird. Why am I going to lie on the ground? I'm just like,
no, you need to get on the ground.
Yeah, and I'm like, so then I lie on the ground, all the workers around me, and I'm like, I kept asking people, I'm like, you're sure I have a seizure, right? Like, I didn't believe it. I was just like, it's the kind of thing, I mean, like, first, anyway, so, yeah. So then I'm in the, white chair, and we can do the x-rays with that day, and maybe the past day, but they say, clear to work tomorrow. So I go to the, I'm like, maybe I can get close. I would have I was like, well, the doctor said, like, go to work. I'm like, I would have done it. I just said, shut up,
Wow, he's committed.
Well, apparently the last thing I said to Leanne on the way out the door, I didn't realize, was I said, don't forget to ask for the delivery. And poor Joe, he's a person who goes, I remember saying that.
I can't get Steve to travel and stuff, but if I knew you were coming, I would Steve.
I told him I was coming. Yeah,
Because originally he was supposed to have a trial starting last week. Yeah. That was the most stressful I've ever seen. I think Steve now has gray hair.
It's funny.
I'm like, stop messing with my robot. Don't screw up, Steve.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you doing, McLean?
I mean,
I'm curious, how long have you been in this district? 11 years. So, did you see post-COVID and a push for defendants on the trial? We had a trial volume pre-COVID.
I think it was over. The difference I think is that personally they were backlogged. So I think we're just seeing, they were all indicted pre-COVID.
Yeah.
Person was indicted in 2019, and Portia was 2020. So it just, they got pushed back. Like we had a suppression hearing that was supposed to be scheduled, I think, May, right, like May of 2020. And it got a little bit, we didn't know world, so it was like another couple months, and then finally, but it was a year later. So it took time to figure out. So the prison should have happened probably a year before.
So you don't think more defendants are pushing trial, it's just they got stacked?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it in cases.
Yeah. Corruption was the same. They got like 0% of trials last year.
Yeah.
Because they're same.
And they just had one of the really big ones. The hard case. Yeah, so what I mean, I had one people that was
The spin-off of that.
So listen, so gentlemen, you're
That was like December.
introduction remarks. Eric stays there, and then he introduces the keynote speaker. Right? Then what's going to happen is he's going to get up there and say, okay? Right?
man. Alright, this is Tommy. Mine's on my squad, Tommy's on my Okay, great. And he came down with how was the detail you working at? Open back for business? The SEC reopened?
You go in there.
Fine, how are you?
They have a record. They actually get to do like checks with the emails back like that. I'm going to see if you I mean, Europe, the whole Southeast.
Hi, I'm Daddy. Yeah, all right. Glad to see you. Absolutely. Good to see you. Now we gotta have some diversity. Lawyers and CLD or whatever. Nice to meet you guys. We'll see you around. Rich is coming in.
I don't reach the list of names, so deadline and originally went to me, I think about the No. What's up, Taylor? Hey, Taylor, this is Tommy Crow. Taylor Phillips.
Nice to meet you. Good to meet you.
Taylor was able to stay with us in Western District of North Carolina. He's up in Nashville.
Okay, cool. Nice, good. That ward? Yeah. Oh, is she really? Okay. We used to be at DMVSTREAM.COM.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Where are you now?
Atlanta.
Oh, right.
I'm trying to track her down. I haven't seen her.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's a nice part of it. Like you guys, us, you can be in the future. The same.
Yeah.
Is Steve speaking? Nobody from the lab?
Oh, no. This is like a legal speaker.
Yeah. Not a panel.
Yeah.
Yeah, they always do it if you're all the same.
Really? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Hi, Tony.
Yeah,
Good to see you.
good to see you. It's been forever.
I know, so long.
Yeah, how you doing?
I figured we'd have one.
Yeah.
Not a reunion is going to happen.
Yeah.
Just bringing people together.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I saw that. Yeah. It's awesome. It's awesome. It was in North Carolina, right? Okay. How you doing?
And so, still Atlanta?
Still Atlanta? Yeah, now I'm married.
Congrats.
2 kids. Yep. Yeah. You?
Changed, right? Married, 1 kid.
Nice. Okay.
I see you.
Yeah. I'm trying to see. Because you did the detail. Yeah.
We got hired out.
We did. I always joke about it. I'm like, this is like Dave's brilliant plan to save money. He was department back in 2014.
Oh.
Yeah, right. Like 2011, 2012. Okay, so they had 2 buckets of money, main justice and the U.S. Attorney's Office, and apparently they overhired my office class, and they couldn't hire anybody for U.S. Attorney's offices, so they had this brilliant idea where we could detail out anywhere we wanted to, like anywhere, and exactly. Yep, exactly. Yeah, it's called like switch and let me Yeah, they did. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was right. I was only there like 3 years and less than 2, and 6 months of that I was at EDVA for my detail.
Yeah, right.
So like, yeah, I got 1 trial out of it. Yeah. Yeah, we had a good because I was dealing with Mary Jane at the time, but I did East stores. Actually, they weren't because they looked at, so we had to deal with the national office. Christmas, yeah, because their kids were in the community, so Mary Jane at the time, back in our office, but she, they did a community, and that's why we were and I couldn't tax so anyway, yeah, I was in Nashville last year, because it's somehow
New Jersey sounds amazing.
Yeah, I will definitely. Yeah. It was like a quick in and out thing. We got like make most of our excavation actually happened in yeah. But the bank fraud all happened in Atlanta, and they were when they should have filed, they were in that's why we weren't coaching.
Come on.
It's just me. We work with DOJ tax. But yeah, I know the IRS. Like, this is still on the ground. Okay. Great.
Yeah, we were taxed together.
You're in Charlotte? Yeah, full circle there. Yeah, right. Yeah, which is really funny because when I left, I think she was still Jenny.
I know that's what I said. I was like, she's like, oh, right, yeah. I'm Boots.
Okay. Oh, that's yours. Okay.
We've all changed.
Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah. We couldn't talk like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll need you to find your seats. The program will be starting at 8:45 sharp. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll need you to find your seats. The program will be starting at 8:45 sharp. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
I mean, this morning, no.
Last night.
All right, folks, if you could go ahead and take your seats, we're going to go ahead and start. Okay, well, welcome to Miami and welcome to the 2023 Southeastern Securities Conference. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Eric Castillo and I serve as the Director of the Miami Regional Office of the SEC. It is my pleasure to co-host this event with Nika Jones, my fellow colleague director from the Atlanta Regional Office. Let me tell you a little bit about Nika, because this is her first Southeastern Securities Conference. Nika joined the SEC back in January of 2021, as I said, as the director of the Atlanta Regional Office. Prior to joining the commission, she was a litigation partner with the Atlanta office of Nelson Mullins. Prior to that, she spent about a decade with the U.S. Department of Justice, serving as an assistant U.S. attorney with the Northern District of Georgia, as well as spending some time with the Department of Justice's Office of the Deputy Attorney General. Earlier in her career, Nika served as a law clerk to the Honorable Sterling Johnson Jr. of the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of New York. She received her Bachelor of Business Administration from Emory University, and she received her law degree as well as an MBA degree from Harvard University. Welcome, Nika.
Thank you.
And it's a pleasure for me to be co-hosting this event with her. It's nice to see a lot of known faces. It's also nice to see a lot of new faces. As you know, for those of you that have attended this conference in the past, we try to get together every year so we can, have a chance to sort of meet our fellow regulators as well as our law enforcement partners, with the hopes of, continuing and leveraging our limited resources when it comes to meeting our mission of not only protecting investors, but also protecting the integrity of our capital markets. And so I encourage you to get to meet as many people as you can throughout the course of this conference. We were scheduled to have it, last in 2020 here in Miami, but unfortunately COVID hit, and so this is now, the first time we have it again in person since 2019. And a lot has happened in the last 3 years, especially for us in the southeast part of the country, as well as more specifically here in Florida. Just to give you an idea of how the regulatory landscape has changed, we've seen a significant increase in the number of firms that have actually moved, relocated their main offices to the southeast, as well as opened significant presence, within the southeast. Just to give you a couple of stats, for example, between 2019 and the end of 2022, here in the state of Florida, we've seen a 37% increase in the number of publicly traded companies that actually have their principal offices here in the state of Florida. On the regulatory side, we've seen, just a tremendous increase in the number of registrants that have moved, again, to the southeast or have established significant presence throughout, the southeast. Again, just to give you another statistic that sort of goes to show that, in terms of the regulatory assets under management, over the last 3 years, we've seen just within the state of Florida alone that those assets have more than doubled, reaching close to $3 trillion. And so, you can quickly see how our responsibility when it comes to protecting investors, when it comes to protecting the integrity of our capital markets, has significantly increased. All the more important as to why we need to continue to leverage our limited resources in order to accomplish our mission of protecting investors and protecting our markets. And so take advantage of, the various panels that we have. I think you'll find them extremely informative. We have folks not only from the Commission, various parts of the Commission, but also from a whole host of agencies that are represented by all of you here today. You'll get to hear about, our respective priorities. You'll get to hear about how we can effectively collaborate so we can better fulfill our missions by leveraging, our collective limited resources in order to sort of better protect investors. Before I turn it over to Nika, let me just go over just a handful of housekeeping matters. You should have in front of you a folder. In there, I'm sure you've already seen, there's an agenda. There's, bio summaries of all the panelists and moderators. If you're interested in getting continuing education credits, whether they be legal or accounting or CFE, we have a table at the entrance. Feel free to stop by. They can give you information on how you can, apply to get those continuing education credits. Within those folders, you're also going to see that there an evaluation form that goes over, gives you a chance to evaluate each of our panels. We, urge you to take a few minutes and fill those out. We take your feedback, into account as we plan our yearly conferences, and so, give us that feedback because it's extremely useful to all of us. For those of you that drove here and parked at Knight Center Garage, you can get a discount by having your ticket stamped over at the lobby. So don't forget to do that. We're going to have at the end of today, we're going to have a get together, a happy hour, and so we hope that all of you get to stick around a little bit, and that'll give you an opportunity to again, meet a lot of the folks that are in attendance here and give you a chance to get to know them and talk about how we can continue to collaborate. Before I turn it over to Nika, I want to take this opportunity to thank all the folks within my office as well as Nika's office who have been working tirelessly to make sure that this event could happen. We would be here but for, their great work. There are too many of them to name, so I'll just, generally, recognize, their great work and extend to them on behalf of Nika and myself our sincere appreciation for making this happen. And so, having said that, let me now turn it over to Nika and give her an opportunity to make some remarks.
Thank you so much, Eric, and good morning, everybody. Good morning. Okay, listen, I'm not a morning person, so you all are going to have to, help me get myself together. I'm going to have a little bit more energy. Good morning. There we go. We got a long day, y'all. So we got to start off with the energy high. But it's going to be a long day, but also a really, really great day. I want to amplify and underscore what Eric said here. The Miami team and the Atlanta team that worked to put this together. And when I say that, I mean people not like me, right? The folks who are running around, making sure we have water, make sure that the reservations were put together well, that make sure we had these name tags, the things that we see we don't see. They've done a phenomenal job. Would y'all mind having me give the teams that put this together a round of applause? Thank you so much. So when you see them, just say thank you because they have been working on this for, actually at this point, several years, as Eric said, because of the pandemic-related delays. And I know I am very excited to be here, and honestly, to be face-to-face with people, to be hugging folks, to be catching up with people. We have over 300 public servants here today across various federal and state law enforcement and regulatory agencies. That is phenomenal. I know there was a time where I didn't think I would ever see people again, right? I just thought we were all going to be relegated to Zoom boxes. And so to actually see so many old friends, hopefully I'm going to be making new ones as well, is really a moment that is special to me individually, but also being a part of the SEC. As Eric said, this is my first Southeastern Securities Conference since joining the SEC. I attended one in Atlanta way back in the day when I was a prosecutor in Atlanta. But really happy that everybody made time today. It is a funny thing, though, that when you have a conference in Miami, for some reason, everybody's available. Have you noticed that? I mean, schedules clear up. They're like, well, my daughter's graduating, but it's okay. She'll understand that I can't go to the graduation. I'm going to have to go to the beach or I'm at the conference. But, this is a wonderful way to just jumpstart a conference that I understand has been taking place for more than 10 plus years. And we really hope that you share. I know I feel this way. I know Eric feels this way. I can tell you the staff in the SEC feels this way. We are really feeling energized by your very presence. That brings us energy. We really hope that as you're learning from and hearing from people today, that you are excited, right, to hear about the things that are priorities for the agencies, as Eric mentioned, but also all of the trends and all of the changes in the capital markets that we are all attentive to. But we hope that you are excited for the opportunity to learn. And then finally, we hope that you really feel empowered, right, to take what you've learned, to go back to your jurisdictions, share, those resources, those learnings with your colleagues, either in the agency or with your various partners, so that we can continue to fight the good fight. There are people in this room that taught me how to be a trial attorney. There's many great trial attorneys in this room right now. But one of the questions I know I was taught at an early stage of my prosecutorial career is you got to tell the jury why they need to care. Why do they care about this case? And the analogy to that for y'all is, well, why are we here, right? Why is a conference like this so important? Especially, if you've been around the block a few times, if you've been in the business and worked in your various areas of expertise for a really long time. And, my personal opinion is that there is value in these types of gatherings. It's not always the substance. It is the substance, but it's really the connective tissue, right? Us being pulled together as a body, the fellowship, the talking through various things. Oh, I have that case. Oh, I have that case. That's why we're here. That is the why. Keeping that collaboration, that communication, that connective tissue. While the substance is certainly important, staying connected is even more important. I really haven't met many defendants that commit crimes in a vacuum. You might find one or two, right? But mostly, the bad actors are doing things in collaboration, and so we've got to do the same. So, we really are looking forward to doing all of that today and really having a great agenda. So I'm going to kick us off. We are delighted to be starting off the program, but with one of our big bosses, Gravir Grewal, who is the Enforcement Division Director for the SEC. And I saw Gravir has joined us. And it's my pleasure to introduce Kabir. I'm going to let him come to the dais before I officially read his introduction. Hopefully y'all have had an opportunity to either see Kabir in a speech. Hopefully you had a chance to either meet him yesterday or today, or just kind of through your work. Kabir, good morning. So Kabir, as I mentioned, is the director of the SEC's Division of Enforcement. Immediately before joining the commission, he was the Attorney General for the state of New Jersey. Prior to that, he served as the Bergen County Prosecutor, the Chief Law Enforcement Officer for New Jersey's most populous county. Earlier in his career, Mr. Grewal served as an Assistant United States Attorney for the District of New Jersey, where he was Chief of the Economic Crimes Unit, and an Assistant United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, where he was assigned to the Business and Securities Fraud Unit. He was also an attorney in private practice. Mr. Grewal holds a JD from the College of William & Mary, Marshall White School of Law, and a bachelor's BS in Foreign Service from the Georgetown University School of Foreign Service. Please join me in welcoming Kabir this morning.
Good morning, everybody.
And I think your agenda might say keynote speaker, but we're actually going to be a little bit more informal and engaged here. We're actually going to have a fireside chat led primarily by Eric, where you get to know Kabir a little bit better in a Q&A format. So with that, I'll turn it over to Eric and to Kabir.
Thanks, Nika. And thanks, Kabir, for being with us here in Miami for the Southeastern Securities Conference. Much appreciated. So, you've been on the job now for close to 2 years. You want to kind of start by giving us your approach to the work of the division?
Sure. First, thanks for having me here, and thanks for organizing this get-together. And I echo everything that you said, that it's just nice to see so many colleagues in person, and the type of collaboration that this fosters is really, it's unique and it's irreplaceable. As much as we try to do this on screen, the ability to connect and meet people in person and get to know them, I think really goes a long way in allowing us to work effectively and collaboratively together. So thank you for putting this together. Thank you to everyone at both the Atlanta Regional Office and the Miami Regional Office that worked on putting this conference together. I know a lot of hard work went into it. Sarah, others, I know people are running around, so really shout out to them. I've got to give the disclaimer, I'm sure you've already given it, that my views today are my own in my role as the Director of the Division of Enforcement. They actually tweaked it. That's a new part of our disclaimer you'll be hearing these days, and don't necessarily reflect the views of the Commission, the Commissioners, or the staff. Getting to your question, my philosophy when it comes to enforcement hasn't changed since I started. If you heard some early speeches, or if you've read some early speeches that I gave as enforcement director, I really talked about public trust. And I think that was informed by my work as a local prosecutor, and informed by my work as Attorney General for my state, that I saw firsthand how there's been this decline in trust in government, in our large institutions, in our financial institutions, in our banking system. And you don't have to take my word for it. This has been borne out in study after study. And that loss in trust, it hurts all of us in this room. For those of us who work as regulators, if folks don't trust the financial system, if they don't trust their financial advisors, if they don't trust that the system is going to do right by them, then they're not going to invest their hard-earned money into the markets. They're not going to save for their retirements. And that hurts everybody that plays by the rules. And so I think it's essential to figure out why that's happened, and to work hard to repair it. And when I think about why that's happened, I do think some of it is due in part to seeing people violate the rules and seeing a lack of accountability. So reading something in the newspaper today and not seeing anybody held accountable for this type of, whether it's a scandal in the banking system or elsewhere, and not seeing accountability for a year, 2 years, 3 years. And in that intervening period of time, mistrust grows. So I think that's certainly part of it. I think there are segments of the population that firmly believe that there might be two sets of rules out there, one for the big and powerful and another for everyone else, when they see people leverage information asymmetries and profit from their insider status and engage in abusive trading practices and not be held accountable for it. So that's the lens in which I view what's going on around us, and I think the way in which we address that lack of trust or that lack of confidence in the markets as regulators is to focus on three things. And the first is being robust in our enforcement efforts. The second is being robust in our penalties. And the third is realizing that we can't do it alone, and that's creating a culture of proactive compliance. And let me just tell you briefly what I mean by each. When I speak about robust enforcement, I'm talking about working our matters and our cases with a sense of urgency. So we don't allow 2 years to pass after there's an event in the markets, that we work quickly to address misconduct and hold folks accountable, that we leverage our resources together to hold folks accountable and move our investigations more quickly. The second, robust penalties, for me, in the last 2 years, and we could talk about this some more and if people have questions, has been to, maybe it's the big banks don't like the robust penalties.
May I have your attention, please? There has been a fire emergency reported in the building. Please evacuate the building by the nearest exit. Do not use the elevators.
Should we, what's the play here, folks?
I think Kim is going to check.
Yeah.
Let's stand by one.
May I have your attention? May I have your attention, please? There has been a fire emergency reported in the building. Please evacuate the building by the nearest exit.
I don't know if Dave Hirsch is here. We're not going to make that 9:45 call.
Let's give it a second. We've got Kim is checking.
Should I keep talking or should we? So, talking about. Maybe I'll.
There has been a fire emergency reported in the building. Please evacuate the building by the nearest exit.
I've had power failures when I've spoken, but I've never had this in all my time. Yeah, I set the room on fire. Well, let's hope it's nothing.
May I have your attention? May I have your attention, please? There has been a fire emergency reported in the building. Please evacuate the building by the nearest exit. Do not use the elevators.
Keep going? All right. Kim says to keep going. I'll try to talk through the fire emergency announcement. So, robust remedies to me. I'll try to time it. It means recalibrating penalties. It means that you have penalties that have a real deterrent effect, both to the individual or the entity, and more broadly, the general deterrent effect. So we spent a lot of time this year recalibrating penalties, so they're not priced in as the cost of doing business. All right. So they're not simply priced in as the cost of doing business. Thank you. So that's super important, but it's not just the penalties, it's leveraging all the other remedies that we have, the injunctive relief, the bars, to make sure bad actors are kept out of this space. And the third part, the proactive compliance that I like to talk about, is really sending a clear message to those compliance officers and compliance personnel about what our expectations are, and empowering them through being more clear in our public orders about how we value cooperation, how there's a benefit for cooperation in the form of reduced to no penalties, or perhaps in other ways, and then giving them a clear roadmap of those behaviors that they can take back to their C-suite folks to help them do their jobs better. And if you look at those three areas, I think we've delivered on those over the last 2 years. On the robust enforcement, we brought more enforcement actions last fiscal year than in the prior year. On robust remedies, last fiscal year was a record year for the Commission, in which we brought in total money ordered of $6.4 billion, 4.2 of which was in the form of penalties. And so that was an all-time high. It's like 2 or 3 times the previous record highs. We're not going to break those every year, and that's not our intention. We don't measure our success by whether we get 6.5 next year, 6.7 next year, but it was important to send that message to the market, to the attorneys and firms that practice in this space, that our expectations are different, that the numbers that we were using before weren't working, and we needed to recalibrate, and so we've done that. And on the compliance front, I think you've, like I mentioned, seen that in our public orders. The Commission has been much more explicit about how we're valuing cooperation and allowing those compliance folks to use that in their businesses.
So, Gravir, we have certain priorities, within the Division of Enforcement in certain areas where we've identified some heightened risks. Can you talk to us a little bit about those?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're always going to be out there being vigilant for those traditional frauds, the offering frauds, the Ponzi schemes, being out there protecting investors, covering the traditional securities waterfront. But our priorities are where the risks are, right? So right now there's a tremendous amount of risk in the crypto markets. So you have a market valued at less than $1 trillion when the entire capital markets are at 125 trillion. That's probably taking 99% of the oxygen in all the conversations in our offices, and I suspect in your offices as well. But it's the case because people are getting hurt. There's a lack of compliance in this space. When you see large-scale collapses and failures and investors lined up at the doors of bankruptcy courts, that matters. And so we need to be proactive there, and working with many of you in this room, state regulators, federal partners, we're sending a clear message that folks need to come into compliance. So that's obviously a priority area for us. I mentioned it a moment ago, abusive trading practices, whether it's abuse of 10b5-1 plans by insiders, things like that, those leveraging of information asymmetries, that really undermines that public trust that we're working hard to rebuild. So you're going to see a focus there. You'll see us leveraging data and other techniques to make sure we're bringing cases in that space and sending a message there. I think gatekeepers is another place, because we can't be everywhere. So the same way we want to empower those compliance officials, we need gatekeepers to do their jobs. We need the CPAs and the audit firms that sign off on the financial statements of public issuers to do their jobs. And when they fall short, we need to hold them accountable. And I'll mention one case that we brought last fiscal year was against Ernst & Young. And this involved test cheating. So you had CPA candidates at E&Y cheating on, of all things, the ethics portion of the CPA exam. So you had gatekeepers at the gatekeeper cheating on an ethics exam. And here's the thing, it wasn't the first time that this had happened there. It had happened previously, and it happened at KPMG, and that's what launched our investigation into this space. And when there are those types of failures, we need to hold them accountable. So we had an order, which I commend all of you to look at, where we had a $100 million penalty, a record penalty in this space, but also significant undertakings that involved retraining, undertakings that involved accountability of individuals who cheated on the exams to be held accountable, and those that looked the other way internally to be held accountable. And so I think that sent a strong message in that particular space and to gatekeepers more broadly. So I think that's another area where we'll be focused again this fiscal year. And relevant to where we are today in Florida, the private fund space. You should look at our Division of Examinations priorities for 2023 because they really drive referrals, and you see more and more money going into private funds. I think there's been an 80% increase over the last 5 years, so you have something like $21 trillion in that space, and there's a tremendous amount of opacity in that space, which lends itself to recurring problems of conflicts of interest, of mismarking, valuation issues, issues around fees, where the investors in those funds, and ultimately pension funds getting involved in the private fund space, Main Street investors being put at risk. So I think that's another area where you'll see us focus, and I think is a focus area for you here in Miami.
Absolutely. So, you've had a chance to serve as a federal prosecutor, you've had a chance to serve as a local state prosecutor, you've had a chance to serve as an attorney general.
Which one was my favorite?
The SEC, of course. Yeah. But you've been with us now for the last couple of years. We have representatives from dozens of law enforcement and regulatory agencies here. And so could you speak to, a little bit about, how we can work together, strategies, things that you've seen, where agencies come together, regulators, law enforcement, ultimately for the benefit of investors and our markets. Can you speak to that a bit?
Sure. I mean, I think we overcomplicate this. The number one thing to do is what we're doing today. It's to come together, to meet each other, to get to know each other, know who to make referrals to, know who we're working with, so there's a trust between us, because sometimes there's not a familiarity or trust in each other's processes. And so I think that all is increased in gatherings like this one. But, you know, again, none of us can be everywhere all at once. And so we need to leverage our respective authorities and our respective resources to make sure we're protecting investors and covering the entirety of the markets. I think that, again, in addition to coming to meetings like this one, it's about communication. It's about talking to each other. It's about deconflicting. It's about reaching out to your partner and, you know, if we're working something in parallel, we know the rules of the road. We know how to do parallel investigations. We know what we can share with each other. We know what your concerns are if you're you know, at the U.S. Attorney's Office. We've done this before. Many of us, all three of us, come from your world. And so we're not going to do anything stupid. We understand that you have criminal investigations, that you want to stay covert, but you have to understand that we have processes. And so we can't, when you decide to return an indictment and get an arrest warrant and pick up somebody, we can't just then say, all right, Commission, the crims are ready to go. Can you authorize this action? We need lead time. And so I think that constant dialogue back and forth, that constant communication, letting us know to the extent you can let us know where you stand, we'll let you know where we stand. I think that goes a long way. I think there are going to be times where, you know, we refer something to you or you refer something to us and one of us is not going to move forward. You're not going to offend us if you're not going to bring criminal charges. I think the hammer that a criminal charge carries, the deterrent message that comes along with it, you can't replace it with fines and penalties and injunctive relief. That is a significant hammer. And so where possible, we want to deal in our criminal partners and U.S. Attorney's offices and leverage that. But if it's not going to happen, it's fine. Just don't let it linger for 3 years. Because, you know, if you're trying to break in an insider trading ring and flip somebody and get them to come in, and you've spent 3 years on it, and you say, you know what, we can't make this case, you take it civilly, that's hard, right? Like, memories fade, people forget. You know, insider trading cases are about circumstantial evidence. And so we need to know that sooner rather than later. So I think those things are incredibly important. And the final thing that I'll say is, having been on that side, having been at the securities fraud unit as a young prosecutor in Brooklyn, I've been there when I got assigned my first pump and dump case, and I had no idea how the securities laws worked. I had no idea how the financial markets worked. I was, you know, I had a foreign service degree, and I went to a law firm where I did antitrust litigation. I was trying to teach myself. I'm trying to read through the 33 Act, read through the 34 Act, and try to figure out what's going on here, and trying to figure out the elements. You don't have to teach yourself. This is whether you're a line AUSA or whether you're an agent who just got assigned to a financial crime squad. We'll teach you. Leverage our expertise. The expertise that resides at the SEC, there's no comparison. And you know, these markets are so wide and the issues are so broad that not everyone knows everything, but there are a lot of people here collectively at the agency who know a lot. And so talk to us. We have experts, we've got economists, we have accountants. We can help you, and together, you know, we can cover, you know, the waterfront more effectively. And so I think that's a pitch I'll make for the agency and you know, for our regional offices. Use us.
So, you know, we've talked a little bit about working with other agencies, and I wanted to sort of talk about something internal to the SEC. You know, we were pretty lucky this year. We did well on the budget, and so the commission is, you know, doing a fair amount of hiring. Can you talk to us a little bit about the hiring efforts of the Division of Enforcement?
Sure. I mean, it's the enforcement division, it's the agency writ large. We're hiring. You know, we are trying to get back to our numbers pre-2016. The matters we're dealing with, their complexity, that hasn't decreased since 2016. It's only increased, and so we need good people. And so the first pitch is, if you're an AUSA or if you're an FBI agent who's looking to move on after 25 years and you have an accounting background or you're interested in working with us, go to usajobs.gov. We pay really well. And so look us up, and if you're at a U.S. Attorney's Office and you've got trial experience, we've got a lot of trials. The cases we're bringing now are existential to market participants. You know, whether it's our case that we recently filed against Bittrex or a crypto intermediary, these are tough cases, and we need good trial lawyers, and we need good support staff, and we need good investigative staff. So there are a lot of opportunities available. So that's thing one. You know, I talked about three things earlier about, you know, how to enhance public trust. If I could add a fourth, it would be to make sure when we're doing this hiring that we are being mindful of issues of diversity and inclusion. And that's not just to foster a better workplace, it's to make sure we could do our jobs more effectively. Relevant again to where we are in Florida and Miami, priority for this office has been this fraud against minorities working group to target affinity frauds against minority groups. And when you see those types of frauds, and I've dealt with them both as a federal prosecutor, as a state prosecutor, and as a local prosecutor, they happen for two reasons. First, the individuals being victimized have a distrust, again, back to that theme of traditional finance. So they don't think they could take the $5,000 that they've saved up, maybe in the shadows, and invest it in traditional finance and grow that nest egg of theirs. So they're susceptible to schemes within the community. That's thing one. Thing two, there's a distrust of law enforcement, that they don't think they could reach out to law enforcement when they're victimized. So the combination of both those things allows minority groups in particular to be victimized, and that victimization to continue undetected for extended periods of time. And so because of that, I think it's super important, and I saw this work at the state level and the local level, to have attorneys, have people who reflect the communities we serve. Because that helps build trust. That helps a victim know that, you know what, there's somebody there who looks like me or knows where I'm coming from, and they can understand what's going on, and I don't need to feel a sense of shame, and I can come forward and try to hold this bad actor accountable. That's so critically important, and I've seen it work. And so, you know, that's not to say we're going to be able to match this one-to-one in all the communities we serve, but it goes a long way. And so I think that's the other emphasis that I'm putting on our hiring, is to making sure that we're really addressing that issue and closing that gap, because that also helps to increase public trust.
So, Gravir, one last question. You know, as I said, you've been with us serving as a director of enforcement, for the last 2 years. Any surprises in those 2 years that you can speak about?
Listen, maybe going back to what I said earlier, if you asked me when I started in 21 what I'd be spending 99% of the day on, I don't think I would have said crypto. So, I think that's an obvious surprise, and probably to many of you. But I think not so much surprises. When I worked at the U.S. Attorney's offices, I worked with a lot of folks that I now work with. The deputy director of the division, Sanjay Wadhwa, was a colleague of mine. We worked cases in parallel together, and there are a whole host of other folks who are still here that I work parallel matters with. I knew how great they were, but I continue to be amazed by just how professional the staff is, how knowledgeable the staff is, how dedicated they've been to continue making, like many of you over the pandemic while we were in this remote working posture, continue making great cases, protecting investors, being out there. That's something to behold, and I continue to be amazed every day. And I think the second part of it is, as we go to conferences like this one, as we meet partners from across the country, I continue to be amazed by the collaborative work that happens in the regions. There are so many great cases. I could spend the majority of this day highlighting the great partnerships that we have, whether it's with the Office of Financial Regulation. We brought the matter with the gentleman from Coral Gables, and it was a $2.5 million Ponzi scheme, or maybe even more. That's leveraging our mutual expertise. We had a case with the Northern District of Georgia where we had a group of individuals out there putting out false rumors and then trading ahead on the price activity that resulted from that activity. 5 or 6 defendants in your criminal case, incredible enforcement action. That means a lot. Alabama Securities Commission, we had a matter recently with an advisor where we both investigated it in parallel, and you were able to use your authorities to get a bar, and we were able to use our authorities to hold the advisor accountable as well. And so those types of collaborations, when we talked about how we could better work together, it happens on a daily basis, and that's super amazing to see. And I don't like giving the Southern District of New York too much credit. Great partnership up there. I was in the Eastern District, so they used to take my cases when I was there, and when I was in the District of New Jersey, they would steal my cases, because I did cyber cases at that point, and we had these turf wars. But great partnership up there. They do incredible work, and that sense of urgency that I talked about. We brought some really terrific cases with them. In the wake of the collapse of the Archegos family office, we brought that case within nearly a year. In the collapse of Infinity Q, which was a mismarking case, within a year, the individual Belisaris who was responsible for that mismarking just recently got sentenced, I think was to 15 or so years, all within a year and a half. And that's that, knowing each other's tools and how to work with each other and bringing accountability more quickly. So when that investor reads a news story on day one, they're not waiting till day 700 or day 1000 to see the accountability. And so, I hope to be amazed next year, and we have more cases to talk about in that vein. And so, that's been an incredible surprise. Even though I knew that it happened, and having worked those cases on the other side, I continue to be amazed by the great collaborations here.
Great. Well, look, thank you very much. It's been great to have you down here in Miami and to spend a little bit of time, with you, talking about, things that are, critical to, why we gathered here today as part of the Southeastern Securities Conference. So, join me in thanking Gravir for participating in the conference.
Thank you all for being here again. It really means a lot to see all the support in this audience. And again, I look forward to meeting you guys throughout the day. If we're able to grab a minute to talk, just stop me. I'm happy to talk to you about our work. So,
thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so we're going to take a very short break and get our first panel organized up here and move forward. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that was great. This is Miami. We roll with the punches.
Yes. So you'll let me know when to start?
It'll be sunny and
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll need you to find your seats. Our first panel discussion is going to start in 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll need you to find your seats. Our first panel discussion will start in 1 minute. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us at the first panel this morning. We appreciate your being here and being here early and on time. I just want, before I start, for at least myself and my colleagues from the SEC, Justin and Olivia, I want to let you know that the same disclaimer that Gerbir gave applies to us, that although we're here in our official roles, our comments today don't necessarily reflect the views of the Commission, or any individual commissioner, or other members of the staff. And having said that, hopefully that, I think you'll take that for all the other SEC folks today and tomorrow. If I know there are similar disclaimers others might give, but if not, if that works for you all, you're welcome to align it as well. Before we start, I'd like to introduce my fellow panelists here, who I appreciate very much joining this panel. I'll go down starting on my right. Next to me is Justin Jeffries. Justin is the Associate Director of our Atlanta office of the SEC, where he has the enforcement program. That's the same program that I had for the Miami office. Justin joined the SEC's Division of Enforcement in 2010 after serving time, and sometimes that's what it sounds like, serving time as an associate at 2 large law firms. And probably on a happier note, was also a law clerk to a judge in the Northern District of Georgia. Justin has degrees from the University of Virginia Law School and Duke University. Next to Justin is Maurice Johnson, and we congratulate Maurice on his recent promotion to Executive Assistant United States Attorney here in the Southern District of Florida, where he's a membership of the leadership team of that very large and active office. Maurice and I got to know each other quite well in his previous role, which was as Deputy Chief of the Economic and Environmental Crime Section for the U.S. Attorney's Office, where he supervised many different kinds of cases, but including white-collar crimes such as securities matters. Maurice had also previously been a prosecutor in another very active office, the New York County District Attorney's Office, before he became an AUSA. And he's a graduate of the University of Pittsburgh Law School and received his undergrad degree from Mansfield University of Pennsylvania. Next to Justin is my colleague, Olivia Cho. Olivia is the Chief Litigation Counsel for the SEC's Division of Enforcement, where she oversees our nationwide litigation program, another very active role. Before joining the SEC, Olivia was down here in Miami as an assistant U.S. Attorney's Office in the as an assistant U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of Florida. She'd also served time as an associate at a large law firm, and Olivia also served as a clerk to a district court judge as well as a judge on the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit. She's a graduate of Harvard College and Yale Law School. And finally, at the end of the table, I'm pleased to welcome Greg Melcher. Greg is Chief Counsel for Securities for the Florida Office of Financial Regulation, what we call, and you'll hear referred to probably throughout these 2 days, as OFR, an office with
we're happy to work very closely with in the Miami Regional Office, a great state regulator. Greg's in the Office of General Counsel and works in the Tampa office. Greg is a graduate of Loyola University of New Orleans and the University of Florida Levin College of Law. He's previously been a Florida State prosecutor, among other things. And I'll end up by saying Greg's had an illustrious career at OFR. One among many of the actions he led was one in which he very much protected investors, but destroyed the dreams of many teenagers when he halted a Ponzi scheme being conducted by Lou Pearlman, who was famous as the founder of groups such as the Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, and others. So if there's anyone in this room who once dreamed of being in a boy band, you can blame Greg if you didn't have your chance. With that, let's get started. We are going to leave some time at about 10 minutes at the end for questions. So we'd be very glad to hear from you, but if you can hold any questions till then, we'd appreciate it. I'm going to start with Olivia. The Supreme Court has had a number of cases this year that has made national headlines. Not among the ones that made general news shows, but ones that hit the securities market. One that hit the securities industry in a very significant way, as well as other government regulators, was a recent case decided this month where the Supreme Court ruled that parties charged in an SEC administrative proceeding can immediately challenge the constitutionality of those actions in the U.S. District Court. Can you tell us more about the context of that case and what that might mean for our program?
Sure, thank you, Glenn. And it's very nice to be back in Miami, where I did love my time as an AUSA. So just as a little bit of background for this Supreme Court case, under the federal securities laws, the Division of Enforcement can recommend enforcement actions be brought in federal district court or for certain violations as administrative proceedings. Administrative proceedings are brought before the Commission itself for certain kinds of claims, and the Commission can, if it finds violations have occurred, order various kinds of relief, cease and desist orders, disgorgement, monetary penalties, and certain kinds of securities industry bars. So traditionally, when there are administrative proceedings before the Commission has often appointed or assigned matters to an administrative law judge, similar to other agencies, also known as ALJs. And the ALJs are often the ones who will, take evidence, hear testimony, conduct the hearing in contested matters, ultimately issue an initial decision, which can be then appealed to the Commission. The Commission issues a final order, and that in turn, historically, can be appealed to a federal court of appeals. So that's just all background on, the SEC's APs, or administrative proceedings. So over the last several years, there have been a number of constitutional challenges brought to our APs. Starting in 2018, there was a Supreme Court decision, not the one Glenn just mentioned, which we'll get to in a moment, but that case was called Lucia versus SEC. And in that case, the Supreme Court held that our ALJs had not been constitutionally appointed. Their method of being appointed to be ALJs was unconstitutional. And for anyone who wants to come find me later and get into the weeds about, inferior officers and the appointments clause of the Constitution, I'm happy to do that. That problem was remedied by the Commission ratifying the appointments of all of the ALJs. But that wasn't the end of the challenges. We have continued to see challenges both to our ALJs and to our proceedings more broadly. So last year in a case in the Fifth Circuit called Jarkissi versus SEC, the Fifth Circuit held, again, coming back to our ALJs, that the protections against ALJs being removed that were established by statute, that those removal protections were also unconstitutional under Article 2. The Fifth Circuit also held that it was unconstitutional for the Commission to be able to impose civil penalties without a jury trial, a violation of the Seventh Amendment. and the Fifth Circuit held that it violated the non-delegation doctrine for Congress to have delegated to the Commission the authority to decide whether proceedings should be brought, enforcement actions should be brought in federal district court, where we file all of our cases, or as administrative proceedings. That decision the Fifth Circuit held should not have been left to the Commission. So there's all these challenges out there. And traditionally, as I said before, respondents or defendants in these proceedings would go through the process of an ALJ hearing their case if they were contesting, then maybe appeal to the Commission, then maybe appeal to a court of appeals. But the case that Glenn mentioned was a case where the respondent, Ms. Cochran, said, I don't want to have to go through that whole process because my claim is that the process and things about it are themselves unconstitutional. So she filed a suit in district court saying that she wanted to enjoin the entire AP proceeding because of its unconstitutionality. That worked its way up to the Supreme Court, again via the Fifth Circuit. And just a couple weeks ago, the Supreme Court held unanimously that, in fact, respondents like Ms. Cochran, who are raising these kind of fundamental constitutional challenges, they don't have to wait and go through that process. They can bring their case in district court right away. So what does all that mean for our enforcement program? It does mean that we expect more challenges to be brought. We do expect these issues to continue to percolate through the courts. In that Jerkesy case that I mentioned from the Fifth Circuit, the SG's office has filed a cert petition with the Supreme Court. If that's granted, it would be presumably heard next term by the Supreme Court. So these kinds of challenges are going to continue to be ironed out, and they do create some legal uncertainty about our APs. And so the division has, over the last few years, really focused where there are viable claims and viable relief for the kinds of violations we're alleging. We've really focused in contested matters in federal district court. In settled matters, of course, we've proceeded with APs. And in certain contested matters where there's only the kind of relief available in an AP, it's not by statute available in district court, we have filed a limited number of cases. But I think that what you can expect to see is continued focus on bringing district court cases that we think are framed to pursue the misconduct that we're seeing, addressing the legal uncertainty around our APs by focusing in that forum. And we're not going to be shy about trying to seek equitable relief in district court that we think is necessary and appropriate to protect investors and markets. But how this will all play out, I think, we're going to have to see.
Thanks, Olivia. I wonder, since we're here in a room full of our partners, state, particularly in this case, state agencies and FINRA, where some is registered, I'm wondering, like in my role, as an associate in justice role, we have to make a decision on resources when we look at tips, complaints, and referrals and other things and what kinds of cases we bring. And I could foresee myself in the future, if we're spending even more litigation resources because district court cases require more litigation resources, we're probably going to be making some more referrals to the state regulators in some cases where there is a matter in which a state action would make sense, and I think we'll simply have to focus on other things. Do you see that as one possible consequence?
Yeah, I think leveraging partnerships and the kinds of remedies and actions that state regulators, state criminal authorities, state administrative agencies can pursue is obviously an excellent alternative when there's something available there that's really going to bring protection for investors and relief from the harm that's occurring. There are challenges out there that have been filed to, for example, FINRA or SROs, and I think it's too early to say how a similar type of challenge applied to other kinds of agencies might play out. But I think trying to work together, as Kabir was saying, and as you're saying, Glenn, to try to make sure we do what we can to remedy misconduct in partnership is something we should look at very closely.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it's interesting. Some of the conservative arguments are by groups and individuals not, who take issue with what they call the administrative state. I mean, I would argue against that broad term, but also are interested in delegation of more power to state authorities. So it'd be interesting to see how those groups think about it. Thanks. Maurice, so you and I have worked together for several years, and our office and your office have a long history of working together on cases, like we were just talking about with Olivia, especially in parallel cases involving Ponzi schemes and other kinds of offering frauds, many of which prey on local communities at risk, immigrant communities, religious communities, different groups. So we know those are out there, and they're always going to be out there until we stop greed, and I don't really see that being, well, we try to reduce it. Stopping it's going to be tough. Do you see any new trends in your office in terms of securities cases that you're interested in?
Yes, we do. And first and foremost, I just want to say thank you for having us today, having me from the U.S. Attorney's Office. And I should also say that anything that I say today are my personal opinions, my views, and not that of the Department of Justice or that of the U.S. Attorney or the U.S. Attorney's Office. So before I say anything, and it could get me in trouble, I want to put that out there. But you're right, we are seeing new things. We are seeing new trends in our district. I think one of the things that we're seeing first and foremost are cryptocurrency cases, right? And I know some of you are seeing that obviously in the civil sector, but we're seeing that in a variety of ways that these fraudsters are committing fraud. You know, over the last year or so, for example, we have investigated and prosecuted many cryptocurrency cases where, for example, investors are investing in mining of the cryptocurrency. That is the allegation. And they're saying, hey, we are going to mine cryptocurrency, and after that, once it's mined, we're then going to trade that coin, right? An investor in for profit, and then obviously investors think they're going to get money, and ultimately the fraudster steals their money and spends it on boats and yachts and everything else. So that's one thing that we often see here. Another thing that we've seen, and these are really challenging cases, is that when you are trading cryptocurrency on a decentralized exchange, not only they're not following Know Your Customer rules or any Bank Secrecy Act rules, anti-money laundering rules that they should follow, you know, they are also engaging what we call market manipulation, right? So at different times, they are basically portraying or committing wash trades and saying that, hey, this coin is being more profitable than it actually is. And people obviously are investing. They see that the price is going up and they're investing. And again, losing their money. So cryptocurrency is one area that we actually see as a new trend in our district, in addition to the offering frauds. Another thing that I found exciting, because we don't get a lot of these cases, are insider trading cases. That is something that we're starting to see in our jurisdiction. As you all know, we went through a pandemic, and during COVID, many people moved down to Miami from New York and other places. And I actually read an article where they said in 2022, excuse me, over 65,000 people moved from New York to Miami. In the first 3 months of 2023, over 10,000 people moved from New York to Miami. Okay, and so because of that, you have people moving to to Miami, and they have connections in New York there who are in the market, right? That own brokerage companies, who are investors on Wall Street. And then somehow they are trading on information down here or selling their stock or anything before that information is public. And these are challenging cases as well. It's not easy to prosecute an insider trading case. But again, because of the migration of people from New York and Chicago and California, you are starting to see these types of cases down here in our district. So I would say, in terms of the new trends, those will be two of the type that we're seeing.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I'm pleased to say that our office in Miami now has a presence in the Division of Enforcement's Crypto Assets and Cybersecurity Unit, which is one of the specialized units in enforcement, and one which has been given relatively significant additional resources because it's of the problem we're facing. Mind you, like everyone else in the room. We still don't have all the resources we could use, but we've gotten a number of new ones. So I'm sure folks nationally, but also in the unit and in our court cases in Miami will be pleased to know we can continue that working relationship in a new area. I'll also say they built a huge building. It's almost finished 2 blocks from Brickell Avenue, 2 blocks from our office, which is mostly going to be filled with financial entities, and I'm sure a lot of them are cryptocurrency. So we may have a lot of neighbors we'll be investigating soon, depending on what they're up to. Which may help actually reduce the wait time for machines at my gym, because ever since that stuff happened, the gym has gotten packed. But the SEC, insider trading cases have always been a core matter for us. I mean, they are difficult. They are probably because they're almost always based on circumstantial evidence, and people often take it to trial. They don't like to admit what they did. Those are tough cases for us to bring, and while we don't often face programmatic questions in a case, it's more about the facts and circumstances and who the jury believes, there are some issues that come up. So, Olivia, I know you told me you've got some interesting things to say about a recent case we had and the program in general.
Yeah, so insider trading cases, we've continued to bring, it's bread and butter for our enforcement program. We've continued to kind of have your bread and butter facts and circumstances cases. We brought up a case in parallel with criminal authorities in New York against a former congressman, Stephen Boyer, who was convicted at the criminal trial, trading in advance of 2 announcements relating to, companies he was advising as a consultant. An Ernst & Young employee who traded on inside information he had by virtue of his employment at EY. The kinds of cases that, many folks are used to the division bringing. But there are 2 areas in which we've brought some novel insider trading matters in the last year or so that I wanted to just touch on briefly. One in the crypto asset space. Last summer in July of 2022, we filed the Commission's first insider trading action involving trading in crypto asset securities. That was filed in the Western District of Washington. Again, parallel criminal matter in New York. But that was filed against an individual. He worked at Coinbase, which is a trading platform for crypto assets. He was a product manager, and he would hear about new assets that were going to be listed for trading beforehand. And so he would tip his brother and his good friend, and they would trade using that inside information that he'd gotten from Coinbase. And then, when those crypto assets were listed for trading on the platform, often their prices increased dramatically. They have both, our case is still pending, but they have, the 2 brothers have pled guilty to wire fraud in the Southern District of New York. The 3rd defendant is not in the country, and so his case is not proceeded yet. So that's kind of a new area. It's the same conduct. It's insider trading conduct. It's leveraging the kind of inside information that Kabir was referring to earlier, just involving crypto asset securities. Another area that I wanted to touch on is insider trading cases where there are 10b5-1 plans involved. So for those of you who need a refresher, executives at a company can establish a 10b5-1 trading plan. And if they trade pursuant to that plan, it's a shield from liability because you set it up ahead of time. But the thing is, you can't have material non-public inside information when you set up the plan. So we've had 2 matters in the last year where we brought insider trading actions where the folks who traded did have plans in place. And we alleged that they had those plans in place, even though they certified they didn't have MNPI, they actually did. So one was a settled matter involving executives of a company called Cheetah Mobile. And another one is a litigated case that we filed in parallel with criminal authorities against the executive of a company called OnTrack. He actually set up a trading plan not once but twice. And we've alleged that when he set those plans up, he knew about negative information relating to the company's biggest customer, and that the relationship was very tenuous. And that he traded both times after setting up those plans, and then when the end of the relationship was announced, the stock price decreased dramatically, and he thereby avoided trading losses. And so that case is still pending. The last development I will touch on very briefly, referring to facts and circumstances in our insider trading cases. There's a case from the Fourth Circuit, a decision that was issued earlier this year. In a case, I will admit, I have a personal connection to. I tried it in the Eastern District of Virginia. Very standard circumstantial case. After we presented the evidence at trial, circumstantial evidence relating to his trading, lies to the FBI, and aberrations in his trading patterns, the judge granted the defense's Rule 50 motion for a directed verdict. We appealed that, and the Fourth Circuit reversed the decision and said, no, this circumstantial evidence is enough to go to the jury. And I think that's really important both for civil and criminal authorities in bringing insider trading actions, because it is important that we be able to bring actions based on circumstantial evidence, because as Glenn was saying, people don't often admit that they've engaged in insider trading and give you that direct evidence. So those are some highlights from the last several months.
Thanks, Olivia. And I want to go back to something Maurice was saying too, talking about insider trading using crypto securities is a new trend. And it's interesting because, of course, there are lots of legal arguments that folks make about a crypto asset not being a security, and it is a facts and circumstances cases, but the Commission has charged a number of those, and there are cases where it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck. It ought to be called a duck. So it's not just insider trading, but we have in litigation in the Miami office what is the first Commission action involving crypto assets and a pump and dump. Traditional pump and dump using press releases, but they were about the crypto assets. Of course, we always face that argument, but we feel that we've got better facts on our side. But it's just another example of a new security being used in traditional fraudster kind of ways. Greg, let me turn to you. If you could tell us about sort of the OFR and its activities in securities space. I know there's other areas of OFR. Also about how its administrative actions work.
Thanks, Glenn. I need to provide the standard disclaimer that my remarks are my own views and did not necessarily reflect the views of the Office of Financial Regulation or any of my colleagues at the OFR. Let me quickly tell you about the OFR. I'm going to go pretty fast here. And what I believe are some of the powers and opportunities that OFR brings to securities and investment-related investigations. The OFR is a state of Florida agency with approximately 360 employees working in 4 major areas. We call them divisions. OFR is led by Commissioner Russell Weigel, a former SEC attorney in the audience today, and later, after the SEC, an accomplished counsel in the private placement and enforcement arena. Russ is up here on the second row. We have a financial institutions division with about 100 employees, mostly bank examiners overseeing 62 state chartered banks based in Florida with total assets of approximately $98 billion and 67 credit unions with total assets of about $85 billion. Some are now providing depositors cryptocurrency services, for example, assisting with the purchase of Bitcoin with funds from the customer accounts. We have a consumer finance division with 90 employees overseeing 1,900 mortgage brokers, 4,300 mortgage broker firms, 55,000 mortgage loan originators. That's the person you talk to if you wanted to get a mortgage loan. And 400 check cashers, 4,000 motor vehicle finance companies, 1,300 retail installment sellers. More importantly for our discussion today, OFR's Consumer Finance Division also licenses money transmitters who move funds as a licensed intermediary for a customer to a third party. We currently have 300 such registered money transmitters Several cryptocurrency exchanges recently in the news have affiliated firms handling the transaction as licensed money transmitters, and we have enforcement actions pending against some of those, and there's others under investigation seeking to revoke these licenses over issues with safekeeping of investor funds and some in earned interest accounts, and the failure to maintain sufficient surety bond requirements. As will be discussed later in the panel today by OFR's Kerry Finnegan, OFR has a securities division, 75 employees in registration and examination functions overseeing approximately 2,400 registered dealers, approximately 2,000 state investment advisor firms, 6,000 federal covered IAs, 44,000 IA representatives or IARs. Actions against registered firms or individuals, or for sanctions against those unregistered actors who are seeking to come into compliance through registration, typically occurs through an administrative proceeding governed by a separate chapter of the Florida statutes, Chapter 120, and results in final orders. Parties have appellate rights to Florida's District Court of Appeals, and violation of final orders may be enforced by petition for enforcement to the Florida Circuit Courts. Administrative actions are initiated through notice of proceedings rather than through the more technical service requirements under Florida law, like serving a regular law circuit in the circuit court. Chapter 120 also provides for an independent division that houses administrative law judges known as the Florida Division of Administrative Hearings. To date, I've not seen similar Constitution issues raised in Cochran, as Olivia explained, or in the Jarkessi versus SEC matter, which is the right to a jury trial when penalties are imposed. But we haven't seen those raised on appeal in any of our actions today. Generally, Florida law requires the exhaustion of administrative remedies in the administrative proceeding before constitutional issues can be raised on appeal. The fourth division with the OFR is the Bureau of Financial Investigations with 44 employees, mostly under the title of investigators. This section, for the most part, focuses on unregistered activity in cases dealing with securities or investments. Particularly the sale of unregistered securities by unregistered agents is often found in Ponzi schemes. I mentioned securities or investments as Section 517.301 of Florida statutes, which governs statutory fraud, is not limited to the offer or sale of securities, but includes frauds through the provision of investment advice or securities or investments, including investments that do not satisfy the Halley test for investment contract or the Reeves test for notes as securities. Additionally, law enforcement with us today, please note that by statute, the OFR's Bureau of Financial Investigations is a criminal justice agency and may refer matters to state and federal law enforcement or prosecutorial agencies and shall provide investigative assistance to those agencies. OFR Investigations Bureau Chief Alex Toledo will also be on a panel later today. Last, OFR has an executive direction component that houses our Office of General Counsel, or OGC as we call it, and General Counsel Tony Camerata, who's with us today as well. The OGC has 18 attorneys and 5 paralegals who bring enforcement actions typically in administrative forums or in state court. In the securities arena, OFR is specifically authorized by statute under Section 517.191 to bring claims for legal as well as equitable remedies for injunctions, the appointment of receivers, restitution, civil penalties, and disgorgement. Under OFR Commissioner Weigel's leadership and direction, the OGC has within the last 2 years formed a litigation section comprised of 4 attorneys, 1 paralegal whose focus is on seeking injunctive and other relief against the worst of the bad actors in the state or federal court. So I hope I've helped broaden your understanding of how OFR may have an angle for enforcement when you're developing cases that have a banking or money transmission component or securities or investment component. OFR is happy to assist you through your referrals, or OFR
is happy to provide assistance. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. Hey, Olivia, I have a quick question for you. And it's the Fifth Circuit case challenging the constitutionality of LJs. Was that under the due process clause?
Jarvisy?
Yeah, Jarvisy.
I think that it was the non-delegation doctrine as far as being able to sue in either forum, and then the Seventh Amendment as far as the jury trial.
Okay.
And then the ALJs, the removal, I think that was just a structural claim.
Interesting. But the jury trial, the Seventh Amendment, conceivably a court might apply that to the states. So yeah, we'll see how that all plays out. I think the Seventh Amendment has already been applied to the states.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I thought so. Well, thanks very much, Greg. So Justin Kabir, who is my boss's boss, gave an incredibly wonderful best speech, panel discussion I have ever heard. Right, you agree? Yeah, I think Olivia agrees too. But he talked about a couple of enforcement priorities. One he talked about, and we've talked a little bit about, is crypto. For those of you who want to hear more, there'll be an entire panel on crypto. I think it's this afternoon, but during the conference, so you will be hearing more. But there are some other national priorities and also local priorities. Can you tell us about some of them?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So thanks, Glenn. It's great to see everyone here today, and I appreciate the chance to participate. I think that might be the first time in a long time I've gotten a question at a conference asking me not to speak about crypto, which I appreciate. Our office is very active in that space, but it's not all we do. The chair has highlighted several areas that you'll hear about this week. As Glenn mentioned, Revere mentioned several earlier today. One area that's been a consistent focus more recently, though, has been ESG, which I'm sure we all know now stands for environmental, social, and governance. The ESG framework covers a wide array of non-financial factors, from energy efficiency to working conditions for employees to board structure and brand independence. The wide array of non-financial factors can still have tremendous financial impact. So many of you know about 2 years ago, the SEC created the Climate and ESG Task Force within the Division of Enforcement. The task force works closely with the SEC divisions and offices, including the divisions of corporation finance, investment management, and examinations. It also coordinates with other agencies and authorities in the U.S. and abroad, including the EPA, the DOJ, state AGs, and others like the FCA in the UK. The task force really is building on the SEC's work to address threats to investors in the marketplace. So our focus on this area is really a natural outgrowth of our typical focus on policing the market for what's important to investors. And as we've all seen, ESG issues, and particularly material risks posed by climate issues, are increasingly important to and impacting companies' bottom lines, boardroom discussions, and investors' investment decisions. And more companies these days are disclosing information on ESG and climate-related issues, including risk to supply chains and other business risks. Based on a study performed by the Governance and Accountability Institute, 92% of the S&P 500 and 70% of the Russell 1000 voluntarily published sustainability reports in 2020. And this makes sense. These companies are now often competing for capital allocation based on investment decisions that include ESG considerations and reliance on ESG-related disclosures. But this research shows that corporate sustainability reports have clearly been adopted as a best practice by the largest U.S. public companies, as well as most mid-cap companies as well. We're also seeing an explosion of ESG-branded products and funds in the asset management space, and a renewed focus by investors on social governance issues. Our investigations and the actions we bring in this space, just like our investigations and actions on all issues, they really just apply long-standing legal principles when assessing whether conduct violates what's really still well-established law. So to simply put, issuers should make sure that when they do speak on climate or ESG issues, that the disclosures are just not materially misleading or that they're omitting material information. And if an asset manager is marketing an ESG fund, he has to do so in a way that's not materially false or misleading. We've brought a few recent cases in this area that help show our focus on it. Last year, we charged Goldman Sachs Asset Management for policies and procedures failures involving 2 mutual funds and 1 separately managed account strategy marketed as ESG investments. In this case, our order, as one example, found that Goldman Sachs policies and procedures required its personnel to complete a questionnaire for every company it planned to include in each portfolio prior to the selection. But we found that personnel completed many of the ESG questionnaires after securities were already selected and relied on previous ESG research, which was often conducted in a different manner than what was required in its policies and procedures. To settle the charges, the firm in that case agreed to pay a $4 million penalty. We also recently charged Vale SA, which was a publicly traded Brazilian mining company, with making false and misleading claims about the safety of its dams prior to the 2019 collapse of one of those dams. The collapse killed 270 people, caused immeasurable environmental and social harm, and led to a loss of more than $4 billion in Vale's market cap. The complaint alleged that Vale regularly misled local governments, communities, and investors about the safety of the dam through its ESG disclosures, and that for years, Vale knew that the dam did not meet internationally recognized safety standards. One thing I want to make clear in this case is that Vale was charged based on its disclosure of what it calls sustainability reports that were misleading, and not because there's some independent SEC requirement that it disclose sustainability information. Just last month, Vale agreed to pay more than $55 million to settle those charges. And the final case I'll mention in this area is another case from last year where we charged BNY Mellon for misstatements and omissions about ESG considerations in making investment decisions for certain mutual funds that it managed. In this case, the commission found that BNY Mellon Investment Advisor misleadingly suggested that a proprietary ESG quality review score was always prepared when choosing fund investments, when in fact the commission found that the funds held investments that did not have a proprietary ESG quality review score. Statements like those made by BNY Mellon are important to investors because they distinguish a fund that considers ESG when making investment decisions from one that does not. In fact, the BNY Mellon order expressly states that BNY Mellon made misleading statements in response to numerous inquiries about ESG considerations. So it's something that investors cared about, and it warranted enforcement action. And in that case, the company agreed to pay a $1.5 million penalty to resolve those claims. So those are just a few examples, but I hope you can see from this activity that ESG is an area where we're focused and likely will stay focused in the near future.
Thanks, Justin. Yeah, it's certainly an area that gets a lot of news attention. It is controversial among some parts of the political philosophy, and I think what you mentioned is a really important thing for folks to think about. Is these charges are not because of an SEC requirement about a particular disclosure. It's about a disclosure that a company made and wasn't true, right? Which is just a traditional securities law violation. And in a case like that, I'm curious, Maurice, despite the controversy, if you've got a case like that where there was a misstatement by a company, do you think there would be criminal interest, facts and circumstances, of course, but criminal interest in bringing an ESG criminal case?
I do think so, and I do foresee that happening in our district. First and foremost, I think that obviously the civil arena, it's always appropriate to bring cases in the civil arena regarding this area, right? And that's because there's so many bad actors that, they should be held accountable and profits should be disgorged and give back to investors, right? Number two about that, there is a lower standard, and as a practice point, the burden of proof is lower in civil cases, so I think that we should use the civil courts. But to address your question, I do think, number one, we're going to see these cases because, as Justin just indicated, you obviously have the SEC Climate and ESG Task Force. So number one, I think there will be some cases that come from that task force during those enforcement actions that actually may be criminal. and there may be some criminal prosecutions coming from there. That's first and foremost. Secondly, I just really think that in the criminal space, as investors and employers and customers become more, or at least attempt to be more socially aware, for example, diversity and inclusion, or companies are becoming more environmentally friendly, trying to reduce their carbon footprint, emissions, fraudsters are going to see this, right? At least in the Southern District of Florida, where they seem to pick up on everything, they look at this as an opportunity that they can make some money, right? And so because of that, I think that there will be cases that are similar to regular fraud cases now. They could be offering fraud cases, they could be Ponzi schemes. So we're going to see the same type of fact pattern, but it's going to be based upon the ESG principles. And what I think about that is, as prosecutors, right, in our office, we have prosecutors who are aware of these ESG concepts. We're going to assess it like we do any other case, right? The first thing is look at it, what type of fraud? Is this an offering fraud? Is this a Ponzi scheme? Secondly, we have to ask ourselves, look, is this an investment fraud? Is there a security? What is that security, right? Is this an investment contract that qualifies under the Howard test? Is it a note? Is it a stock? What are we talking about? And then we also, which is very important, what Justin also talked about, is we have to look at the material misrepresentations that are being stated to the investors. What are the investors relying on, right? Or the omissions, the lack thereof of any material misrepresentation. So I think that we will be addressing those type of cases. When it comes to the governance, though, I have to say that that's what makes the cases challenging. As any other fraud case, when you have to prove, for example, that the leadership, if you're charging a Title 18 offense, that the leadership, the governing body, has knowledge of this fraud, right? And if you're actually charging a Title 15 offense or a 10b-5, was that conduct willful? So I think that we are going to see this in the future, just because the nature of, at least in our district, they seem to pick up on every type of fraud, that everything that happens here. And I think this is another way to commit fraud.
We are known for that kind of creativity. Well, thanks, Maurice. I think I'm going to wrap up with one more question before we turn to questions from the audience. So, Greg, I'll turn to you. I understand that state regulators have recently begun bringing some cases in federal court. Can you briefly tell us a little bit about that and whether those are cases they coordinate with the SEC or other regulators or criminal authorities?
Yes, Glenn, that's true. The OFR, through its membership in the North American Securities Administrators Association, NASA, the other NASA, I guess as we call it, has been working with other states in both large crypto cases, particularly on cases where exchanges are offering earned interest accounts, as well as on cases involving the sale of precious metals as investments, particularly when investors are provided investment advice about the liquidation of their IRA securities, of their IRA securities holdings, and the transfer of those liquidated sums to self-directed IRA custodians, allowing the purchase of the precious metals, typically with undisclosed markups by the precious metal marketers. The CFTC is also a partner in some of these investigations. So, for example, the OFR partnered with other states and entered a final order and obtained a significant fine split among the participating states. In the Nexo cryptocurrency matter, I know the SEC also resolved the matter with Nexo recently. The OFR is a plaintiff in 2 federal lawsuits involving precious metals, one in the Northern District of Texas with the CFTC as the lead plaintiff, and approximately 30 other states. Similarly, the OFR is in a federal lawsuit in California, again with the CFTC as the lead plaintiff, with approximately 30 other states joining. In one of those matters, it is publicly known that since there have been search warrants issued, that there is a public criminal investigation ongoing. So that's some examples of how I think the states are getting more aggressive in looking at their powers and utilizing them, not just in administrative forums in their local states, and not just in circuit court in their states, but in federal court collectively.
Thanks, Greg. I think I'll wrap up by noting, as Eric Castillo and Nika and Gabir mentioned, what you've just been describing is points to the importance of events like this, where we can meet each other, or our partners and colleagues, and also, in those investigations and in any civil or criminal actions, communication, so that we can work on the same page as we pursue what are ultimately the same goal, but we have different routes to get there. So with that, we're open for 10 minutes of questions. I think Kim said there's a microphone that's going to go around or something. Oh, hello. I think that's Ariel. I can't see. Yeah, hi, Ariel. Ariel is our television talk show host right now for the next few minutes. If anybody, does anybody have a question? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, I can see one here by me, Ariel. I have to put my glasses on if I want to see everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name's Lynn. I'm from the Georgia Secretary of State Securities Division. I'm curious, when you take a securities case all the way through to a jury trial and you're making an argument in front of the jury, what are some of the difficulties or challenges with, advocating to the jury, and what are some of the easier aspects in terms of security cases? Thank you.
Great. So maybe we can do everybody, if there's any difference, but start with an SEC and a criminal perspective on that.
I can tell you from a criminal perspective, I mean, we think about this often in our charging decisions, whether to charge the case as a securities case, because you don't necessarily have to do that, right? You can charge a wire fraud for a securities case, and that is actually sometimes better because you don't have to explain what a security is. They don't have to go through this mental gymnastics to try to figure that out. The real question is if you're relying on material misrepresentations. Have we used some interstate commerce violation somehow? Basically, like using an email or a telephone. These are some of the things that are much simpler to prove to a jury other than going to securities to charge securities. But I do think that it should be charged, though. And at times they should be charged. And we do jury selection, and you try to pick the best jurors to understand it, and you try to make it as basic as possible. Because they should know that this is the type of crime that it is, and we should charge it as such. So I think there are times when you should charge it. However, oftentimes it's probably much simpler so a jury gets it to charge it as a wire fraud.
We don't have that luxury, of course, at the SEC, so anything we charge, we're going to have to say it involves the security. I think fundamentally, there are challenges to proving any complex case, and certainly a complex securities fraud case to a jury. But what you are ultimately doing is the same as in any other trial, which is you're telling a story, you're making it as basic as you can. And I think, there can be a lot of complexity, but I think jurors really respond to understanding that somebody has lied, that somebody has cheated, that investors were harmed, or even when you can't immediately go find an individual investor, that there are harms to the market, which is where we all, have our retirement savings or people's kids' college savings. So there's always, I think, a fundamental story that people will understand, even if there's a lot of complexity surrounding it. And there's lots of ways to do that, whether it's through a really good witness, a really good victim, or a really good expert. Graphics can help if it's especially complex. But it's a challenge, and as Gabir mentioned, we are hiring, and we're looking for great trial attorneys who want to take on the challenge of telling those stories in court.
Justin or Greg, I don't know, do you have any additional thoughts? Or
I would only suggest that the complexity often is associated with the number of victims that you have. And so to the extent that you can find marketing materials or other kind of widely disseminated, communications sure makes it a lot easier conveying that, on a broad kind of theory rather than having to go individual by individual. And that's what we have done in the past is try to pick out some pretty good victims and use them and through summary evidence try to establish that the other folks received those same type of communications.
And I was just going to pick up on one point that Olivia mentioned really, which is, and there are ways around this, but it's certainly a challenge that in some types of our cases, not having that sympathetic victim that you might have who is more directly harmed in some of our other types of frauds. We have certain types of cases like insider trading cases where the harm is a little more abstract. And so it's a little harder to get that victim that you really want to put on the stand in front of the jury. The other area that I think of as far as that problem has to do with some of our more technical cases, sometimes in the advisory space where you have maybe excess fees that were charged. And the excess fees to each individual victim were fairly minor, but in the aggregate could be millions and millions of dollars. And so it's the same struggle where you get in front of a jury and you don't have that person who really was harmed in the broader sense as far as their portfolios. So that's just something that we've struggled with at times, but there are certainly strategies to get around it.
Yeah, I'm not a trial attorney in our office, but I know that's one of the very important things they focus on too. I will say, going back to Olivia's points about graphics and other electronic kind of ways to show people, explain the case. From personal experience, I can say I think that's very important. My husband was the foreperson on a state criminal trial jury, and once they made a decision, he came home and I said, "How was it?" And he said, they were okay, but they were nothing like they are on Law and Order. So I think the competition can be tough when people are seeing so much TV. Unfairly tough, I might say. But I think we're probably better at using graphics in our cases than they were on Law and Order. So we may have one up on them there. We probably have time for one more question. If anyone has one. If not, oh wait, there's one in the back. I can't really see. Yeah, see. All right. Oh, I see somebody else is going there. Mercedes, I can't see.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for your time today. My question is for Olivia. You mentioned insider trading cases, and in particular the challenge
the crowd is asking
the fact that those cases are often based on circumstantial evidence. I'm wondering if you've noticed a trend of hesitancy in district courts to truly rely on the promulgation of 1051 that allows for just more possession of an MPI instead of the actual use of an MPI. And whether you notice district courts are more want to take the decision out of the hands of the jury and decide, well, it's just circumstantial evidence. I'm more comfortable had you shown that they actually used this information they portrayed versus just they were aware of it and they had possession of it.
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with that getting litigated in recent cases, although it certainly might have been, and I just don't know. But I think even if there is just for those who aren't familiar, there is under the rule, this is not 10b5-1 that we were talking about earlier, where you can set up one of these plans that can immunize you from liability if you did it and you were not aware of MMPI. This is a rule saying that insider trading liability can be established not just if you had inside information and used it, but if you were aware of it at the time that you traded. And I think that there might be a case where you're right on the edge, right? And you're trying to tell that story. But I think more often when a case gets filed, even if that's a theoretical basis for liability, when it comes time to either seek summary judgment on either side or eventually for a trial, the story that is usually getting told by that time, a lot of times has shifted. So you're really saying, The guy had the inside information, and he used it to make those trades. He wasn't just aware of it and made the trades. I think the circumstances in which you're going to be on that edge are probably pretty rare, and I don't know if a court has directly had to grapple with that, where there's just no question that he was using it. He wasn't using it, or she, but was aware of it, and whether there could be liability there. And I'm sure the case will arise where that does become crucial. But I think in most cases you're going to end up in the situation that we think of traditionally, where someone gets tipped and they use it to trade because they know they're going to make money.
Well, thank you to the panelists this morning, and thank you to the audience. We're finished for the day, and I believe, Lisa, we have a break now, right? 15 minutes? Nope, not 15 minutes. We don't have a break. Oh, we have a 5 minutes break. All right. Well, run. Thanks, everybody. It is 15 minutes. All right. Thanks, everybody.
I'm sitting right in the back. Yeah. So anyway, so let's let's go. It's a nice dog. Okay. It's a nice
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to need you to find your seats. The next panelist discussion is going to start in 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll need you to find your seats. The next panel discussion is going to start in 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to find your seats. We're going to start the program. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to find your seats. We're about to start the program.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see some familiar faces out there and some new ones. And we welcome you to the Trends, Priorities, and Initiatives panel with respect to compliance and examinations. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Jeannie Cabot, and I work in the Miami Regional Office. I'm the Assistant Director for the Investment Advisor and Investment Company Exams Program, as well as the Acting Associate for the overall exams program, which also includes the broker-dealer. So today we have a distinguished panel of guests who have graciously volunteered to talk to you about their programs. And regardless of our individual programs and regulatory agencies, we all have one goal in mind, and that is to protect our investors. So I want to give a shout out to Glenn to thank you for covering the disclaimer for us. And that disclaimer goes for me and John Sweeney. So now I'd like to briefly introduce each member of the panel. And we'll start with John Sweeney, to my right. He is Acting Associate Director and Strategic Risk Coordinator for the Atlanta Regional Office Exams Program. John has been with the SEC since 2005, and prior to joining Atlanta, he worked as an exam manager in the headquarters in Washington, D.C. office. And prior to joining the SEC, John worked in the private sector in various capacities for a private fund advisor, a global hedge fund, and a mutual fund complex. Our next panelist, Shirley Abraham, worked for FINRA in various capacities since its inception in 2007, and she currently is responsible for exam teams that focus on financial, operational, and business risks. Shirley is also responsible for managing examination teams in the diversified carrying and clearing grouping. Prior to joining FINRA, Shirley held various roles in examinations and auditing with the New York Stock Exchange and the Chicago Board of Trade. Next we have Alicia Henderson, and she is currently Acting Associate Regional Director for the Atlanta Regional Office for the Employee Benefit Security Administration. We call them EBSA for short, and the U.S. Department of Labor, the DOL. Alicia has been working with the U.S. Department of Labor and the Employee Benefits Security Administration since 1999, where she began her career as an investigator conducting civil and criminal investigations and pursuing enforcement actions. Today, Alicia is responsible for the training and oversight of various programs for both the Atlanta Regional Office and the Miami District Office. And lastly, we have Kerry Finnegan, and she is the Chief of Enforcement for the Florida Office of Financial Regulation, the OFR. As Chief of Enforcement, Kerry is responsible for leading a statewide team of examiners who conduct compliance examinations and pursue enforcement actions against investment advisors, broker-dealers, and their associated persons. Kerry has over 2 decades of experience in securities and law compliance. Prior to joining the OFR, Kerry worked in the private sector as a partner at a law firm where she advised investment advisors and broker-dealers on regulatory matters, and in-house for a global financial services firm as field counsel, regulatory counsel, and head attorney for financial crimes compliance. Kerry also is a former SEC trial attorney. So, before we get into the trends portion of our discussions, we decided that we'd like to give you all an overview of each program, since we haven't seen you all in a little under 4 years, and we thought you'd appreciate hearing an update. So we're going to start with John. Why don't you start off by telling us about the SEC programs, both from a regional and national perspective.
Sure. Thanks, Jeannie, and welcome everybody. Thanks for having us here on the panel. From a national standpoint, we have about 15,000 advisors, and I'll focus on advisors here. I think Shirley will touch on BDs. I will touch on BDs a bit, but 15,000 advisors across the country. They manage about $125 trillion in assets under management. New York is our largest region. 30 trillion in assets, and 3,000 advisors. As you know, the program's growing nationally. 3-year growth rate for the nation is about 11% for advisors and 30% for assets under management. As Eric mentioned, a whole nother ballgame in the Southeast. The growth has far outpaced the rest of the country. It's a really interesting trend. We're going to talk more on that later, but so more to come on that. But in the Southeast here, we've got the Atlanta region and the Miami region. Atlanta, we're a 5-state region. We've got about 1,000 advisors. 4.5 trillion in assets under management. Those firms manage $4.5 trillion. Very retail-based region. The vast majority of our firms are manage assets between 100 and 500 million, but a growing number over $1 billion, and 20% of the firms in the region manage between 1 billion and 5 billion. So more complex. The exams are more difficult. And a growing number of private funds and some very large mutual fund complexes. The Miami region, 3-state region plus Puerto Rico, a few more firms, 1,065 firms, 3 trillion in assets. Again, most of them, those firms, are managed assets between $100 and $500 million. But growing, as you know, some very large firms, a number of private funds, that's growing rapidly. The Southeast combined, both regions, we cover about 15% of the advisors and also about 15% of the assets under management. Unique region, a lot of retirees, a lot of military, a lot of wealth. As far as BDs, Atlanta has about 225 BDs. There's 3,500 total across the nation, and Miami has a few more, 260. So in terms of production in the IA world, we'll examine about 15% of the advisors each year. In addition to those exams, we'll respond to market events, emerging events like the crypto chaos events of last year. A lot of outreach to firms there. We had a lot of cyber events in the past 3 years, so a lot of outreach to firms to see what happened in those cases. We'll conduct hundreds of investor outreach events. Most of this is investor education, so we'll do that for teachers, youth groups, minority groups, seniors, military. So we do that across the board in each region. Often we'll get partner with FINRA or the states or other agencies or organizations. So big part of the program and very impactful. We also produce risk alerts. If you haven't seen these, they're kind of short, topical publications. They're all on our website. For example, we did 7 in 2022. So quick reads if you want to get up to date on a topic or an issue. They're on the SEC website. We did in the last in 2022. We did 7 of these, but in the past few years we've done some on cyber, on private funds, on fees and expenses, the new marketing rule, Reg BI. So interesting information there if you're interested. And the last thing on the program is over the course of last year, we recovered $50 million for our investors. So non-enforcement related, just pure exam work, recoveries on things like fee issues or miscalculations, errors, share cost type issues. So $50 million, good year for the program.
Thank you, John. Shirley, FINRA's business structure has recently changed. And can you tell us a little bit about your business model post-transformation and talk a little bit about how your current structure is set up and what you all do?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Prior to 2020, FINRA's examination program, the firm examination program primarily, was largely based out of the district offices. So with some exceptions, examination staff would tend to conduct exams of firms that were largely based in their geographical areas, their local geographic areas. And that would mean maybe an examiner would be asked to be part of an exam of a firm that might operate a corresponding clearing firm, for example, in 1 month, and then another month they might be asked to be part of an exam of retail independent contractors, as an example. So those would be firms with a wide range of business models, different risks, different business activities, and we felt that there was a way we could do better. So FINRA solicited input from internal employees through surveys. We also met with industry leaders through roundtables. We wanted to understand how we could better utilize our resources to better serve as regulators. So in early 2020, FINRA transformed the National Firm Exam and Risk Monitoring programs within our Member Supervision Department. And what that meant was we broke out our firms between different groupings and subgroupings that are more largely based on commonalities with respect to the firm's business models and what their primary revenue drivers are, as opposed to where they are based locally or geographically. We have seen some advantages in that regard, where we're better able to monitor our firms for risk based upon the separation into different groupings. Those groupings include capital markets firms, retail, carrying and clearing, diversified, as well as trading and execution. That would be firms where their primary business model relates to executing orders on behalf of institutional customers or those that conduct proprietary trading. Exam staff are also now assigned to these groupings and subgroupings, regardless of where the staff is located or where the firms might be located. So this is what we refer to internally as taking a geographically agnostic approach. We're now better able to align examiners' interests as well as knowledge to where the skills and their knowledge could best be utilized over time. Examiners now have an opportunity to do more consistent exam-related work for like firms, and this also helps us to better tailor our examination scope based on examining like firms. We also now conduct more of a single examination as opposed to having a separate FinOp exam or a separate sales practice exam. And the most common exam, as I mentioned, is the firm examination program, so I could spend a couple minutes just giving an overview of the firm examination program. Each year, FINRA evaluates qualitative as well as quantitative information we get from our firms, and we make risk-based decisions as to which firms to include in that annual plan. The firm exam program is largely risk-based. We make scheduled exams in the sense where we make projections as to when we'll plan to announce those exams, and we also, in many cases, make data requests in advance of that exam announcement. We also have a number of specialist teams within our examination program, maybe cyber as well as anti-money laundering or fixed income specialists. Those individuals have lots of technical expertise and product knowledge to support the exam staff. They help examiners assess controls, assess the overall governance processes at firms, and in many cases when there's material risk present, these individuals will execute examination reviews and join the exam team so that there is that additional level of support. A firm exam can be added to the examination plan at FINRA with any time during the calendar year. So this is most prevalent in cases where we have a new member firm. A new member firm where the SEC might have recently approved the firm to be a broker-dealer. Within 6 months of that broker-dealer engaging in business, FINRA has an obligation to conduct an examination of that firm. So that could be something where we would have to adjust our exam plan in order to accommodate that new member examination. At the conclusion of our firm examinations, we issue an examination report to our firms. In cases where no issues have been identified, that's usually a clean examination report. Other times when the examination has uncovered rule violations, maybe FINRA rule violations or SEC or MSRB related rule violations, those exceptions are identified in the examination report. We also take materiality into consideration in situations where maybe it's more of a technical rule violation. We would cite an other finding, and those other findings do not make their way into the examination report. We also have a separate tool we refer to as observations. So in situations where we might have internal control weaknesses, or areas where we feel, if not remedied, might result in a rule violation, we would bring those observations to the firm's attention as well before the exam concludes. We also use the observation tool in situations where we might not technically have a rule available, but based on the firm's business models, there is risk present. So a good example of that would be liquidity. In situations where exams teams are conducting liquidity reviews, funding and liquidity type reviews, we might find there's weaknesses in the firm's contingency funding plan, let's just say, or the stress testing assumptions don't go far enough to really get to the core of the firm's business model risk or counterparty risk or customer risk. In those situations, we would leverage that observation tool and bring these items to the firm's attention and document that information in our exam file. We're now about 3 years past transformation, and the last few months we've been doing a lot of more on-site examination work, which has definitely helped bring teams together, further fostering collaboration and relationship building, and overall getting to a better work product. So hopefully that gives you a good overview of FINRA's examination program.
Carrie, you had mentioned that your program at the state of Florida is structurally different from the SEC and FINRA. Can you tell us a little bit about those differences and what your current program is like?
Sure, I can do that, but first I wanted to start talking a little bit about where OFR fits in the regulatory framework. I know FINRA and the SEC are very familiar of where the state lies from a jurisdiction perspective, but some of you from other agencies may not be. So I'm going to spend a moment on that. My colleague Greg covered the raw data, the numbers on how many firms and associated persons register with us. Needless to say, Florida's a large state. We have a lot of registrants. But our jurisdiction over IAs lies with the IAs who have assets under management of $100 million and less. We're the principal regulator, the sole regulator from a compliance perspective, setting aside, fraud, of that population of investment advisors. They run the gamut of a solo man or woman sitting in their kitchen with a few accounts to more sophisticated investment advisors who are advising pooled investment vehicles and doing other types of complex work. From a broker-dealer perspective, we have concurrent regulation, basically with FINRA and the SEC, of broker-dealers and associated persons in Florida. So that's what we focus on in our enforcement program. As Jeannie mentioned, I did want to spend a moment highlighting how we're a little bit different structurally than FINRA and the SEC. FINRA and the SEC have, they have their examinations division, and then they have their enforcement division. They conduct their exams, and of course, examinations does referrals to enforcement, who sometimes continues, to conduct examinations, take OTRs, etc. Under our enforcement umbrella, we cover both examinations and then, building cases for enforcement actions against registered firms and individuals. So, of course, we have the routine examinations of the books and records, which we apply Chapter 517, but baked within Chapter 517 through our Rules 69W600 administrative rules are actually many of the SEC rules for investment advisors and the FINRA series of rules as well. So we're applying 517, but we're also applying the other agencies' rules also. But the other thing that our team does is they take a look at tips, referrals, complaints, and they conduct, we call everything an exam if it's against a registrant. But they'll conduct what really is analogous to an enforcement investigation into an individual or a firm and gather all the evidence. In limited cases involving investor harm, we will take on the record testimony. We'll partner with the legal department, and we package up the evidence and we give it and work closely with the legal team to then bring either a settled case through a consent or an administrative proceeding typically. So we're slightly differently structured in the sense that, yes, my team is called the enforcement team, but they run the gamut from exams to more sort of exams that look like enforcement matters. And currently, I think Greg mentioned there's about 75 positions allocated to enforcement. I think my enforcement bureau has roughly 50 when the positions are all filled. We have vacancies, we're hiring too. And most of them are actually examiners and they're exam managers, although we do also cover the complaint function and we do have a small surveillance function as well that's mainly surveilling, the CRDs and so forth. So that shows how we're like a little bit differently structured. And the one thing enforcement does not cover at the securities division is we don't cover unregistered, offer and sale of unregistered securities and fraudulent offerings. For that, you'd have to speak to my colleague Alex Toledo, who you're going to meet later on today, who's going to be speaking on a panel. He's the head of the civil justice agency that we call the Bureau of Financial Investigations, and they're very successful in working with law enforcement to bring criminal cases against the fraudsters.
Okay, as I mentioned before, while our programs are slightly different and in some cases very different, we all have the investor at our focus. And with that, Alicia, your program is actually very different from all of us, from SEC, FINRA, and the state. So why don't you take it away?
That's correct. So our division is called Employee Benefits Security Administration within the Department of Labor. Some of the more commonly known divisions in the Department of Labor are, Wage and Hour, OSHA, Bureau of Labor Statistics, but we're a small entity within the Department of Labor, and our sole responsibility is to regulate and enforce one law, the Employee Retirement Income Security Act. And the focus of that goal is to protect private sector employee benefit plans. I'm here today to talk specifically about retirement plans, and our agency has jurisdiction over 800,000 retirement plans in the U.S., which represents about $4.5 trillion in assets. And we're broken into 10 regional offices with 2 district offices. And so that's a lot of ground to cover amongst, the offices across the country. We conduct civil and criminal investigations. We also have a team of advisors in our various offices. And so the benefits advisors team doesn't conduct investigations. We have a team of investigators that conduct civil and criminal investigations. But the benefits advisor portion of the job is very important because they're along the front lines. For instance, we receive thousands of phone calls, congressional letters, what are called web inquiries, hard copy letters, and referrals from other state and federal regulators with just problems about employee benefit plans. So we look on the benefits advisor side to resolve those internally. Most of the time we are able to resolve problems, get people certain disclosures or funds recovered, and really vet out some clarity. But other times when we're not able to resolve those things, then we do referrals either to other agencies or to our enforcement team. And so on the enforcement side, our investigators look at plans, and primarily the 2 pieces that we look at, which I'll continue to expand on throughout my time on this panel. But we look at prudence because there's a level of fiduciary responsibility owed to plans, and it's a very high threshold, and it's a single eye view. You have to maintain a sole level of loyalty to plans. And then we also look for prohibited transactions to make sure that your disclosures are correct, to make sure that there aren't any transactions that are going on that are self-dealing in nature, where you're not keeping the plan and retirees at its focus. So some of the other things I wanted to talk about is just some of our results that we've obtained. In fiscal 22, we've recovered $1.4 billion in direct monetary results to employee benefits plans. We closed over 900 civil investigations, and close to 70% of those civil investigations resulted in monetary losses restored to retirement plans. And then we've also had other corrective action take place. Another part of our annual goals is we do conduct outreach events to the public, and that takes on two ways. The first is we get out and do events to participants. Right now, one of our areas of focus is to underserved groups, and those underserved groups could be folks in rural areas, certain ethnic groups, poverty level areas, and to just inform people about their rights. And oftentimes we've gone out and done presentations and webcasts, and we've talked to people, and they didn't know where to go when something just wasn't quite right with their plan, financial statement, or lack thereof, or their plan sponsor or broker or other service provider not answering their questions. And so they come to us, and we, sometimes we resolve those, other times we refer those for investigation. But then another part of our outreach is with the actual ERISA practitioners. And that's another area where we're unique from my panel members, is that we don't just focus on investment advisors and firms and investment managers, or we have jurisdiction over all plan fiduciaries and service providers, and that could be attorneys, it could be insurance brokers, CPAs, actuaries, so any, as well as the investment advisors and brokers. So it is broader in nature, and we also investigate the plans and its administrators. And so when we're not able to get corrective action in our civil investigations, we refer those to our legal team, which is regional solicitors, and those are broken out throughout the country as well. But we also have a national team in our national office, PVSD, which is another team of attorneys. And so we do try civil cases in federal court when we can't get corrective action. And then the other side of what we do is when there's theft, embezzlement, self-dealing, and other, acts, criminal acts, we conduct civil investigations, and we refer those to federal and local and state prosecutors. So that's us in a nutshell, or not quite a nutshell.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to dive right into the trends portion of the discussion. And it seems like, and John, I'm going to pose this question to you, it seems like everyone is moving to the Southeast these days. And can you give us some perspective regarding how that's impacted the Miami and the Atlanta regions?
Yeah, it's really the macro trend. It's amazing. It's a very interesting trend. It's been happening for years, but really accelerated in the last 3 years. We've all seen the news. We've all seen the big names moving to the Southeast from other parts of the country and starting a business here as well. But let me just put some numbers on it. I'll start with, and this is a 3-year trend. So I'll start with the Atlanta office. We have 24% more investment advisors now than we did 3 years ago. Those advisors manage 100, so there's 100% more assets. So the assets doubled in the last 3 years or so. As far as firm complexity, we've had an increase of 24% of firms that manage assets over $1 billion. In the private fund space, firms that manage private funds are up 33%, and firms that manage mutual funds up about 16%, and broker-dealers in our region is flat. Some big names that moved to the region. AllianceBernstein moved from New York up to Nashville, or down to Nashville, and LPL moved from Boston to Fort Mill, South Carolina. So this growth has really created like 5 mini financial centers in the Atlanta region. We have Atlanta, got about 180 firms there, $1 trillion in assets. Charlotte's got the same amount of assets, $1 trillion, but a few less firms at 86. Nashville's booming, as the folks from Tennessee know. 54 firms, $634 billion in assets. Birmingham, of course, top 5 city for us. They've got $100 billion in assets, and Memphis is growing very fast as well. They're at $65 billion. So, as far as Miami, this is just amazing growth, unprecedented. I'm not sure how Miami's keeping up with it, but it's unbelievable. Advisors in the last 3 years up 46%. The assets under management, again, as Eric mentioned, up over 100%. Firms that manage assets over $1 billion, they're up 52%. Private funds, this is amazing, 85%. So firms that manage funds are up, private funds are up 85%, almost doubled in the last 3 years. Investment companies are growing as well. They're up 66%, and broker-dealers, this is impressive too, they're up 28%. So I think they're probably flat across the rest of the country, but up 28% in Miami. So Miami also has 5 financial centers. They've got Miami, that's their biggest, about $800 billion there. West Palm Beach, Boca in Naples, so a lot of that in South Florida, and then up to Tampa, you got 150 billion or so in Tampa. We've seen the big names, household names moving down ARC up in Tampa, Citadel, Robinhood, and the broker-dealer side, Elliott Millennium, just household big established hedge funds just pouring into the Southeast. And you know, the growth, it comes, you know, it's not just growth. The firms are more complex. As I said, more private funds, and the growth, I think, is, you know, I first thought, are we growing, because this started more than 3 years ago, but I was thinking, are we growing at the expense of the states? So as firms, you know, get to the $100 million mark, are they moving from the states to SEC registration? And that's true, they are, but every state in our region is growing as well. We'll find out from Kerry if Florida's growing. I assume it is, but every single state in the Atlanta region grew in the past few years. And it's not, as Maurice said, it's not just firms, it's people. There's a lot more people down here. There's a lot more retirees. There's more wealth. There's more need for investment advisors because there's so much more people. So existing firms are growing, new firms are coming. It's amazing growth, a lot of migration from different areas, but a lot of new business as well. So impressive growth.
Okay, thank you. I just want to give a shout out to our amazing examination team who is very diligently handling all that growth as best as we can. It's been a challenge. It's been a real challenge. And of course, we work closely with our other EERT unit and PFU units to cover some of these more complex organizations. So that's one shout out to us. So, Kerry, the state of Florida is also experiencing significant growth. How are you all handling that?
Absolutely. I mean, I think the growth that we're seeing in Miami is incredible. I can tell you most of my securities practice has been in South Florida. After I graduated law school in the late 90s, I was with the SEC in the early 2000s. You know, it was always riddled with fraud. There were pump and dumps, there were boiler rooms. We remember all of those days. I don't think I would have ever envisioned that we'd have like Art Capital moving their complete headquarters to Miami. So I think it's incredible. It's an incredible opportunity for the state of Florida capital markets. I think it's going to impact the Southeast region materially over the next couple decades. I mean, think about how many jobs those companies are going to generate. It's actually incredible. And it's also going to create a lot more work for us. And so the state of Florida overall, we are seeing increases, not just in Miami. I had my chief of registration, my counterpart, give me some statistics on the number of applications for registration and the increases that we've seen 2020, 2021, and 2022. For broker-dealers, up 40%. For investment advisors, 21%. Individual registered reps, 44%, and IAR, investment advisor representatives, 38%. So we're certainly seeing tremendous growth as well. And that impacts our program from a resource perspective, of course. Our registration team is incredibly busy. So I know Commissioner Weigel is hoping we can expand and get more people for that, because they do process the applications very quickly. But also from an enforcement perspective, we are having to adapt to the new reality of having a very much thriving financial market in Florida. You know, we've done that so far through program adjustments, sort of tightening up our processes and procedures and the way we approach violations. You know, we implemented a deficiency letter process, which a lot of regulators have, but Florida didn't have for a long time, so that we're addressing your sort of vanilla books and records violations through deficiency letters and correction. And we're looking for ways in which to leverage existing resources to be able to adapt to, you know, the changes that we're seeing in the financial market. And one of the, you know, initiatives, and we're going to talk about initiatives I think shortly, that we have is a huge training initiative. Because given the fact we're getting much more sophisticated players that are key to the Florida financial markets, means that, you know, my team needs to be as sophisticated as possible in order to be able to examine, you know, accurately, completely, and fully the registrants that we're starting to see.
Okay, thank you. Shirley, what kinds of trends has FINRA seeing in the broker-dealer space?
We're seeing increases in the number of branch offices that are coming out of states in the Southeast region, namely Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. And as has been mentioned, we've seen a lot of increase in the number of registered reps that are coming to this region. Examination staff tend to leverage internal systems and take a host of factors into consideration when they make decisions as to which branch offices might be needed to be examined as part of the firm examination. And we consider things such as the revenue generated in these branches, whether there's problematic registered reps, those that might have disclosure issues, reps that might be moving from one firm to another that might also be problematic. We have conversations with our risk monitoring analysts, and we also take a look at key data such as P&S blotters that we get from our firms. And staff consider the firm's business model as well, as we talked about independent contractor models, firms that might have a geographically dispersed structure, might also have supervision that takes place in a geographically dispersed manner, so that might be a concern. Customer complaints is obviously also one that really drives whether or not exam teams take a look at certain branch offices. And since the implementation and effective date of regulation best interest as an example, we've seen this as a general area that has seen a lot of additional complaints come up. In the last couple of years, FINRA examiners have conducted a lot more branch examinations in states in the Southeast region, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. And lastly, in the last couple of years, as my fellow panelists have confirmed, we have seen increases in the number of registered broker-dealers using this area as their main offices, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, as well as Puerto Rico. This trend is definitely continuing in 2023 as well.
Thank you. Alicia, you want to tell us about your trends?
Yes, in terms of the trends that we're seeing, you know, first of all, with the COVID pandemic, the reporting to plan participants and retirees, as well as plan level reports and disclosures, some of those were relaxed. And then in the past year, we've appreciated a sense of normalcy resuming. And along those lines, we get complaints from participants that are interested in clarity about their reports. There could be blackout dates where their retirement benefits or their retirement assets have decreased in value. So we've helped to get more information and sometimes investigate those things. We're getting more reports of missing contributions, sometimes missing accounts. And so we investigate plans to really look at the protocols that they have in place for, you know, verifying identity, to protect assets. Just in general, the current economy that we're in, we are seeing trends towards plan sponsors taking measures to save money, and sometimes that can harm participants financially. And then we see service providers coming up with new and creative and aggressive ways to generate fees. And again, if those harm participants, we unpeel the layers, we conduct investigations, we issue subpoenas, and we look at, you know, where those increases are coming from and whether those are appropriate to the plan. And then recently, there's what's called an annual report 5500, and that's a financial statement that all plans with assets must file every year. And so we've had some changes to that instrument in the past year, and some of the ways that report is being streamlined. It's a public document that folks, you know, they can request and review. It's a bit complex, I think, for the average retiree, but for our agency, we're able to query those reports and, you know, get up to the minute, down to the zip code data on where an investment advisor, you know, how many plans he's rendering services to, or firms, how many plans in a particular area are reporting losses or have hard to value assets, or that have had theft and embezzlement, so or that they're not supported by a bond, which is part of the law. So these are some of the things that we're able to establish just with the push of a button. So that's a significant trend as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, in response to these trends, each of your programs have developed priorities and initiatives. So, John, can you highlight some of the national initiatives and priorities that the SEC has developed in response to these trends?
Sure. Thanks, Jeannie. Yeah, it's been a busy year for the rule makers. So we've got a couple new rules to tackle. We've got a marketing rule and a derivatives rule. So we've got initiatives around that. We're already into the marketing rule initiative, or phase 2 now. Private funds is always a big topic for us. I mentioned it's growing in the region here in the Southeast, but just to give you some idea, I mentioned there's 15,000 investment advisors, so about 35% of all those advisors manage a private fund. So there's 50,000 private funds under our umbrella with 21 trillion in assets under management. So that's a big number. There's a lot to deal with there. It's a big part of the program. Has been for years, and it is this year as well. So looking at conflicts of interest, calculation of fees and expenses, side-by-side management issues there. Valuation, a great time to look at valuation this year with commercial real estate issues, with interest rate changes and some credit issues in some places, with private credit and private equity. That's going to be an interesting area to look at, and we have already been looking at it. I think Dan will talk about that later. Should be a great panel. We're going to be looking at Form CRS, of course, Reg BI, still looking at that. We're always looking at cyber. We've been looking at cyber for the past 10 years. Big focus again, and of course crypto. Crypto in the Atlanta region is not a lot of exposure there, but there is some, and it's growing, and there's a lot more in Miami, from what I understand. So a lot happening in the program, busy year, so we've got our hands full here.
Thank you. Shirley, we understand that FINRA recently released its 2023 Examination and Risk Monitoring Report. Can you tell us about some of the more significant findings?
Sure.
Thanks.
So, yeah, FINRA issued the Exam and Risk Monitoring Report earlier this year. It serves as a critical tool for firms to really help gain insight and improve their compliance programs. The report captures observations from member supervisions, examination program, the enforcement program, as well as market regulation departments, and it also covers key industry trends and effective practices. I'd like to highlight a new section of the report that had previously not been included. It was titled Financial Crimes, and it includes cybersecurity, technology governance, and anti-money laundering topics, but it also includes a new section that's entitled Manipulative Trading. So we've seen recent exam issues that have identified surveillance systems and controls that have not been designed to effectively identify manipulative trading. Sometimes these systems have not been setting meaningful thresholds. We've also seen firms that have good controls in this area have effective processes to review for manipulative trading schemes across multiple platforms. As we've talked about a few times already, regulation best interests continues to be a key area of focus since the rule became effective in June of 2020. This year, the Exam and Risk Monitoring Report highlights some important considerations for firms to take under advisement. Firms can do a better job of meeting the care obligation by including specific factors related to the evaluation of costs and reasonably available alternatives to recommended products. Firms can also use conflict committees or set up conflict matrices to identify conflicts across different business lines. They can also implement new surveillance processes and system-driven alerts to do at least monthly reviews to confirm whether the recommendations to retail customers fit under the Reg BI care obligation. The report also identifies some exam observations. We've seen firms fail to comply with the care obligation because they're only considering sales charges as opposed to other relevant costs and fees. We've also seen firms fail to identify conflicts or maybe identify them but not necessarily effectively address them. We've also seen situations where firms are not adequately complying with the Form CRS instructions by not adequately filling out their filing relationship summaries. Lastly, our 2023 exam program is really focused on doing more deeper dives in regulation best interest type reviews. We've now been a couple years since the implementation date, and now we're in a better position to even do follow-up reviews in situations where we might have previously cited a firm for not complying with regulation best interest, with the focus being really on those 4 core areas: disclosure, care, conflicts, as well as compliance.
Thank you. And Carrie, what is the state focusing on regarding its observations?
Sure. A continuing trend that we have in our investment advisor space is that a lot of them are just not good with compliance, the basic technical aspects of compliance, particularly the small shops. It's a solo guy by himself, or he has an outside consultant who's helping him. And with the way the model is set up, typically those IAs have the client account at a custodian, so at a major BD. So they don't even have real control over the assets other than trading discretion. And so we really have an internal initiative and sort of a repositioning of our program, as I mentioned earlier, to try and educate them and bring corrective action so that they're in line with the regulations and are compliant, but we don't necessarily bring enforcement actions against them because they can't fill out the Form ADV correctly. We really want to save those resources for higher priorities. And as part of that, we've been able to then shift our focus to looking at and looking for true investor harm. We do see it in the IA space on trading, where there's unsuitable trades, particularly with senior citizens losing money. We take a close look at those and strongly consider enforcement actions in those cases. But we've also decided that we're going to move and shift our model on broker-dealers a little bit. Historically, OFR would do for-cause examinations of broker-dealers on individual reps based on disclosures. But one thing we've noticed, just based on the media and actions that FINRA brings, et cetera, is that some of the harm, real harm, is actually occurring in the broker-dealer space. And so we think there's more room for the state of Florida to step up and do more exams in that space. And to that end, we have started, although it's going to be, take time to implement, we have started a program where we are going to start examining home office broker-dealers in Florida. And I think that's particularly critical, particularly considering some of the broker-dealers that we're seeing arriving in Florida. So they may be used to seeing FINRA appear regularly. I think they're going to start seeing OFR more regularly as well. So we're certainly stepping into that space since we think investors need more protection in that space. We participate in various, sort of multi-state initiatives through NASA, as Greg said, the other NASA, we like to call it. And one of the ones we participated in this past year is a Reg BI initiative, where there is a coordinated exam initiative being conducted by the states through NASA. There's some interesting reports that are available on the website about the findings on phase 1 and phase 2 of that. And we did some, actual exams that we contributed to that project on in the state of Florida. So Reg BI continues to be a very hot topic for us regulators. And as Greg mentioned also, Florida continues to participate in various, cryptocurrency, multi-jurisdictional initiatives, particularly regarding the earned interest products where people are, handing over their crypto in exchange for an interest payment, and it's security, obviously, we all know that. And it's the unregistered activity, and Florida does, stay active with NASA on that as well. So those are really the ongoing initiatives that we've really had in the past year.
Okay, thank you. Alicia, you have some projects that you all are focused on. Do you want to tell us about those projects?
Yes, we have several, but I'll only talk about 2 today. One being the Protecting Benefits Distribution Project. And that's where we've been trying to locate missing participants, if you will, and we also have oversight over plan sponsors and what efforts they've made to stay in contact with participants. We've been targeting particular plans that have in rural areas or have a high percentage of foreign-born participants. This is part of our underserved groups initiative, and we've been successful with matching plans to the actual participants. And we also look at the fiduciary aspects of that, because with some retirement plans, it actually serves the plan own interest and not the participants. If someone passes away, they don't have a spouse, that money would go back into the plan's coffers, and that participant wouldn't have gotten their benefits that they worked hard for. So that's been a significant project with us. And another is the Plan Investments Conflicts Project. And with that project, we look at disclosures of fees at both levels. And the first level is the service provider disclosures of fees to the plans. And then the second level is the fee and expense disclosure that the plan extends to its participants. So in the first area, we definitely take a look at investment advisor, broker, and other service provider fees to plans, and we want to make sure that they adequately disclose all fees and expenses. And indirect compensation is a huge area as well. Oftentimes we'll see, the investment advisor's relationship to the plan, which is a fiduciary relationship, but then they may have an indirect compensation arrangement that wasn't adequately disclosed. And that potentially and oftentimes can be a financial harm to plans and participants. So we've been successful, and over the years, we've gotten cases from SEC, FINRA, and OFR, and we want to continue to get referrals from you all because we've been successful with these cases where we've gotten referrals with getting disgorgement of profits, even debarment sometimes, as well as other losses restored to plans.
Okay, thank you. We only have a few minutes left, so what we were going to do is, and then you can all go to lunch, which I'm sure you're waiting for. But we do have a crypto panel that's coming up, but we have a few, maybe, Carrie, do you want to make some comments about your crypto program?
Sure. Actually, OFR recently established a crypto policy unit, digital assets. It has a longer name than that. I just don't remember the name off the top of my head, but it is recently established. A gentleman named Jason Holloway runs that unit, and it's going to be built out to try and, decide what the policy is going to be with regard to crypto, because OFR is in somewhat of a unique position. OFR has the Securities Division, of course, which touches on crypto. We also have Consumer Finance, which regulates money transmitters, which touches on crypto. And then we have Financial Institutions, which is the state chartered banks. So really, under one umbrella, we have those three different divisions, under one commissioner, who all touch on crypto. So there's certainly an opportunity for, cohesive, consistent regulation to the extent there needs to be any changes. OFR actually also created a white paper that is available on our website, and it sets forth policy considerations, right, for policymakers and decision makers and so forth to consider with regard to the impact of crypto, on, the different regulatory frameworks and different areas it touches on, property rights, things like that. It's a very interesting read, so I encourage you to check it out. So, it's a new area for Florida, like everybody else, and we're really trying to stay ahead of the curve and really be involved in the crypto space, particularly because, as we all know, Miami has become, the crypto capital, so to speak, and we hope it continues that way, but we of course want to make sure that the right controls are in place to protect investors.
Thank you. And Alicia, you talked about a case that you're working on, and issued some DOL guidance, which I think is quite interesting. You want to talk about that?
Yes. So on our public page, we have a compliance assistance publication, and we are basically advising plan sponsors to use extreme care and caution when, investing in cryptocurrency. And of most concern to us is the volatility, the speculation, the illiquidity when it's time for folks to retire, that the assets will be there, upon retirement. So these are some of the things that our focus is on. And we have a case in particular going on in our Atlanta office where we're looking at, all of those areas. And there being a high percentage, of cryptocurrency in this particular plan. So we hope to uncover the layers and make sure we'll basically have them walk back those investments and hold the decision makers responsible if we establish that, this isn't a solid investment for the plan. The other comment I wanted to make, because one of the prior panelists mentioned that there are some crypto products and investments that aren't under your jurisdiction because they aren't a true security. The most important thing I could leave you with in terms of what our agency does is we look at all plan assets. So if you ever come across a cryptocurrency, investment that's not something that you have enforcement over, please refer it to our agency, because we look at everything, magic beans, condos, gold coins, even thoroughbred horses. The plans can invest in a host of assets. So if it's something that's not within your jurisdiction, please keep us in mind and refer it to us, because we look at any plan asset that is potentially harmful or that undermines the security of retiree benefits.
Thank you. Shirley, did you want to make a quick comment?
Sure.
Okay.
Not to steal the thunder for our afternoon panelists, but just wanted to touch on quickly. FINRA does have aspects of our program that does engage in crypto activities where member firms might be engaging that activity within the broker-dealer, and if FINRA rules are violated, we would bring those to our firm's attention. So we do have primarily examine investigations where they've identified violations of FINRA 3110, which is our supervision rule, in situations where they might have failed to conduct adequate due diligence on crypto asset private placements sold to investors, that is. We've also seen situations where FINRA has barred associated persons for failing to produce responsive documents in situations that pertain to crypto-related outside business activities or private securities transactions. We've also seen situations where our anti-money laundering rule 3310 has been violated, where the plan doesn't have a program to detect and report suspicious activities in situations where crypto assets are running through the broker-dealer. This could also be something to add communications with the public. FINRA Rule 2210 is another area where FINRA has identified crypto-related communication issues. For example, in advertising materials that might not adequately address relevant risks or maybe do not contain adequate disclosures relating to the safety and custody of customer assets. So just a couple things to add there.
Thank you. John and I aren't going to make any comments with regard to SEC on crypto because we have a couple of panels that are going to address that, so not to overlap or steal their thunder. So with that, we're going to wrap it up, and it's lunchtime. We're done. Thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, please return back at 1:30 and we will start the program promptly. Ladies and gentlemen, please return back at 1:30 and we'll start the program promptly. Thank you and enjoy your lunch.
You're better off. General. Oye, métele un tape al cable. Ya. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Tienes que estar hablando con un novato? Por un segundo pensé que estaba hablando con él. Llámalo, dile.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to find your seats. We'll be starting the program in 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to find your seats. We will be starting the program in 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
What I can't tell is that
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please find your seats? We're about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please find your seats? We're about to begin. Thank you.
Speaker.
Good afternoon. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. We're going to try to wake you back up with this panel. My name is Jessica Weissman. I'm an Assistant Regional Director in Enforcement in the SEC's Miami office, and I'm also an Assistant Director in the Crypto Assets and Cyber Unit. We're going to do our introductions a little bit differently today. Everyone's going to introduce themselves and include some information that might be helpful for the audience. I've been with the Commission for about 22 years, and I have investigated and supervised a wide range of cases, and among others in the asset management space and now in the crypto and cyber space. I want to renew my colleague Glenn Gordon's disclaimer from the beginning of today's conference, and my panelists should feel free to include their own disclaimers in their statements. The first thing I want to do is I want to give everybody an overview of what we are going to endeavor to cover today. You're going to hear from various stakeholders about sourcing cases, the latest and most effective tools, including analytics, for investigating and litigating cases, and techniques for moving matters forward efficiently. Given the broad nature of the panel, we're going to do our best not to duplicate anything that's already been discussed or what may be discussed on later panels. No promises, but we definitely will try. And in addition, if we have time left over, we will open it up for Q&A. So with that, I want to turn this over to my fellow panelists to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're in the unenviable post-lunch slot here, but yep, we'll try to keep this lively. So I'm an assistant United States attorney in the Eastern District of North Carolina. I've been in the office for 10 years. I've been assigned to the economic crime section for that entire time. I do a wide variety of financial fraud cases, including investment fraud, money laundering, tax cases, things of that nature. I've also, over the years, worn various hats. Currently, I'm the Elder Justice Coordinator for the office, and I'm also one of two computer hacking and intellectual property coordinators for the office. Prior to joining the U.S. Attorney's Office, I worked for 8 years as a trial attorney with the Justice Department's Tax Division in Washington, D.C. As a trial attorney with tax, I prosecuted both civil and criminal tax matters, primarily in the southeastern United States. I'm really privileged to be here today with all of you, and the standard disclaimer would be any views that I express today are my views and mine alone. They do not reflect the views of the United States Attorney's Office, the United States Attorney, or the U.S. Department of Justice. Thanks so much, everyone.
Good morning. My name is Alex Toledo. I'm with the Florida Office of Financial Regulation. I'm the Chief of the Bureau of Financial Investigations, and the only disclaimer I have to give is that I'm within throwing distance of our commissioner here. And if I say anything stupid, he can lob me with anything he has in his pocket. So I'm certainly not going to. I'm going to try and not say anything dumb. So that's my disclaimer. But I've been with the agency for approximately 22 years as well, and started here in Miami, which is a great place to build your bones if you're in financial crimes, because as they say, if there is a fraud in the world, it was most likely born and raised right here within the confines of our beautiful city. So I started here in Miami, but I have been in the Orlando office of our office since 2006, and have the privilege in that time to work with the good folks that are here of all stripes, SEC and the DOJ, and so many other different agencies. So it's a pleasure to be on this panel, and I'm really grateful that our membership dues to the Admiration Society, the Mutual Admiration Society, were up to date, and we got the invite. So thank you, Jessica.
Hi, I'm Tom Carochi. I'm with the FINRA Criminal Prosecution Assistance Group. I'm counsel with them. I've been at FINRA for approximately 24 years. I also worked in the FINRA Member Regulation Department and also the FINRA Corporate Finance Department, which they look at offerings of stock, initial public offerings and secondary offerings. But for about the past 20 years or so, I've been with the Criminal Prosecution Assistance Group, assisting prosecutors and investigators with their criminal cases, which I look forward to getting into. Thank you.
Tom Bosch. I am an assistant regional director in the Atlanta office of the SEC, and unlike what Adam said, the unenviable position of being on this panel, I was told that they needed somebody for a really important panel to draw the crowd back in, so, and that my volume could keep everybody awake. But I've been here for about 7 years now. I'm in the core unit, so that means that we investigate a wide variety of cases. To pick up on Glenn's terminology from earlier, I think I've served longer time in private practice than most folks. I spent about 20 years in private practice before coming to the SEC. I did a variety of work, including securities class action defense, E&O work, and then some receivership work for SEC receivers, which is what really made me interested in coming to the SEC. And I am going to piggyback on Jessica's disclaimer, which piggybacked on Glenn's.
Thank you. So as you can see, we've got a great panel here. So my first question is, so we have two Toms. So we have FINRA Tom and we have SEC Tom. So we debated whether we were going to call them, like back in elementary school day, like Tom C or Tom B, but we're going to go with FINRA Tom. So, Tom, your role at FINRA is a really interesting one, and my hunch is that many of the folks in the audience may not be familiar with the Criminal Assistance Prosecution Group at FINRA. I know personally I wasn't until we had the occasion to meet. So what does your group do, and how might others in the audience leverage your expertise and work with you and your team?
Right. So we're a group within FINRA that solely works on criminal investigations and trials related to any type of securities or financial fraud, really any type of white-collar crime. And the targets or the defendants don't have to be registered with FINRA or have been registered with FINRA. We're outside of the FINRA regulatory framework because we really exclusively help state actors, and FINRA as an organization is not a state actor. Some people would disagree, but so that, that's what we do. A lot of the targets or defendants were previously borrowed from FINRA, so there is kind of that aspect of it. But we really will help you anywhere along the process as far as like leveraging your resources. We can analyze trading data, offering documents, other financial documents, give you our opinion, our analysis. That's generally what we do, and we create exhibits from that analysis that can be used at trial, and we will actually show up and testify at trial as to our analysis, either as we've been designated experts at times, other times it's just fact or summary witnesses. Even if you just need somebody to come in and explain to a grand jury or a jury, basically the securities 101, how does a stock trade? Let's say you have a stock manipulation case or an insider trading case, and you want to talk about how a stock trades. So we help in the investigative stage. We'll help identify targets, time frames of the scheme. We've attended proffers in the past to help verify kind of what's going on, and then even even that we do loss calculations in our trading cases. That can be a big help to show victim losses. And then we even help at sentencing. A lot of these defendants, if you have a defendant that may have had an extensive regulatory disciplinary history prior to the criminal conviction, we've written letters to the judges explaining that disciplinary history from a FINRA perspective, and even an SEC perspective, and you know how much of a headache they were, and to please take that into consideration in addition to the actions which the individual was criminally convicted of. So you know, those are just kind of some of the main areas where we can help and assist. And we work, you know, most of our cases lately have dealt with insider trading and market manipulation as a constant, pump and dump as a constant. Ponzi schemes are pretty constant, but we also do investment advisor fraud, and we've done some money laundering matters. So all I can say is, you know, give us a call if you think you could use some assistance or some expertise in a white-collar criminal matter. Please contact us, and we'll tell you what we can do. So, thank you.
Thanks, Tom. So let's talk a little bit about sourcing cases. And of course, it's kind of difficult, particularly with this panel, to discuss sourcing without also touching on deconfliction, which I'm sure we're going to hear more about in the next panel. But it would be good to hear your perspective and experience on this, such as who's looking at it, ways to look at it. Is someone else looking at it differently, taking a different angle due to jurisdiction, for example? And all the while, of course, being mindful of limited resources. So, SEC Tom, do you want to start off?
Sure. It all starts with limited resources. I mean, we all have limited resources. There are endless amounts of frauds going on, and we can only investigate a certain number of them. I think at the SEC, just about everything gets funneled through what you'll hear, the TCR system, our tips, complaints, and referral system. And it's really the general system where if an investor has a complaint, they can call and it'll get input into the TCR system. They can submit something online. If you have a short seller that has done extensive research on an issuer and decides to submit a report, you can get a PowerPoint deck or a report from a short seller, whistleblower, tips go in there. And that's really a tremendous amount of information that the initial triage of that gets done by our Office of Market Intelligence to try to cull some of the good from the potentially bad and figure out what to then refer out either to a region or to a specialized unit or to a core unit in the home office. I think particularly relevant for today are two sources of cases that have some of the highest hit rates, and those are referrals from our state and federal external partners and internal referrals, particularly from exams. You can probably tell just by a description of the TCR system that you don't really know what you're going to get when a TCR comes in, which is very different from when I pick up the phone and there's an AUSA or an FBI agent on the phone, or somebody from one of the state commissions, or we get a referral from exams, because those have already been vetted. We already know there's some legitimacy to it, because else we wouldn't be getting the call, and those have really good hit rates. On the external side, oftentimes, even if we don't open an investigation when we get a call, we can be of assistance by putting folks in touch with SEC people that have experience in an area, or we may know of another state that's already looking at an issue, and we can help the states by getting in touch with each other. And this is not just a pitch to call us, but really, if you do call us, it's not always going to result in an SEC investigation, but they are a great source of cases, and we can help.
How about you, Adam?
So we source our cases through a wide variety of channels. in a typical scenario, the FBI or other federal law enforcement agency is going to approach us with some allegation that may derive from a whistleblower contact, a tip from a corporate insider. We get complaints obviously directly from victims. We get complaints through the attorneys who represent these victims, and again, those are going to funnel through primarily the FBI and some of our other federal partners. On the state side, we've historically sourced securities fraud cases from the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation. They have a financial crime unit that has had some great success in developing those cases, and they're certainly attentive to them. We also get cases from local law enforcement. These will sometimes, they'll come to us and you may have an undeveloped securities fraud case, and then you'll staff that matter and you'll be able to actually progress it and determine that in fact there is a legitimate securities fraud case. A case in point for us a few years ago, we had a former Raleigh police officer who in his second career had become just an expert in marketing and promoting fraudulent investments, and he had a wide array of people that were susceptible to his scheme, and employees from very sophisticated companies fell for his pitches and got involved in his investments, as did mom and pop businesses and throughout eastern North Carolina. And he was using a combination of unsecured debt instruments, consultancy agreements, a lot of different things, really designed, I think, mostly to make it appear as if he had a sophisticated investment plan for his clients, but in fact did not. And so, of course, he was not putting the money where he said he was going to be putting it. He was paying tuition for his daughter. He's buying another daughter like a championship horse. And that case came in from a local sheriff's office, in a less populated part of the state. It just so happened that there was a detective that was assigned who was eager, took a complaint from just one victim, and he got that case rolling to where it was brought to the FBI, and then once we had the FBI involved, we were able to kind of see the full extent of the scheme kind of across the district. I think we also originate cases from certainly other government partners, the SEC. We certainly want to keep the lines of communication open with them when it comes to investment fraud cases. North Carolina's Secretary of State's offices, I know Secretary of State's offices throughout the country, some of them have different roles. Ours does have a dedicated securities fraud or a securities investigation team, and so they are great. They have their ears to the ground as far as what is occurring in the district. They have a broad view of what's happening. And then we also have the United States Bankruptcy Administrator for the Eastern District of North Carolina. Most of you are probably familiar with the United States Trustee, which is a component of the department, employee of the department, assigned to monitor bankruptcy proceedings. North Carolina is, I think, one of 2 or 3 states in the country that doesn't have a United States Trustee. So we don't have a DOJ person that is working through those proceedings. We have this bankruptcy administrator, which is actually an arm of the court. But we're lucky in our district because I think we have a bankruptcy administrator that is very attentive to detecting fraud. They spend a lot of time certainly looking for investment frauds as they come up. And in fact, our most recent prosecution in the district involved a case that was detected by them largely, and it's involved a very significant Ponzi scheme that targeted primarily elderly people in the southeastern part of the state. And we just had the advantage of having their work in that bankruptcy case, which included very long depositions where the debtors, who were also the targets, had given some pretty incriminating admissions. So we really like any case that we can have that's already had a civil component first is a case that we usually really like to see. We do generate some things internally through, we data scrub certain sites, certain databases that are available to us. For instance, the FTC's Consumer Sentinel Network is something that we've worked with to try and generate leads at a very local level and detect trends and patterns. But I think just ultimately the message is no matter how it comes in, no matter what the vector is for that case to be referred to us, I think we're just trying to get it prosecuted in the most expeditious, efficient way possible, because we also are strained for resources in our district. At times, certain of our agencies may have 2 agents covering the entire state of North Carolina, so we have to be mindful of that. So I think those are just some of the ways we originate cases.
Thanks, Adam. So Alex, what about OFR? How are they sourcing cases these days?
So you heard from my colleagues, both Greg and Carrie, about the structure of the agency and how we work in different divisions. And so each division obviously has its own method for sourcing complaints, and a lot of those might come from direct consumer calls to the agency. But we, as the Bureau of Financial Investigations, we hold a little bit of I would say a little bit of a charmed presence within the agency, in that we have jurisdiction or authority to look at everything. Like, we have the ability to cover just about everything that falls within financial services other than perhaps insurance. And I'm sure we can find some jurisdiction to get on that too if we needed to. But anything that has a dollar sign in front of it, chances are we can touch. And so that puts us in a bit of a privileged situation. And so we have a lot more founts, if you will, sources for these types of complaints and cases. I actually did a bit of analysis to kind of give the audience here a feel for where we get our cases. And right now we have about 500 active investigations, many of them criminal, many of them administrative, some of them in preliminary stages. But just to give you an idea as a percentage, about 1% of our 500 cases come from FINRA. That's a great partner of ours. Then you have federal law enforcement that comprises about 1.5% of our cases. Then you've got municipal law enforcement, like the folks in the cities and the counties. Those comprise about 2% of that 500 figure. Then you've got state prosecutors that make complaints to us or make referrals to us. That's about 2.5%. Then you've got the spin-offs, right? You develop a case, and as you're developing the case, you find out that there's a much worse crime or a much worse ring or criminal enterprise operating in conjunction with the case we're working now. And so those spin-off cases comprise about 3% of our cases. And then you've got other OFR divisions like Carrie's enforcement division in securities. And then you've got state and federal regulators that does not include the SEC. That's about 3.5%. And then for those of you in the SEC who are anxiously awaiting your number, it is 6%. 6% of our cases emanate from the SEC. The greater number outside of from another agency is actually, that belongs to the Attorney General's office. So the Florida Attorney General refers about 8% of the cases that we have. Then we have, rounding off the end here, we've got 15% that come as direct complaints to us, where someone picked up a phone or sent us a letter or an email. And then the vast majority, the bulk of our work, 55% of our cases are generated through proactive means. So we, as the Bureau of Financial Investigations, are very much in tune with the fact that these cases are not going to come to us. We have to find them. And so we've taken an attitude where, if at all possible, we're not only going to find the scams, but we're going to disrupt the scams. And to that end, we give credit to our Commissioner Weigel, whose idea it was to stand up what we call an emergent financial crimes unit. And that unit is tasked with doing undercover work, getting on online dating sites, for instance, finding the crooks and tying them up and making them believe that they have found their next mark when in reality they're dealing with us. So we're taking the war to them, if you will. So a good 55% of our case intake is internally generated through those proactive means. And I'll talk more about that. Don't want to hog up all the time, but just as another statistic, about 60% of the cases that we deem to be actionable, meaning we've sized them up, they're out of a preliminary status, and they're more of a formal investigation, about 60% of those get referred for prosecution.
I like to think of FINRA as kind of a source of cases, because we come across a lot of stuff. I think in the regulatory world, we only have jurisdiction over registered representatives and the firms, basically to bring our cases. But a lot of times, some other type of activity can be uncovered either through our member supervision, examinations, customer complaints, our senior helpline for seniors, those matters. That if we don't have jurisdiction over the individual or entity, it's referred generally to the SEC first. And as far as trading, we have a really great Office of Fraud Detection and Market Intelligence that looks at all the trading of publicly traded stocks on the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange, looking for things like insider trading. What is the stock price doing, and trading volume doing before a merger is announced, or stock manipulation, pump and dumps with some of the over-the-counter stocks, and they generally make the referrals for those individuals, especially with the insider trading. A lot of times, the individuals trading are not registered with FINRA, so they'll be referred to the Securities and Exchange Commission, and they kind of pick it up from there. I think it's then sometimes referred to a U.S. Attorney's Office or the FBI, and at that point is when my group, the Criminal Prosecution Assistance Group, would get involved in the matter after that referral made its way from our Office of Fraud Detection and Market Intelligence to the SEC, to the FBI or U.S. Attorney's Office, or we work with IRS criminal investigators and postal inspectors and all that, and then my group would get back involved. So we don't source cases ourselves. My group does, but I think FINRA is a pretty good source of cases.
Thanks for that. So I want to just shift gears a little bit and talk about a different angle as far as sourcing cases, and it may not be one that people think about as top of mind. We've touched a little bit on it today, which is community outreach. And I think all of us in the room would agree that community outreach is a priority for all of our respective organizations. And so I thought it might be helpful to talk a little bit about the community outreach that each of you are doing in your organizations, and how that's either informed priorities or led to investigations or initiatives. I can say that the SEC's Miami office has made community outreach its top priority for many years now, and it's absolutely a critical part of what we do. Our outreach efforts have reached thousands of seniors, students, active military, and numerous minority groups. And we are seeing that those outreach efforts are yielding promising leads through, as Tom was talking about, TCRs, for example, and some of those those leads have actually turned into formal enforcement action. So I'd like to start with Alex and OFR, and if you could tell us a little bit about community outreach and the impact it's had on your program.
Absolutely. That really is the million-dollar question, because it deals really with the most important stat for people in our line of work, and that's the stat that never was, right? Because you don't know who you actually kept from becoming a victim of financial crime through investor education, and it's purely unquantifiable. But we know for a fact that the most effective tool against financial crime is education, because the folks that are getting the calls, from their bank fraud department telling them that they need to move their money out of their bank quickly and put it in a Bitcoin ATM because their bank is collapsing or whatever. If they don't know that those scams exist, they're going to be vulnerable to them. So absolutely, education is the foremost tool to prevent financial crime. But we'll never know, through these efforts exactly how many people we might have saved. But our communications office in Tallahassee has taken this as a high priority and has diverted a lot of resources towards financial literacy. They're in the process of building investor education guides that they share at consumer education events. They are also building a series of videos, for instance, that they plan to put up on the YouTube platform and other social media platforms and websites, and then developing investor PSAs or public service announcements that we hope to put into major markets throughout Florida on television and radio. So the agency highly values the investor protection through education, and our communications office is spearheading that.
How about you, FINRA, Tom?
So FINRA has what's called the FINRA Foundation. It's a separate entity, affiliated with FINRA, and there are some limitations in our bylaws of what we can do with fine money when we fine individuals and firms and they pay up. And so one of the things FINRA did 20 years ago was kind of fund this foundation with fine money, and they do education all across the country. They try and focus on some underserved areas where investors, and just as Alex was saying, to try and educate people, create some financial literacy out there so that they will not hopefully be victims of some type of fraud or scam. They've been doing that for 20 years. They do educational programs for seniors, young children to become financially literate, and it's really a successful program and kind of a good use of some of the fines and penalties that FINRA brings in, some of that money.
I think from our perspective, you've touched on it. I think Miami and Atlanta both have a fair amount of affinity fraud, so we focus a lot of our outreach on reaching those communities. So in the past few years, there's been an effort to get out to a lot of the military bases in our region and do both investor education and financial literacy. We have partnered with colleges and universities to go speak, educators, people in the medical profession, faith-based initiatives, just to get out there and educate them on basic things, and then also on emerging issues, including cryptocurrency, crowdfunding, and the buzzwords that might make folks want to invest initially, but that are really the words that they need to be most suspicious of. And again, it's hard to quantify the benefits of that in terms of case generation, but certainly it's a big part of what we do.
And what about the Eastern District of North Carolina?
Yeah, no, same for us, that community outreach is critically important for our district, partly because of the size of the district. We have, I believe it's 44 counties that we cover, all the way from Wake County and Raleigh to the coastline. And, it's a lot of times people will forget that when they're out in a far-flung coastal county, that the U.S. Attorney's Office is doing work in their communities. And so I think it's especially important for us to get out into our district and have conversations with the different stakeholders, with potential victims, groups that may be targeted by affinity fraud. We've certainly for years have tried to keep in close contact with our local local sheriff's offices, local PDs, no matter where they are in the district. We have, again, open lines of communication with them. We do a Bank Secrecy Act conference once a year where we gather members of the banking industry all together in Wilmington at the beach and talk about SARS and talk about things we're seeing in their world and things they're seeing in their world, and trying to make for a more productive dialogue between our office and the banks. Because from our standpoint, the banks are our eyes and ears. And so I've found in my career in the office that Bank Secrecy Act is extraordinarily valuable. You just get, even if you get the name of a contact at a large bank and you meet them there, that's a person that you can reach out to afterwards with guidance. And so that's something we do in my section. We also do, as part of the computer hacking and intellectual property coordinator program, we sit down with the business community, especially in the tech side of the house. Raleigh has a pretty vibrant tech industry, and we want those businesses knowing who we are in the office because we want them to call us. We don't want them, we want their reports of breaches and their reports of issues to be brought to our attention. And it just, so part of it is just trying to reduce, this goes back to comments from earlier today, it's just, distrust in government. That's part of what, when we sit down with members of the business community, that's partly what we're trying to do, is to say, look, you don't need to be afraid of us. We're going to be here to try to be a resource for you. You'll have your lawyers, you'll have them to guide you as well, but we're not here to try to make life more difficult for you. So that's another piece of our outreach. And I think it has generated casework as well for us. I've found in my own personal experience, usually there's an uptick in calls that I get, within the first few months of conducting these sessions with businesses and with others in the community. So I think it makes for a two-way street, and I think it's probably the most important thing that we do, honestly, to serve those in the district.
Thanks for that. So we can't talk about what we do without delving into the world of analytics and big data. So from ingesting and scraping data to algorithms and applications, let's spend a little time talking about the tools that are helping us advance our investigations and litigation. And I'd like to start this with getting an update from Tom about the SEC.
So there are a lot of, I think, experts in the audience here. There are experts who are going to be speaking on different topics, on different panels, and this is kind of backing up even more than just on data analytics. I am not one of those experts, right? So I'm in the core group. I don't have a particular expertise, but the SEC has a tremendous amount of expertise in a variety of areas. That includes on specific legal issues, maybe particular types of cases, and so I look at myself as kind of a customer of that, and how can we in every investigation best leverage our resources, and data analytics is one of those areas. And to the extent that the audience member includes folks that have expertise in data analytics, my definition might not be the correct definition, so don't hold me to your definition. I think I look at it fairly broadly. But almost every investigation has data now that maybe we weren't even looking at 5 and 10 years ago. I mean, if you had email communications, and if it was a financial fraud, if you had 4 or 5 different bank accounts that money was going through, that was most of what you had. And even since the last conference that we had in 2019, our enforcement division has an entire new office, and it's the Office of Investigative and Market Analytics, which is really there entirely to support the rest of the enforcement division in their investigations. And as a user, because I don't have the expertise, and because most of us don't have the expertise, the focus is really, do I understand what's being done, why it's being done, and can I be confident in the accuracy of the results? And I found that whether I'm speaking to someone in DERA or in our Office of Investigative and Market Analytics, the experts are particularly good at explaining things in plain English, so one, I can understand them, and at least for the brief period of time I'm involved in the case, I can probably explain it as well. And the areas, kind of the core areas where data analytics are used in most, if not all cases, particularly financial or offering fraud cases and similar cases, are bank statement processing and analysis. We have gone, I think, from a universe where you get in the statements and you try to convert them into an electronic form so that they're more usable, to now we request the information directly from the banks in the format that we want it, so it can be quickly ingested and processed and analyzed by either accountants or by forensic analysts. Digital asset tracing is a space where 5 years ago there wasn't a lot of that being done. Now it's routinely being done, and it's not only tracing assets through the blockchain, but we also have folks who understand what to ask for if I need to get documents from Kraken or from Coinbase. They understand what to ask for and how to analyze it in a way that I can't necessarily do. Phone record analysis, including relationships, proximity, location, communications, with respect to timing of key events. There's much more analysis being done now of brokerage records, blue sheet data, and other trading related data. Financial statements and disclosures. You can review individual companies over time. You can look at how peer groups are doing it. You can, we have ways of identifying indicia of fraud, and again, these are all things that I can't do, but people can. And then more recently, there's less and less communication being done by email. So social media scraping and processing of non-email communications in a way that is usable to the investigative staff is another area. And I wanted to just do two quick examples. One is, we had a potential market manipulation case. And it involved a fairly prominent attorney who was doing what looked like strange trading in a microcap stock. We didn't know much about it, but it didn't look like normal trading, and it looked like it could have involved washed sales, matched orders, or marking to the close. We could have investigated that, meaning the core investigative group. We could have gotten the documents in, figured out what we needed, but it probably would have taken a fairly long time. And in part because this involved a fairly high-profile attorney, we didn't want to blow up his world without knowing if there was something there. So we worked with a market surveillance specialist who was able to help us get the exact documents we needed, analyze not just the attorney's trading data, but pull in all the blue sheets for the microcap stock, look at it against all of the corporate events and all of the other trading, and realize that there really weren't any red flags here. The trades might have looked strange, but there were no matched orders, there were no washed sales, there was no suspicious timing to it, and that saved us months of time in an investigation, whereas, even 6 or 7 years ago, I don't know that it would have been as easy to identify that expertise within the SEC. Bank tracing is the second one. The way that our accountants and forensic analysts do bank tracing now, you're getting real-time analysis as the case is moving along. We opened an investigation late last year where we had over 20 bank accounts plus roughly the same number of credit card accounts, and it wasn't a circumstance where there was an intentional movement between accounts that you could figure out. It was more just a bad actor doing really strange things that didn't make a whole lot of sense. So you couldn't trace between a specific account to another account each time. But our forensic accountant working on it was able to take all that data in, give us real-time updates on almost a daily basis as new bank records were coming in. And earlier this month, we filed an action and obtained an asset freeze, largely because of the ability now to process large volumes of bank data so quickly. And you know, those are just a couple of examples, but I think data, probably the other panels say the same thing, is it's a key part of every case now.
Ditto.
I agree. We use blue sheet data in almost all of our, the trading data, blue sheet data in almost all of our investigations and trials, and we can do the similar analysis as you mentioned, match trading analysis, watch trading analysis, calculate investor victim losses, and so the blue sheets are really helpful for that. And I'm not a data analytics expert either, but I know how to use it once it's kind of run through the appropriate programs that identify some of these things, and I know how to present it to a jury. But FINRA, the new, I guess, tool, I have not used it for any of my investigations or trials yet, but is this, it's the consolidated audit trail, which the SEC had a rule, I think it's Rule 613, that required U.S. broker-dealers to report the equity and option order life cycle information to a central repository. And FINRA was, I think, pretty much took the lead in developing what that repository looks like. And so I think that'll be a useful tool in coming years for investigations.
It'll be a useful tool, and it'll also probably emphasize again the need for expertise on the data analytics side of things. I mean, on a blue sheet, you have a trade that's one line, right? On the consolidated audit trail, one trade might be several pages of reports, and trying to digest that and figure out what's important to an investigation is going to be important to knowing how to use it.
Yeah, I think that'll be something that's developed. How to use it. I just think it's nice to finally have all that information in one place, which is, I said, relatively new. I think it just came online at the end of 2022 in full force.
We're sort of starting to scratch the surface with AI as a potential tool that we could use in our investigations. And by the way, our ticker symbol is OFR. If you guys want to jump on that. But yeah, I've tasked or have asked our Emerging Financial Crimes Unit to look into how we might be able to leverage some of the AI that's out there and what we might be able to get from vendors in that space, so that we can sort of turn the tables on, as I mentioned before, on these crooks, because a lot of them are operating outside of the country. They might be in China, might be speaking in a discernible accent that is not from the United States, and they have the ability to manipulate their voice, they have the ability to manipulate their image, and to hoodwink good, sometimes smart people, educated people, into believing that they're speaking to somebody like that, almost to create an affinity. And they'll use that a lot of times with romance scams, or what some might call pig butchering scams. And if we could, and the day is not far off, use that same technology to wrap them up into believing that they have found their next victim, that this person that is so pleasing to speak to and has so many millions of dollars, but it can keep them text messaging for months on end, and ultimately they get nothing from it. That's just sweet justice, and that's where we want to go. So not there quite yet, but that's where we want to go.
Thanks for that. So let's just talk a little bit about techniques. What techniques are you all using, including environments where a lot of folks with whom you work are remote? to move investigations and litigation forward, and how do limited resources play into this as you strive to work towards maximum efficiency?
Well, I don't know if there's a magic bullet for the U.S. Attorney's Office community in terms of getting cases moved forward at a particular speed. So much of it depends on the complexity of the case and the assigned workload of the AUSA and the agent that's on board. I know that in our office we work with so many different federal agencies that have very different resources available to them in terms of talking about analyzing data, for instance, large amounts of data, tracing digital assets. Not all of the federal agencies that we partner with have the ability to trace digital assets. So right away, that's going to make that case is going to lag because that agency needs to find someone that's probably not going to be in our state. They're going to be elsewhere, an analyst somewhere in DC. And so that's, we have to try to find ways with the particular agencies we're working with to find that efficiency so that we can achieve the greatest deterrent impact possible without spending years and years invested in the case necessarily. So certainly in the investment fraud space, the securities fraud space, the SEC is an extraordinary resource for us because they are able to help us find those efficiencies. And especially if they've been involved in the case before us and they are out in front, that means that they've done some of that work through their own staff, and then we are fortunate enough to be able to rely upon it. Certainly, they provide us expertise and guidance on certain issues that we may not see very much of, but they have that. And so again, I think for prosecutors, the goal is to try to figure out ways to just get that case moving, so justice is not delayed for the victims of the crime.
What about you, Alex?
Yeah, so we're the beneficiaries of a lot of smart people's advances and ingenuity. Teleconferencing obviously has been a major boon to our ability to keep a functioning investigative team, and there's a lot to be said for having the ability to be all over the state. And so, without going into too much details, about our hiring practices, I will say that, wherever there's a need, that's where we want to have people, and just having the ability to have, electronic means of communication, and, as this was birthed through the pandemic, has been a real boon to us. Not to mention that my 2-year-old now knows how to perform fraud investigations.
And your dog.
I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but the Criminal Prosecution Assistance Group, we provide these services, at no charge, and we will go anywhere in the country to assist. We've been doing a lot of teleconferencing and Zooms, but I have testified in trials both last year and this year. So we are getting out of the office now and coming to things like these conferences now. And FINRA has a lot of resources. If you hear through your investigations that FINRA has had a matter or investigation, you can always send an access request to FINRA, and they should get back to you with the appropriate information. So.
I think just picking up on what everyone else has said, so the pandemic, it necessitated a lot of changes that we can now figure out what to keep and where to go back to traditional investigative techniques. It certainly made us more nimble in our investigations. We are able to cover more witnesses, probably a greater subject matter than we were before. On an internal level, I know some people, probably if you ask somebody from the Home Office, they would say maybe it led to some more isolation or siloing. I think I had the opposite it had the opposite effect somewhat in the regional offices, because it's much easier when everybody's communicating via video calls and calls. It's much easier to coordinate with people in other offices and the home office. So I mean, for me, I think I know more people now in different offices than I did before. On the investigative side, video testimony and coordination of video testimony and interviews, I think we'll certainly use fairly extensively going forward. There are certainly people that you want to take the testimony of in person and see in person, but there are many witnesses that might not merit a trip, even investors, that getting their testimony by WebEx or getting an interview by WebEx can advance an investigation. And we had an investigation in 2021 and 2022 where the investors were all in Alabama. We were investigating, the Alabama Securities Commission was investigating, and the fraudster was in the Middle District of Florida, so the U.S. Attorney's Office was investigating, and we interviewed almost every investor, with a mix of folks being in person in office with the investors, or on video, or by phone, and it worked seamlessly. And I think if we continue to use those types of techniques, then you can stretch your limited resources better.
So we're not going to have time for Q&A. I know you're very disappointed, but please feel free to find anybody on this panel and come and chat with us. I want to thank the panelists. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I want to thank the audience for having us, and have a great rest of the conference.
Your holiday adventure starts with inspiration.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please find your seats so we can start the program? Ladies and gentlemen, can you please find your seats so we can start the program? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us for this excellent panel of distinguished guests. I'm Jason Berkowitz. I'm an Assistant Regional Director with the Miami Regional Office of the SEC. And I'll give the disclaimer that my comments are my own views and do not necessarily reflect those of the Commission, Commissioners, or staff. And the SEC disclaims responsibility for any statement of any SEC employee. So there are clear advantages to cooperating between agencies and conducting joint parallel actions if the timing's right. And you'll hear these folks discuss what benefits their agencies can bring to the table and assist you with joint actions. We have a lot to cover, but from the SEC perspective, some advantages you heard in the prior panel about our expertise in trading analysis. But I also want to highlight our ability to conduct significant bank record analysis, forensic work that many times involves dozens, if not hundreds of accounts. In addition, we can move quickly to shut down frauds that are ongoing and stop fundraising and stop investor harm and preserve assets that would otherwise be dissipated. But to get there, parallel investigations and information sharing should ideally be a two-way street. And on that, we need you to reach out to us to see if anything is ongoing or we have an investigation that we're about to open. Now in Miami, we regularly meet with our civil and criminal agency counterparts in Florida, with FINRA, with other regulators to highlight and share intelligence, what matters we're working on and what trends we see, and to see if cooperating on a case makes sense. And even if you're not sure if we're interested or already working on a case, or even if it might involve potential criminal conduct, let us hear about it, because we can do a quick analysis. Most of our attorneys in Miami and Atlanta have experience dealing with parallel cases with criminal agencies and regulators, and we understand what you all are looking for. In order to cooperate and work these cases in parallel, one of the themes and the lessons you'll hear from these other panelists is to do it successfully. You need to reach out to all of us as early as possible. We have the capability to put a case together in weeks if it's a true emergency, but it's not ideal. And so we all appreciate if you contact us when you think something might be a case. And similarly, we're not going to reach out to you all if it's something we don't think it's going to be worth your while. So who do you contact at the SEC in Miami? Scott Maisel is the Enforcement Attorney Advisor and heads the office's Tips, Complaints, and Referrals program. His email is masels@sec.gov. And I have his personal cell phone, but I won't give that out to you today. But seriously, reach out to Scott if you have a case or want to check and see if we have a potential case. In Atlanta, the point of contact is Michael Mashburn. He's the principal attorney contact that heads up the TCR program. His email is mashburnm@sec.gov. Atlanta covers Georgia, the Carolinas, Tennessee, Alabama, and Miami covers Florida, Louisiana, Mississippi, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. Now I want to introduce our distinguished panelists here, but on that note, if there is a potential criminal angle, and this goes for outside of the SEC and within the SEC, one of our panelists is Aaron Nohara. Aaron's a supervisory special agent with economic crimes at FBI headquarters, and he's currently detailed to the SEC and serves as a liaison between the two agencies. Aaron also served as a special agent in the Honolulu field office, working economic crime and public corruption cases alongside other agencies, which we'll tell you about. And Aaron's also a certified public accountant. He can check if subjects are being investigated, and he can also provide contact information for which offices, which attorneys or prosecutors or agents might be working the case. Also with us today, you'll recognize, is Tom Carochi, Assistant General Counsel of the Criminal Prosecution Group, supporting criminal prosecution teams across the country. Tom and his group has analyzed trading data and educated juries and testified on dozens of complex matters involving criminal prosecutions. At the end of the row is Avi Perry, also joining us today. He is the Chief of the Market Integrity and Major Frauds Unit in the Fraud Section of the U.S. Department of Justice. Avi supervises the unit's 45 prosecutors, and he has broad experience supervising his team and leading securities and commodities prosecutions and parallel actions with the SEC and other regulators involving insider trading, social media pump and dump cases, and market manipulations. Avi will also touch on maintaining lines between joint investigations and recent trends. And prior to his current role, he also served as the Fraud Section's first Assistant Chief, for Commodities and as an Assistant U.S. Attorney in the District of Connecticut. Next to me is Ian Anderson, who's the Regional Associate Director for the Division of Enforcement and Investigations with the Public Company Account Oversight Board in New York. Ian will highlight the benefits of working with the PCAOB, and prior to working at the PCAOB, Ian served with distinction as a senior trial counsel in the Miami office of the SEC for years. And also with us is Alex Toledo, who's the chief of the Bureau of Financial Investigations at Florida's Office of Financial Regulation. Alex will discuss the benefits of working with OFR, and we'll touch on a few SEC matters where OFR provided significant assistance, including alleged Ponzi schemes, affinity frauds, offering frauds, and cases involving barred recidivists that use aliases. So with that, I'll start with Avi. And Avi, can you tell us a little bit about your unit and the footprint that your office covers and the territories?
Sure. And let me just say thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to see so many old friends and to make some new ones. So very much appreciate the chance to be here. 7 other folks from the fraud section have traveled down with me, some of the supervisors and some of our most experienced trial attorneys. So hopefully folks are sticking around for the reception and can get a chance to chat with them. I do not want to give my disclaimer, but I have to give my disclaimer, which is that my views do not necessarily and often do not reflect those of the Department of Justice, but I am confident that they will catch up. I am going to talk about a couple things today. So I'm going to talk about what the Market Integrity and Major Frauds Unit is, aside from having the worst acronym in the Department of Justice. I'm going to talk about the types of cases, securities cases that we do. I'm going to talk about why and when you should call us, and the answer is because we're the best and always. And then for my last trick, I'm going to turn a cryptocurrency into a security and make it disappear. The Market Integrity and Major Frauds Unit is one of 3 litigating units in the Criminal Division Fraud Section. We sit in Washington, D.C. The other 2 units are the FCPA unit, which is self-explanatory, the Healthcare Fraud Unit, which is self-explanatory. We do everything that's not FCPA or healthcare fraud. So broadly speaking, our priority areas, our current priority areas. Can you all hear me in the back, by the way? Okay, great. How am I doing? Thanks, great. Our securities, commodities, derivatives, digital assets, cryptocurrencies, investor-oriented fraud schemes, and then federal program fraud and government procurement fraud. Those are the current priorities. With 45 dedicated white-collar prosecutors, we are the largest, other than the healthcare fraud unit, we are the largest white-collar unit anywhere in the department, anywhere in the country. And you've heard a lot today about, being resource constrained. We are literally waiting for your phone calls. We have 45 attorneys who can work anywhere in the country, any district, any venue, multiple venues. We can travel for cases, we can travel for interviews. And we want nothing more, candidly, than to do more work in this region. It's why we're here, why so many of us travel down, is because we want to do much more work in this region in the coming year and in the years to come. We get this question a lot, so I'm just going to just kind of head it off. Most of our cases, more than half of our cases, are joint with a U.S. Attorney's Office. And there's lots of good reasons for that. I came from a U.S. Attorney's Office myself before joining the fraud section. I recognize the incredible resources that they have and the incredible prosecutors at so many of the U.S. Attorney's offices. And also, we may have securities expertise or specialized subject matter expertise. Many of them do as well, and they are really the experts in their districts and their judges and their practices. So when we can work with a local U.S. Attorney's Office, and we have very good relationships and work in 93 out of 94 districts, and I will leave you to guess which one. It's Manhattan. When we can do that, we always do that, and it's great to see actually some AUSAs who we've partnered with, and also some of the U.S. attorneys who are here. We can get cases and work cases with U.S. attorneys' offices in a number of ways. So first of all, sometimes there is a smaller district or a district which might only have a handful of experienced white-collar prosecutors, they might invite us to join a case that they're already on, maybe an especially complex case, a case with a huge amount of discovery, or maybe a case that might have sort of tentacles in various different jurisdictions. Second, sometimes larger districts invite us onto cases also where they believe that we can add value, either because of our unique resources, which I'll talk about in a bit, or again because of our specialized securities knowledge, and frankly because we have a lot of prosecutors in the unit. So we can be a force multiplier in those cases. And then finally, we also get referrals directly. We open our cases, we generate our own leads, and in those cases we will frequently reach out to the local U.S. Attorney's Office to invite them to work on the case with us. So my point to you all is, it's not an either or. We are not here to try to get between the SEC or whoever it is and the local U.S. Attorney's Office. Far from it. We're here to work alongside you all, to roll up our sleeves alongside you all, and to be partners in your pursuit of justice in the white-collar arena. So when might you call us? If you've got an especially complex case, a case maybe with a high degree of victim impact, or a case spanning multiple jurisdictions, that's a great time to call us. We actually this week began extradition proceedings for a fraudster who were extradited from Germany, parallel SEC cases. He had to be charged, I think, with the investor fraud scheme in the District of Nevada back in 2020, and charged in the District of Colorado for obstructing an SEC proceeding. We can do that because we can prosecute in both districts simultaneously and have the same trial team, for efficiency's sake, do both cases. So that's a great time. You've got investors in multiple states, bad actors in multiple states, especially with COVID. We saw this a lot. If there are cases that cross state lines or district jurisdictional lines, again, a great time to call us. If you're at the outset of a data-driven case, right, and you've got a lead, but you don't know exactly where the best venue is going to be yet, you can call us. We can kick the tires with you. We can, do the investigative, sort of opening investigative steps, and then once the best venue, the most appropriate venue becomes clear, we can call over to our friends at the U.S. Attorney's Office, or we can work the case jointly. What I'm driving at is there's almost no bad time to call us. I want to talk a bit about the types of securities cases that we have done lately. And I'm going to take credit for these, even though I did none of the work and those folks over there did all of it. But I'm the chief, so I get to. We are very focused on the most culpable actors at public companies, including in corporate boardrooms. So some of the attorneys sitting right over there with little to no supervision. This year indicted the CEOs of MoviePass and its parent company, Helios and Matheson Analytics, and that's a case that was in parallel to SEC New York and actually charged right here in Miami. We indicted 2 biotech CEOs in a scheme to defraud investors of a public company called Cytodyn. That again was in parallel to SEC New York and brought in Maryland. In insider trading, I think Olivia touched on this morning. We continue to be very active in this area, as lots of different components of the department are, both sort of traditional and innovative means of prosecuting insider trading. So on the traditional front, Matt Riley over there charged the former CEO he wasn't former when we charged him, he's former now. The former CIO of Mylan, which is a publicly traded pharmaceutical company, with insider trading in Mylan Securities, and that was in parallel to the SEC's Philadelphia office. And then Matt has also been leading our data-driven initiative on the 10b5-1 plans. So I think you heard Olivia talk about the charging of a defendant named Terrence Pizer, who was the CEO of a company called OnTrack. That was the first criminally charged case ever, solely looking at the defendant's conduct with respect to his 10b5-1 plans. And this is a really exciting data-driven initiative that Matt has led and that we are putting a lot of resources into in the fraud section. And I can tell you, although I can't tell you which companies, I can tell you that there are more cases to come, really good cases in the 10b5-1 arena in the very near future, I hope. Investment advisor frauds, and I want to give a shout out to AUSA Dan Ryan, who is somewhere back there, who has been an amazing partner and worked with our attorney, Linda Freeman, to charge an insurance magnate, Greg Lindbergh, in a $2 billion fraud scheme that included an Investment Advisor Act component to it. And then on market manipulation, Scott Armstrong back there charged Chris Fenton's going to be mad at me if I don't say that he was the one that charged MoviePass. So Chris Fenton charged MoviePass on market manipulation, which is really when you're called a market integrity major fraud unit, you've got to do a lot of market manipulation cases, and we do. So we charged 8 defendants in parallel to the Boston office in really kind of a fascinating social media-based pump and dump scheme, $115 million, where these guys who, and they're really bros, who ran these huge chat rooms on Discord and Twitter, were just fleecing everybody else in the markets. Did a great Discord search warrant to get the really devastating evidence in that case. And then near and dear to my heart, we've done a bunch of spoofing cases in the past year-ish. We've done 2 U.S. Treasuries spoofing cases, one with a former Bank of America trader in the cash Treasuries market, and then we also convicted a bank, NatWest Markets, for spoofing again in the Treasuries markets, including cross-market manipulation. What a lot of these have in common is heavy use of data analytics. Lots of folks have talked about that today and how we are each using sort of data analytics to further our investigations. We're doing it too, and I'll tell you, one of the advantages to working within the fraud section is money. We have a lot of money to do this kind of thing. I'm supposed to call it resources, but we have a lot of money is what it is to do data analysis. So we can do things like hire economists, hire large economic consulting companies to come in and to look for indicia of fraud and manipulation in trade data, to do blockchain tracing for us, to help us sort of craft these securities fraud dashboards, which and Chris is working on that, to just allow us to generate leads that 1, 2, 3, 4 years ago we couldn't have done. So when you're thinking about working with us on a case, whether you're at a U.S. Attorney's office or we should talk, or you're at the SEC or somewhere else, please understand that we're very conversant in data at this point. Lots of the attorneys in the unit have worked with data proactively to generate cases, to investigate cases, to find new leads within existing cases. And then, having tried a bunch of these cases, to actually learn how to present data to a jury is a skill that you have to cultivate, right? To actually take complex trade data, I've done it a lot in the futures markets actually, and to translate that for a jury into a way that will resonate them is something that takes a bit of learning. I got an acquittal in the first trial where I tried to do that, so I can tell you from first-hand experience, it takes some learning, but I won the next 3. But we are deeply, deeply, deeply focused on using data to generate cases and to investigate and prosecute cases. I need to say a bit about crypto, and then I'm probably over my time, but I'm sorry. In the past 2 years or so, we've charged something like 20 defendants in various crypto cases. Many of them, if not all, in parallel to either the CFTC or I think more the SEC. Something like $3 billion in loss. Not going to talk about all of them, but some of them included the Forsage case where we indicted 4 folks in a $340 million DeFi Ponzi scheme earlier this year, and then just this week we charged 5 people in the hydrogen token case that again is in parallel to the SEC. Really cool wash trading and spoofing case in the crypto markets. So look, in the past year we've also worked with LA, we've worked with San Francisco, we've worked with Fort Worth. We haven't worked enough with this district, which is why we're here. And my ask to all of you here is think of us. Next time you have something that sounds like a good fit, pick up the phone. I will give my personal cell phone number, but pick up the phone, or it's just avi.perry@usdoj.gov. We would love to hear from you all. We had a record year this past year in the unit. We had more convictions in 2022 than ever before. If you look at where we are now compared to where we were pre-COVID, we're charging roughly twice as many cases, twice as many convictions, twice as many trials. And so we're doing better cases. I've tried to give you a sense of them today. We're doing more cases, and we're doing them faster. What we're not doing is doing enough of them alongside you all. So that's where we really want to improve. That's a huge priority for us this year. Thank you to everyone for not only the invitation, but also bearing with me for what went over my allotted time.
We appreciate it, and we also want to work more cases with you all and improve connections between all of our offices here. I think now we'll talk with Ian Anderson, who can you tell us about how your office is set up? I think a lot of folks may not have had the experience of working in parallel with the PCAOB or even sharing information. I know you have a significant office with attorneys and accountants. And tell us how your office operates and how you work with other agencies.
Yeah, I'm glad to. Thank you, Jason. And I appreciate the invitation as well. It's always nice to be back here. Let me give the disclaimer that the views expressed as well are my own and do not necessarily reflect the views of the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board as a whole, any individual board member, or other staff. The PCAOB has long collaborated and coordinated closely with the SEC, FINRA, and other regulators. There are, however, I should mention, certain unique advantages and limitations to that the PCAOB brings in its investigations in parallel with other agencies and regulators. Let me give you a little bit of background first. The PCAOB was created by the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002 to regulate the auditors of public companies, and since the passage of Dodd-Frank, also the auditors of broker-dealers. There are four basic aspects to what we do. First of all, any audit firm that wants to audit a public company or broker-dealer is required to register with the PCAOB. Second, we set the standards by which they need to comply with when they conduct those audits. And third, we inspect those audits on a regular, ongoing basis to determine if our standards and rules are being met. And the fourth aspect is what I do. If we learn about potentially significant violations, we will investigate and, if necessary, discipline those audit firms and their individual auditors by imposing a range of sanctions and/or remedial undertakings. Before I can talk about how the PCAOB collaborates and coordinates with other agencies and regulators, I first need to touch on a unique aspect of how we operate that's built into the statute that created the organization. Under Section 105 of the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, all the documents and information that the board and its staff gathers in the course of an inspection or an investigation is strictly confidential and is exempt from most normal disclosure requirements. Our litigated disciplinary proceedings are also non-public. And I'll leave it to you to surmise how that kind of a confidentiality provision found its way into the Act. But that said, the PCAOB can and does share information with the SEC, with FINRA, with the DOJ, and other agencies that are specifically listed in the Sarbanes-Oxley Act if certain conditions are met. And I say documents and information because one of the notable things about the Act is that it gives the PCAOB's Division of Enforcement the ability to request from auditors not only documents, but also information, even if that information doesn't exist in a documentary form. And again, if certain conditions are met, we can share that information as well as the documents with other agencies. Now, this is especially true of the SEC. For example, it's not unusual for the SEC to request from us information arising out of an inspection of an audit firm. And the Enforcement Division routinely asks the board to authorize the sharing of information with the SEC when we go formal. And one of the things I want to note that's important about the 105 privilege protection is that the confidentiality of that information and the documents is protected even in the hands of the SEC when we provide it to them, or another agency. So the same protection that we have when the information is given to us, the same protections apply when we share that information. Now, as a general matter, we work with and coordinate with the SEC on enforcement matters whenever we have related investigations that are ongoing, and this can play out in a number of different ways. Times the SEC will investigate the issuer, we will take a look at the auditors. Sometimes we defer to the SEC the entire case. They'll look at both the issuer and the auditors. And in appropriate cases, we may both bring cases to look at the audit conduct. Either way, what the PCAOB brings to the table in any of these investigations is a deep pool of experience and understanding of the audit standards and the conduct that constitutes a violation of those standards, whether it be intentional, reckless, or negligent. And I should also mention at this point that there are we have two other main types of cases that we bring, besides audit failure cases. They are independence and non-cooperation matters. So the mention of non-cooperation brings me to another aspect that's unique about the PCAOB's ability to conduct investigations and of audit firms and their personnel. Under the Act, if a firm is registered with us, the firm and its associated persons are required to cooperate with a formal board investigation by producing information and documents, including by showing up for sworn testimony if the board asks. And a failure to produce information can result in a separate charge and sanctions all by itself. And there's a similar obligation to cooperate with the inspections by, for example, not providing misleading information or doctoring work papers that the inspectors are given. Now, the obligation to cooperate with an investigation can be particularly important and helpful in an international case. Because a foreign firm anywhere in the world, if they're registered with us, they have to cooperate, they have to provide us with information. We've been able to collect evidence and take testimony in numerous jurisdictions over the years. Since inception, the PCAOB has brought enforcement actions in 25 countries on 6 continents. And we're also aided by having cooperative agreements with foreign regulators in many non-US jurisdictions. So let me just say in closing that the DEI, our enforcement division, continues to look for and welcomes opportunities to collaborate and coordinate with the SEC and other regulators whenever our investigations overlap. So thank you. Jason?
It's remarkable. So can you just give us quickly a flavor of some of the international components or jurisdictions that you've been able to, or your group has been able to successfully get information and statements from?
I mean, we've recently brought cases in as varied places as South Africa, India most recently. There really is no jurisdiction. If they're registered with us, then they have to cooperate and provide us with documents and information. The only country, the only jurisdiction that is notable for not having previously been cooperating is obviously China. I don't want to get into that. It's a much more complicated issue, but obviously there was some resistance there for a while. Now they are beginning to cooperate both in terms of inspections and in terms of our investigations.
And does your staff go to these jurisdictions and meet and interview folks? And is there opportunities for us to join in foreign travel?
I mean, we did a lot of foreign travel before COVID. Since COVID, it's been mostly virtual. I think we're going to, as was mentioned on the earlier panel, I think we're going to end up in a situation where we're doing a bit of both depending on the circumstances. But obviously being able to take virtual testimony makes our foreign investigations a lot easier to conduct.
Great, thanks. So Alex, our office has worked on countless numbers of fantastic enforcement actions. Can you just give us some highlights of some of the benefits of working with you all, what your group brings to the table that we can work on, and also other regulatory agencies can also share.
Well, for one, we're a lot older than you guys. We've been around since Florida became a state in 1845, so we've been fighting the crooks way before the 33 and 34 Act. So we have that going for us. It's also, you know, my colleague Greg Melcher gave sort of a beautiful explanation of how we all fit within the agency, and the beauty of being a part of this second panel is that I can kind of tell it like it is, I guess, and to tell you that we are really more of the blunt instrument, if you will, of our agency, and you know, I'm surrounded by people that I consider my mental superiors up here. In fact, we deal with the underbelly of society in the Bureau of Financial Investigations, and I would not have it any other way. It makes it a lot of fun. And so where our paths cross, Jason, is when you guys have obviously an interest in dealing with the same scum of the earth that we deal with. So yeah, we are a bit of a blunt instrument. We're not the cousin that you invite to the fancy restaurant, but if you get into like a bar fight and you know the fists are flying, you know we're that cousin, or that cousin that you want to have by your side. We're a group of 38 investigators, all of whom have exposure to law enforcement to some degree. Some actually came out of law enforcement circles. All of them have experience in dealing in financial crimes. And the beauty of that pool of talent that we have is that it's not contained to any one specific area of financial services. So where we might find ourselves working with Jason on cases like One Global, for instance, a $287 million scam, you know, we might also find ourselves dealing with an unlicensed money transmitter or a money launderer, for instance. And so we have, you know, we keep our investigators very active and also very interested in the work that they do. And I think that's what kind of sets us apart. And I think Mr. Gavall mentioned early on in his opening remarks that the SEC was looking to hire. That's why I didn't bring any of my people here today, because he also mentioned that you guys pay well, and nobody knows that better. Nobody knows that better than us. But I got a theory on that too. You know, Russ, our commissioner, used to work for the SEC, so I think when the mortgage is paid off, you go back to where you have the fun, and that's us. So we get the chance to work those kinds of cases, Jason, when we get the people in prison. Last year alone, we got 48 combined years of imprisonment for defendants in our cases. Many of those were worked as parallel investigations with the SEC. We have cases that, I'll tell you about a few legacy ones. The Woodbridge one, which obviously, you know, many of you in Florida know about. That was a $1.3 billion Ponzi scheme. The guy got 25 years imprisonment. We actually found that case, and that's one of the privileges that we have, and one of the honors that we have in working together with our partners at the SEC, DOJ, and other law enforcement agencies, is that a lot of times we are sort of ground zero, like those complaints or that data that exposes the scam is found by us. Like we are many times the originating agency, and sometimes they'll call us the incubator agency, and I don't really like that term, but we have the privilege of sometimes finding these and knowing that we have these partnerships with the SEC and others. We can lever those resources, and we've been able to get the injunctive actions that the SEC has brought, and you guys have given us credit for our participation in those. Property income investors is another one. What was that? That was a $8.6 million Ponzi scheme. NIT Enterprises, which I think you yourself prosecuted, Jason, is that right?
In our group, yes.
In your group, yeah.
The recidivist alias one. Yeah.
Yep, that was a $4.9 million scam where 3 guys went to prison. And so it's just a privilege to be able to do this.
Let me just jump in real quick and ask, so your groups work solo, and you also partner with U.S. attorneys' offices, you work cases with statewide prosecutors' offices, right? So just quickly tell us how you coordinate that and how you decide where your resources get allocated.
Right, so our decision to work these cases is not done out of the genuine kindness of our heart, although that does exist. We have an actual empowering statute in Chapter 20 of the Florida statutes that basically gives us a 3-pronged mandate. We have the mandate to investigate violations of all of the statutes that fall within our jurisdiction. And the beauty of, as I mentioned before about our agency, is that if it's got a dollar sign in front of it, chances are we have jurisdiction. We're mandated to refer any evidence that we find of violations to law enforcement or prosecutorial agencies. But the interesting thing about that statute is that it mentions specifically federal law enforcement and prosecutorial agencies. So we're not bound just to the state system, even though we are a state agency, and that becomes a bit of a treasure trove, if you will, for our prosecutorial partners, because we can be force multipliers for them, and it's actually written into the statute. And then the third, and really the golden ticket, I call it, of our mandate, is that we are mandated to provide investigative assistance. So what that means in real life is, if a prosecutor turns to us and says, we want you to work this case, doesn't matter what it is, we technically, by statute, can work that case. So we often find ourselves bringing actions for money laundering, scheme to defraud, theft, statutes that aren't necessarily within the authority of the OFR, but there's this sort of misunderstanding of what it means to refer. We don't just write it up and send them a report. When we refer a case to a prosecutor, we actually package it up. We perform all of the initial contact with the victims and complainants. We interview the subjects and targets of the investigations. We do everything that is necessary to bring an actionable, prosecutable case. And in the case of our federal partners, we often will pair up with, say, the FBI or another law enforcement agency, because that's sort of a requirement that the DOJ puts on us, but that's not within our statutes. And so we can work the case almost entirely from soup to nuts, and once it's in the hands of a prosecutor or a law enforcement partner, it's pretty much ready to go.
And so are you and your team, are you able to be on 60 orders?
Yes, yeah, we routinely are on 60 orders.
Okay, thank you. And so that's a good segue into, Tom, you were talking on the prior panel about what tools your group brings to the table, but it's also, you're able to also be part of those 60 orders as well, right?
Yes, we're regularly put on 60 orders as well. And we encourage that because it means, we're brought in earlier in the process, in the investigation process. And we think the earlier the better, because then we can really focus on, what needs to be done and what challenges might be on the trial or the case, the investigation. I'll give an example of the Stephen Booyer trial in New York that Olivia spoke about this morning and Avi referenced. I testified in that trial, and he was basically accused of insider trading twice, for the Sprint T-Mobile merger in 2018 and the Navigant Guidehouse merger in 2019. And over 7 brokerage accounts he used to make these trades. And we were able basically to get both insider trading cases and all the circumstantial evidence into about 16 charts that we showed the jury, 16 exhibits. So it was 5 years of account statements for all 7 accounts, the trading data, the price and volume, with the news articles and press releases for Sprint and Navigant, we got it all down to about 16 charts. And the jury understood it because we just built this mountain of circumstantial evidence, the FBI, U.S. Attorney's Office, and FINRA. And, you know, we had stuff like we could show where he sold Apple and Amazon stock out of an account to buy Sprint. And none of the accounts had ever held Sprint stock in all 5 years, except for right around the time of the insider trading. The same with Navigant. We could show that they were by far the largest positions in his accounts in 2018 and 2019. That he had deposited money into the account so he could buy more. That 99% of the available capital, cash in some of the accounts, was used to buy either Sprint in 2018 or Navigant in 2019. And that mountain of circumstantial evidence really had a great effect on what the defense was able to kind of, you know, come back with. They argued some type of trading pattern that looked like a cup and handle or something like that. But it didn't make any sense to the jury because of all that circumstantial evidence. And you know, he was convicted on all counts. But I thought it was great, you know, the cooperation and being brought in early enough where we had time to do that type of in-depth analysis. And literally boiled down, probably, if you printed it out, you know, 3,000 or 4,000 pages of account statements and trading data into 16 exhibits. That visually just showed that to the jury. The jury, you know, they were entered into evidence, the brokerage accounts and everything, but they never saw a brokerage account. You know, they never saw a statement. There was no reason to. And we've also done that with a Ponzi scheme. There was any of you from New York or been in New York, there was a sports radio DJ named Greg Carlin that was running a Ponzi scheme. He was saying that he could get discount tickets for live sporting events and resell them, and was looking for investors in the company that would do that. But it was basically a Ponzi scheme to repay his gambling debts and to repay earlier investors, to previous investors. And you know, but because we got in early, we identified what was going to be the main concern was he did actually buy some tickets for some people, and so it wasn't, I guess, completely illegitimate. But you know, we were able then to go through all the bank statements and trace that flow of money. I think we got that down to about 6 or 7 exhibits for the jury that showed, you know, an investor would give him $3 million, and it was deposited into an account that maybe only had about $200,000 balance in it before that $3 million deposit. And then within the next couple of days, you know, $1 million went out to pay gambling debts. You know, another $1 million went out to pay previous investors. So, you know, it really isolated their defense that this was legitimate in any way, and that the money, you know, it was not fungible. It was not used for the stated invested purpose that he was telling these victims. You know, went to trial, and he was convicted. Of course, he's now out and back on sports radio in New York. So.
Tom, just to echo something you said, you're talking about the importance of getting it early,
yes.
Right? And you know, the avenues that opens up. I think that's exactly right. I mean, when a criminal referral happens early, it just you may actually be better qualified to talk about this. It just opens up so many more avenues, right? I mean, we can preserve evidence, we can do search warrants. You can do knock and talks, right? I mean, there's just so many more ways to advance the case than there might be 3 months in, 6 months in, a year in. So referrals are great. Early referrals are the best.
Yep. Yeah, because, you know, we just, there's been plenty of cases over the years where, you know, not enough was done just because of time. Yep. You know, where I would have loved to have had, you know, three more months to prepare for trial or indictment. But there's just 2 examples, I think, of good cooperation between U.S. Attorney's Office, FBI, and FINRA, criminal prosecution.
Great. Thanks, Tom. Aaron, can you briefly touch on not only the program you oversee, but also a couple takeaways from your work on parallel cases when you were in the Honolulu field office?
Sure.
First off, thank you for having me here. Definitely appreciate it. So right now I'm in the Economic Crimes Unit over at FBI headquarters. And specifically what our unit does is we program manage or oversee a majority of the FBI's financial fraud cases across the country. So that includes corporate fraud, securities fraud, so insider trading, market manipulation, working with Albi's group, all the way to pig butchering schemes, BEC, COVID-19. So we have a broad portfolio of cases we manage. So unlike in the field where we're not actually working cases, but we're managing it, providing strategy, oversight, resources, various things to help our field office. So included in our unit, we have detailees over to the CFTC as well as the SEC. So we have agents and analysts. And so right now I'm currently detailed over to the SEC over at the home office. I have an office. We're part of the OMI group. We have full access to TCR system, the hub system, and really my role as the detailee or the embed at the SEC is multiple things, right? So first off, we deconflict. So we have a SharePoint site on your, the SEC intranet where you can submit a name check, so whether it's a person or entity, to determine, hey, does the FBI have a parallel case? And so, we'll generally comb through our systems and get back to you, as well as on the FBI side, right? So when the FBI, if an FBI agent in Miami is opening a case that appears that may be, obviously security related, we'll comb through TCR and Hub as well and determine, hey, is there a parallel case already open, and then reach out to that enforcement attorney. So it's one quick thing that we offer, and we encourage everyone always to kind of utilize us as best as possible in that regard, because there may be potentially like an undercover operation that we're working in Boston, and if some SEC action potentially could interfere with it, we could at least kind of coordinate and collaborate on that aspect of it. Also, we do FD 302 sharing. So a lot of times after an FBI agent interviews someone, they'll memorialize it in an FD 302. And so, there's specific rules and how we can share information, but something that we can easily coordinate, as well as just any type of information that we are privy or able to share that's not grand jury material. I'm there to help assist in whatever way I can to get you folks that information. Generally, we are getting a lot of the information from the SEC, but there are potential other avenues where we can share information back to you folks. So that's definitely something I encourage everyone to utilize. And then lastly, just referrals, right? So we, if there is a case, and like Avi said, where potentially there's criminal conduct, please, reach out. Obviously, like say in Miami, there might be existing relationships with, the squad or the agents that work the matters here. But there may not be. So if you are working something and just don't know who to reach out to the FBI, please look me up. I'm in the directory. I have an SEC email. Again, part of OMI. And so, there as a resource, really to help facilitate, the information sharing, making sure that, hey, right, the SEC and the FBI are working well together. So that is my sole job on that side of the house. And generally, it's been a good relationship. The program's been in existence, I think, since at least 2011, and we've had, great cases, right? The FBI cannot do its financial fraud cases without our civil regulator partners, especially the SEC, and so we encourage, that relationship. As far as just working, when I was working cases, a lot of it is just, one thing where we have had issues is where we're working parallel cases, but we have a common goal but different priorities and different processes, and so we always want to try to kind of coordinate and make sure that communications open up very early in the stages, because what we've seen, in the past is just competition, someone trying to bring action before the other party. And so we definitely want to make sure, hey, right, there's open communication, not an easy problem to solve, but I think, the earlier we can make sure, the FBI or DOJ is part of it, I think the better.
Jason, could I make a point of clarification before we close the discussion? I wasn't exactly forthright when I said it, and I didn't bring my team out here. I just told them to pretend to be part of the hotel staff, but they are here. And if the Miami folks can please stand up, just in case anybody needs to reach out to you guys. That's Greg Sidoti over there. He's the investigations manager for Miami. Jesus Morante is another investigator, and there's others out here. I can't see them because of these bright lights. But we are here, and we're ready to help.
Actually, I'm hearing now you have to buy them the first round. So I'll just quickly ask about advantages to working together. I'll just quickly add from the SEC's perspective, certainly two of the advantages that we bring to the table when we, especially in large ongoing frauds and emergency actions, is we typically go for asset freezes. And our asset freezes are broad, and they cover defendants and relief defendants, individuals and corporations, their directors, their officers, their agents, any assets or property, cash, securities, in any financial account. I think the other thing that we also bring to the table is our ability to make a motion to the court for court-appointed receivers in larger frauds where it's appropriate. And, you know, receivers take over the company's operations, the documents, the financial accounts. It's for the benefit of investors, but it also benefits parallel actions. Everyone benefits, including prosecution teams, because not only do they help get money back to investors, but they also can litigate against former principals, third parties. They stop the fundraising, they digitize everything, they are custodians of the documents they can share with us, with prosecutors, with regulators. They investigate claims and make asset transfers and litigate. They also communicate with investors and victims to get money back. So that's, I think, the asset, our ability to get broad asset freezes and receiverships also, you know, bring a lot to the table. Certainly, we don't have the ability to do searches and to get electronic searches or to do premises searches. So, you know, Avi and Aaron and Alex, can you quickly touch on, you know, where you all think it fits in, how that impacts certainly our joint cases and parallel cases, and frankly, while we can't get access to grand jury information on the SEC side, we do have the ability to get access and to review documents and information obtained with the search.
Yeah, I think the benefits to working with criminal authorities are pretty straightforward. One is the threat of criminal prosecution or the threat of significant prison time can often be a significant motivating factor if you're trying to develop a cooperating witness or move a case along, right? So that's less about what we do than about who we are, but that is an obvious value add there. The second thing that we bring to the table, and candidly, it's not so much the prosecutors that bring this to the table as the agents, right? We've got Dave Strone, Bob Manchek, and Aaron. I mean, these are the folks who actually are going out there and doing the knock and talks, doing the searches that get the evidence. And that can be a game changer, right? I mean, being able to get in quickly to preserve evidence, to, you know, knock on somebody's door before they're lawyered up, before they've had a chance to kind of coordinate stories, to be able to, you know, get at evidence that you otherwise couldn't get through a subpoena. That is really the core toolkit and where we add value. And again, you know, look, the prosecutors can help to synthesize the evidence, they can help to write the affidavits, but that is all agent-driven work, and we're very lucky to work with, you know, agents not just from FBI, but from lots of different investigative agencies. And you know, that proximity and that relationship working with the agents has this sort of derivative and corresponding effect and benefits for our regulatory counterparts.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, we have obviously a variety of tools and techniques that we can use, undercover operations, Title IIIs, just very sophisticated techniques that, you know, is available when we work with prosecutors on those things. So, you know, those are just simple things that we can obviously bring to the table.
We are routinely the affiants on probable cause affidavits in support of search warrants and obviously arrest warrants. We don't actually perform the seizures of assets because we are a non-sworn agency. but we bring it right to the point where, you know, someone else can knock down the door for us.
So I see we only have a few minutes left, and we have time if there's any questions out there. One minute left. Great. Well, we appreciate you listening to us, and thank you to the panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So have you back at 3:42 if we can. Thank you very much.
just announcing. Unfortunately, maybe they'll make it in the same bar that we're using. So it's not going to be a very. I don't think Rich thought of that, and he sent an email out to everybody. We'll see.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please find your seats? We're about to start the program in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We will start the program in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah. Perfect. Hello, everyone. I'm going to start out this panel actually not with a disclaimer, but first with an allegation that some of the other panels have been trying to steal the thunder from the crypto panel, but I'm just going to say on behalf of myself and the panelists, we're going to endeavor very hard not to let that happen. My name's Alex Cherub, and I'm a senior counsel at the SEC. I work here in the Miami office. I'm in the enforcement division, and I'm currently the detailee for the Miami office to the crypto asset and cyber unit, and you'll hear more about that later in the panel. I will now provide the disclaimer. I'm just renewing the disclaimer that my SEC colleagues provided earlier, which is that the views that I express today do not necessarily reflect the views of the Commission, any particular commissioner, or any member of the SEC staff. And what I'll say just to start out is, we have heard quite a bit about crypto today, and I think that's appropriate. Federal and state regulators are obviously quite focused on this area, and it really is a pivotal time for not only the players in the crypto asset space and the participants, but also from those tasked with regulating the space and investigating the space. And these days, it really does seem like you can't turn the page of the newspaper without seeing an article about crypto, about some of the problems in crypto often, or about some of the developments in the technology. And before we get into the intros and questions, what I'd like to do is actually just, if you'll indulge me, start with 2 questions for the audience. And if you wouldn't mind, just by a show of your hands, please let me know which of you have discussed crypto in your personal lives with family or friends or over the phone. Just had any discussions at all about it at some point. Okay, so it seems like a majority. And what about in your professional lives? What percentage of you have encountered crypto in some capacity? Okay, so that's good to know. I think that's it's insightful for me. It's insightful for my panelists, and hopefully for all of you as well. So I'm going to do intros now. I feel really privileged to
introduce this panel of experts on the space to share their understanding. Dave Hirsch, to my right, is Chief of the Crypto Asset and Cyber Unit within the SEC Enforcement Division. Prior to that, he served as counsel to SEC Commissioner Caroline Crenshaw, and in that position, he was primarily responsible for matters relating to enforcement, crypto assets, and cybersecurity. He began his career with the SEC as counsel in the Division of Enforcement, and in that role was a member of the SEC Digital Ledger Technology Working Group and the Dark Web Working Group. Before joining the SEC, Dave was a litigator and later co-founded and ran a private investigation firm focused on securities fraud. Steve Fega is also on the panel. He is the Chief of Litigation for the Alabama Securities Commission. In this role, he litigates and supervises a staff of 6 lawyers, 14 investigators, and 8 legal support personnel. Mr. Fega retired from the United States Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Alabama in 2012, where he served as Chief of the Criminal Division. He litigated and supervised litigation of criminal cases for the United States, specializing in complex white-collar crimes such as securities fraud and public corruption. Jamie Udenson is the Senior Director overseeing the newly formed Crypto Asset Investigation Unit within FINRA's National Cause and Financial Crimes Detection Program. Prior to that role, Jamie was responsible for strategic initiatives across FINRA's Member Supervision Department. During her 15 years at FINRA, Jamie has conducted examinations and investigations, serving in both the Member Supervision and Enforcement departments. And then Zach Baldwin, last but not least, is currently assigned to the FBI Miami Division, where he is a supervisory special agent overseeing a complex financial crime squad, and served as FBI Miami's program coordinator for the financial crimes threat. Prior to coming to Miami, he was a supervisory special agent in the money laundering, forfeiture, and bank fraud unit at FBI headquarters, and served as the program manager for the virtual currency threat and business email compromise threat. So first, I'd like to start with Dave, and just to introduce those in the audience that are not as familiar with the space. Just tell us a little bit about what crypto assets really are and why the SEC cares about the space.
Sure, I'll be happy to. And let me start first with my own disclaimer that the comments I make today are my own and do not necessarily reflect those of the commission, commissioners, or fellow staff. And also, just wanted to extend my appreciation for the opportunity to be here today. I was lucky enough to speak at the 2019 Southeastern Securities Conference, and great that we're now back doing this stuff in person again. I could probably fill an hour on what crypto assets are. For your benefit, I will not do that. But very briefly, crypto assets are records that are stored on distributed databases, typically blockchains, that are secured such that only one person or group can control that asset at any given time based on a cryptographically secure mechanism. So it prevents double spends, it is verifiable from everyone who has access to the public ledger, and it's a way of thereby creating digital scarcity.
And if you would, tell us why the SEC cares about this space. We're reading every day about new SEC cases and initiatives, and if you wouldn't mind just sharing a little bit about why the SEC is so involved.
Sure. So when blockchain first was developed, Bitcoin was probably the first major commercial application for it, and there was a lot of optimism that many other applications would soon follow that would allow all sorts of changes to kind of the way we live our lives. The most prominent and consistent application has turned out to be speculating on financial investments, and that is something that the SEC has long had jurisdiction over. The market overall for crypto assets at one point in 2021 had exceeded $3 trillion. Today it's closer to $1 trillion. So both the size of the market makes it of importance and interest to the SEC, and its volatility and the significant losses that retail investors and others have suffered.
And you're the chief of the Crypto Asset and Cyber Unit. Can you tell us about that?
Sure. So in 2017, the SEC formed what was then called the Cyber Unit, renamed to Crypto Asset and Cyber Unit this past May. And the idea was the technology involved is sufficiently sophisticated and challenging that it made sense to have a cadre of investigating attorneys, staff attorneys, who would focus on this area, if not exclusively, then almost exclusively, so that they'd have enough exposure to it, enough repetition of it, that they would then be better able to both conduct the investigations themselves, to be on the cutting edge as the technology evolved, and be a resource for others across the Division of Enforcement and across the agency who have questions when crypto comes up in their practices.
Thanks. I'd like to turn to Steve. You know, Alabama may not be the first state that comes to mind for all of us when we think about crypto, but your office has been very, very active in the space. Can you tell us how your office thinks about crypto and how it views its role in regulating crypto?
You know, I think we first became aware of cryptocurrency, you know, reading about it just like everybody else, but officially when we became aware of it was, we're a standalone agency. We have civil and criminal authority. We don't report directly to an attorney general or secretary of state. We have a director that's hired by a 7-member commission made up of citizens that are appointed by the governor and then heads of various state departments, and one of which is the attorney general. So we have primary jurisdiction over the money transmission, regulation of money transmission in the state, securities regulation, and financial exploitation of the elderly, which all, you know, generally go together hand in hand. That's been my view of it. So, you know, we first became aware of the cryptocurrency companies when various ones of them began to start come to see us and go through the process of getting licensed to be money transmitters. I think at the time that we first saw them, it never occurred to us, and I don't think it was, frankly, it was occurring to anybody else, because it seemed to me like it was early in 2020 when all of us started having conversations about who are these outfits and what are they doing. You know, and as it turned out, they weren't just engaging in money transmission. They weren't just buying and selling crypto for people and sending it places to pay bills or doing things like that. They were actually taking the money, as it turns out, and basically completing the pieces as part of the Howey test to be basically engaging in the sale of investment contracts to their customers, because they were taking their money and pulling it and loaning it out. So that, of course, implicated our interest in regulating it from a security standpoint. Our view of it was they needed to be licensed with us, their product needed to be licensed with us, and then we began also to take a look at, you know, hey, what about fraud? And is there fraud in this? And you know, obviously, from our perspective, and we're engaging at this point in time with other states. I think we got first involved with New Jersey and Texas. There were a couple other states that jumped on these calls, and Vermont, I know, played a big part of our interest. And it wasn't long, I think in August of 2020, that we issued a show cause order against BlockFi. In my recollection, that's the first one that everybody sort of jumped on the back. Once we did that, we became aware that the SEC was also involved. We started engaging in joint discussions with them. We ended up settling with BlockFi. In the interim, we issued show cause orders against Celsius, Voyager, and more states were joining. We were, again, talking regularly now on a weekly basis, Zoom team calls with the SEC and the states, and that's still going on today. So our regulatory interest in them is, and then as you all know, in most of the financial crimes that we deal with that involve securities, the folks that have the money, generally speaking, are the older people. We have a statute in Alabama that makes it a criminal offense to basically take advantage of, through fraud, deceive, deception, an elderly person is anybody over 60. And we have an extended statute of limitations on that, 6 years as opposed to 5 normally. So we are and have been very active in regulating the crypto space.
And Steve, your office has both criminal and civil authority, is that right?
That is correct, we do. All of our attorneys, if not when they arrive, and when we have hired from outside the office, we have recently hired a retiring SEC regional trial counsel who's working with us now. Had to work with me in the U.S. Attorney's Office over 10 years ago. Andy Schiff is on our staff. We just recently hired the U.S. Attorney from the Middle District when he retired, or was retired by result of the election 3 years ago or 2 years ago. But anyway, he'd been a career employee of the office 25 years before that. And so we've got people with federal experience. I guess that's a long way of saying that we work both in federal and state court. We are assistant attorneys general. We operate under the authority of, independent of it, but with the authority of the attorney general. As long as we don't play with his political chips, he's fine with us making decisions about what cases we go with and what we don't. We try to use our heads about making sure he's informed about things that he needs to be informed of when we're operating using our state authority. But we've also worked out very good working relationships with all 3 U.S. attorneys in the state of Alabama, and that's been an ongoing thing. But we have lawyers that are special assistant U.S. attorneys in all 3 districts, some in different ones of them, depending on what's going on with the case. But we prosecute cases in federal court and state court, and we also process civil actions under our administrative rules and regulations.
Jamie, FINRA regulates the broker-dealer industry, and we've heard a lot from some of your colleagues today about FINRA. How does FINRA regulation intersect with the crypto asset space?
Sure. First, obligatory but abbreviated disclaimer. These are my views, not FINRA's. And also thanks for including me as an expert in crypto. That's generous. So FINRA has, obviously this is a new space for us. We have a number of initiatives right now to react. And I can tell you that there's a few ways in which we have exposure to crypto, and obviously it's through our member firms. We have 3 major regulatory operations departments, and I'll just kind of list them out, just give you a lay of the land. 1, obviously our enforcement department, 2, our market regulation and transparency services department, and 3, member supervision, which is self-explanatory. We supervise members. Within member supervision, we have a number of different groups. We have our folks who perform our risk monitoring operations, we have examinations, we have investigations, and then we have kind of a subgroup of financial crimes that covers a bunch of specialized topics. Now, crypto sits within that topic, my team, under the cyber and analytics unit. And so kind of casting a wide net to all of our members to see, which members are actually engaged in crypto. I can tell you that we have 27 total that are actually on paper approved to do crypto business. Then we have, after some Q&A sessions with our internal risk monitoring folks, in 2022 identified that there were at least 200 firms that had some direct or indirect involvement in crypto activities, and that number is much, much, much higher as of today. So what does that mean? It means that we have quite a few members who are engaged in private placements on registered offerings for crypto companies. It means that we have a number of firms who are operating as ATS, and we also have over 900 brokers who have reported some kind of outside crypto activity, and also that probably includes some private securities transactions as well. So we have a lot of exposure across all of our member supervision. And then, as we identify investigations and findings that relate specifically to crypto, those get referred to enforcement where appropriate. And within our market transparency and market regulation transparency services department, they are working towards a meaningful framework for surveilling for crypto activities out there in the market and what it means to have our member firms engaging more actively in crypto markets.
Thanks. And your unit in particular is new. What's the objective, would you say, of your unit?
Sure. So crypto asset investigations, CAI for short, and I will probably use that repeatedly because we love acronyms. So my team is actually not very large right now. We've got 6 people, 7 including myself. We have a few mandates, one being examinations, the other being investigations. And for examinations, like I said, we have a number of firms who are actually approved to do business in some sort of crypto business line. But we also have the firms who have some indirect exposure to crypto or are toying with the idea of doing something related to crypto, or quite simply are already doing it and maybe just haven't gone through the process that they would need to go to, or that process really didn't apply because the crypto business that they're looking to onboard may not be that material in the grand sense of the business that they operate. So my team does examinations as they arise where we've identified particular risks related to that crypto business that might be ongoing at the firm. Or, if there isn't necessarily crypto business at the firm, if they're doing it in an affiliate and using that broker-dealer in some way to offer to customers crypto services, then that might trigger for us as well. Then we also have investigations. We receive thousands of complaints and tips from the industry on a regular basis. We've received over 180% increase in crypto-related events coming in from the public just in the last couple of years alone. And so a lot of times where there is jurisdiction that we have in a particular complaint or a tip, it will come to my team and we will investigate. If warranted, we'll reach out to external agencies, law enforcement, and if we do have some sort of formal action we can pursue, that will go over to our enforcement attorneys and we'll work together with them to bring an action.
Zach, crypto assets are in the news constantly, and often that's for the wrong reasons. From a criminal perspective, what types of misconduct are we seeing in the crypto space, in particular in South Florida?
So we are seeing a lot of different types of aspects of fraud here. It's in pretty much every violation that we investigate, whether it be on the national security side of the house or the criminal side. National security, we are seeing obviously a lot of nation-state actors committing hacks. It's not necessarily directly related to Florida, but obviously there are a lot of nexuses. I think it's been said before where, even if fraud does not start in Florida, we kind of think it is perfected here. So we have a lot of nefarious actors. As far as what I see, the number one threat that's coming through here is going to be the financial fraud. As mentioned in a lot of the earlier panels, a lot of the financial entities and players are coming down here. A lot of the statistics that we're seeing as far as leads that we're seeing from other offices, referrals, agency cooperation, it's all coming through here. Statistics that are shown in our IC3 report show Florida is number 2 in a lot of things. Elder fraud, obviously, with a large-scale elder community. One of the most interesting statistics I think that had happened in the latest report is 67% of all elder fraud is financial related, and most of that is through cryptocurrency. We're seeing an incredible number of pig butchering schemes. My squad particularly, we had 187 complaints just in one aspect of a referral system. I would say about 40% of those were pig butchering schemes, and it's affecting the entire demographic in the area. We're seeing it from affinity fraud through Latin America. We're seeing it elder fraud. We're seeing doctors, lawyers, law enforcement. It's pretty rampant. Some of the stuff we're seeing is also referrals from locals. A lot of times these people will go to local law enforcement, and due to their limited interstate or international reach, they're asking for assistance. So the prevalency is very large, and obviously that's just the one side of the house. The other side where we're seeing it is ransomware. Ransomware is almost exclusively with crypto, and they're kind of changing their tactics as far as what they're doing, as far as the type of currency they're requesting. Interesting enough, what they're doing now is typically most of the criminal actors are using Bitcoin, but now they're offering discounts if you use Monero, so they are incentivized by different types of currency. Other than that, a lot of stuff with the gangs, gang-related fraud is involving more crypto. Unregistered or illicit money service businesses is rampant. We're seeing a lot of international brokers, again, due to a lot of the Latin American nexus here. So some of them are acting legitimate but not registering, but then they are allowing illicit proceeds through. Some of them, quite frankly, don't know what they're doing. They just want to get into the space. That's a very large problem here. Violent crimes against children, we're seeing an uptick as far as it being used. I mean, I can go on and on. It's everywhere.
Well, let me ask a more specific question about pig butchering. I'm not sure, that term has come up a number of times today, but I'm not sure everyone in the audience knows what that is. And I know you're seeing a lot of it. So would you mind expanding on that? It's
Sure.
a graphic term, obviously.
Well, for full disclosure, it's not our term. That's actually what the criminals call it. So it's a loose translation of a Chinese term, and there's different aspects of pig butchering. Generally, when people speak about pig butchering, they speak more about the investment romance fraud side of it. What it is there's these international actors, a lot of them, it originated in China, and then has kind of moved into Southeast Asia, where there's these organized groups that, through a pseudo-labor trafficking, they lure Chinese nationals into these countries with the promise of high-paying tech jobs or other types of work. They offer big incentives to move there, all expenses paid, living expenses. Once these nationals came into Southeast Asia, they were basically taken prisoner. They were referred to as kind of like dogs. They were trafficked and taught how to commit fraud. So originally, we were seeing the scheme through WeChat and WeChat groups where they were reaching out, kind of catfishing individuals throughout the world as far as developing a romantic relationship. I think everybody here has probably gotten a text message where it's randomly asking for somebody, hey, you know, whatever name, I'm going to be late for our meeting, or hey, do you have, you know, just random interactions trying to get people's attention. So as this has developed, they develop a relationship, and then they start to bring up crypto. And they won't ask them to invest, but they'll show their wealth. Hey, by the way, I invested in some crypto, or I'm a successful trader, or I know somebody who's in a company who's giving me inside information. I can make a lot of money. They'll then show them their own portfolio. A lot of the times these are made up. They have completely fabricated websites where they'll lure these people to look at the platform, then they'll entice them to invest in crypto. And they're really savvy on how they do this, is because they get the victims to want to invest and almost convince them that it's their idea, and then the victims will start to push them to invest. So it ultimately is their idea. They get them to invest a little bit of money. What the victims don't realize is the platform's not existent. They're immediately laundering the money out of the country, stealing everything. But on this app or this website they created, they can actually log in and they can see their investments going up. So it's a fake investment. And as they invest together, they start high pressure tactics where the bad guy is actually controlling the investment, where they're saying, hey, something's coming in, you have to act now. So it's that sense of urgency. We can make a lot of money. This is when they start to build up, as far as the pig butchering, fattening up the pig, getting them to invest more and more. And as they go to the end, it's time to slaughter the pig. So they end up, when they can't get any more money, the individual tries to withdraw it, they can't withdraw it. And they come on the secondary thing, oh, well, you've been flagged for money laundering, you have to pay a fine to get your money out. Or there's taxes you have to pay up front to get your money out. And then these people are desperate because a lot of them have over-leveraged their house, taken out credit cards, loans. They have no money, so we've seen secondary frauds where these people are defrauding their friends to get money because they think they can pay them back. And I know this is very long-winded, but then that's when they slaughter the pig. That's when they cut them off completely, and these people have lost everything. So on top of the financial loss, a lot of these people have developed what they think intimate relationships. So there's that emotional loss, which sometimes is more devastating. And not only have they lost everything, we've seen people actually commit suicide because on top of the monetary, the emotional loss. And people are now coming forward. In the beginning, it was very hard for us to get people to come forward just because of the embarrassment behind it, and they didn't want to talk about it. So part of this is, the victimization, the witnesses. So it's been very difficult, and the overseas nexus as an agency to continue to work these investigations.
Dave, just want to turn back to you and hear a little bit more about the crypto asset and cyber unit, and in particular, what are the priorities of the crypto asset and cyber unit at this time?
I appreciate that. So we've got multiple priorities, and we are looking at kind of two primary branches where we're significantly focused. The first is on issuers. So as Steve alluded to, a lot of these offerings satisfy the Howey test or the Reeves test and are therefore investment contracts or notes within the definition of security for the 33 and 34 Act, and therefore we have authority to require them to register, to then review their disclosures, and to bring actions either for misrepresentations or just for failure to register. And by doing that, our hope is that we are going to be able to limit the harm to investors who are purchasing tokens or assets without really receiving the kinds of fulsome disclosures to which they are entitled, and therefore they are not in a position to really be able to price for risk. The other area we're focused on beyond the issuers are intermediaries. And so we've recently brought an action against Bittrex, which is litigation. We brought an action before that, settled against Beaksy. And those were both platforms where people could buy and sell crypto assets. We allege that they satisfy the requirements to be considered an exchange, a broker-dealer, and also a clearing agency, but they didn't register as any of those things. And therefore, investors who were using those systems to transact were denied some of the significant protections that the 34 Act provides for retail and other investors. And our hope there is that by looking at the intermediaries, we make it less easy to buy and sell unregistered assets that are potentially harmful for retail investors, or at least for which they're entitled to have more disclosures than they do. One of the main challenges for us, and I think for others, is it's a relatively low lift to create these assets. Like, it's something that a dedicated team can produce in a weekend or a week. I think there's, by some estimates, 20,000 different crypto assets available currently. The speed with which they can be created far exceeds the speed with which we can then go out and police them, and certainly there's more of them than there are of us. And so by looking at the intermediaries, our hope is that by making those markets less accessible and by taking some of those offline, in the process we'll be taking down a number of tokens at a time, which is more efficient than trying to go one by one, token by token.
And why is it problematic that certain intermediaries are acting as unregistered brokers, unregistered exchanges, and unregistered clearing firms all under one roof?
So for registered entities, for registered exchanges, they typically take on obligations to surveil what's happening on their exchanges to make sure that they're free from manipulative trading like wash trading or self-dealing or other types of kind of preferred access for preferred members of that exchange or people who are affiliated with that exchange, so that you have some sense that you are playing on an even playing field. And when an exchange does not register with us and does not meet the requirements that would be necessary to register, investors lack those protections. Similarly, for clearing agencies, one of the things that can be challenging with crypto is how you custody it. That typically the only thing that prevents your crypto from being somebody else's crypto is you maintaining control over the private key that allows you to transact it. And when you send it off to somebody else who custodies it, if they haven't registered with us, they haven't registered with another entity, it's hard to know whether they have an adequate level of security and whether they are trustworthy enough to actually give you back your crypto when it's time for you to want to take it off platform or for you to send it to somebody else. And similarly with broker dealers, there are obligations to look out for the interests of your investors and to prevent self-dealing, to route transactions, to lit exchanges, and other obligations that are absent when those entities fail to register. And so all three of those failures to register can expose investors to different harms.
And that's, you talked about broker-dealers. That's a good segue to a question that I wanted to ask Jamie, which is, what types of risks is FINRA observing in the crypto asset space among broker-dealers?
Sure, there's a number of risks, and I think fraud risk related to crypto products is obviously, I think, the first one anybody would think of. And where we would see that, and we're actively looking for it, are as it appears related to outside business activities of brokers and private securities transactions, and sometimes they're interchangeable depending on what the activity is. We're also concerned with the unregistered offerings that are happening with firms that are crypto intermediaries, or they're crypto businesses in some capacity. They're maybe tokenizing some kind of product as the new, kind of bell and whistle that they're adding to differentiate themselves from their competitors. But those private placements often require the firms to have a level of understanding that maybe they wouldn't have had in other instances. And so we're seeing the due diligence related to those private placements come a little under what we would expect the firms to be doing. We also have issues related to anti-money laundering. The risk, I think, is a little bit higher when you're talking about something that historically has been viewed as a vehicle for illicit transactions. And so firms, at least in the broker-dealer space, who have some affiliate who is doing business, crypto business, where they're, let's say, and this is a typical structure that we would see at FINRA, where, the brokerage has on its website, hey, we're allowing you to do crypto transactions, but just so you know, the crypto entity is separate from the broker-dealer. However, if you want to fund your crypto transactions with fiat currency, you must send it to the broker first, the brokerage, and then they will send it to the crypto firm. And so from our perspective, the AML issues related to that relationship are on the table very much for us when we're looking at the AML, from an enterprise perspective, controls at the brokerages when we are looking at their activities.
And Jamie, just to follow up on the due diligence violations, it seems to me that crypto coding and expertise is in very high demand, and a lot of folks with that expertise flock to the exchanges of the world and the coin issuers of the world. Are you seeing that broker-dealers, particularly registered broker-dealers, have in-house the expertise to appropriately vet the private placements of crypto assets that they intend to sell?
Not particularly. No, I do think that, look, it is very complicated. It does require, some ability to understand something very technical that, is new. And so you're asking investment professionals to understand an area that's a very specialized area. And so I think getting the right people in-house, looking for the right consultants to work with to add that expertise to their due diligence files. They are doing that. I think a lot of the firms who are, looking to provide some sort of capital raising to crypto companies, they are checking all of those boxes. But there are some that are struggling. And I think in some recent examples, because it is so new, it's so innovative, it's so exciting. I think that maybe human nature kind of element of like, oh, this is so interesting, but it's a little over my head. I don't want to say that I don't understand. And so let's just move on to the next thing. I'm sure it's just that I don't get it. So that skepticism may be a little bit lagging in some instances.
And Steve, you've had a really long career in prosecuting white-collar crime, particularly in the traditional financial space. What's unique about crypto asset investigations, litigation, compared to the experiences you've had over your career prosecuting folks in the traditional financial arena?
Let me see if I can do a good segue, because I want to tie back to, as an issue and a partial answer to your question is one of the biggest problems we have with all of these outfits is finding out from them exactly what they are doing with the money that they get, with the cryptocurrency that they're receiving. None of them have been what I would say extraordinarily forthcoming, and it's been a sort of a constant push and pull and tooth-pulling effort to get out of them, because as we started to take action against them, starting with BlockFi, Celsius, Voyager, and I want to give a shout out to all the states, because at this point in time we've got 30, 40 different states on these calls that we're doing right now, and we've got 16 of these outfits that are under active investigation right now, and others that we're looking at. So I want to say that's part and parcel of a unique challenge for us in this space is figuring out, because oftentimes they are offshore, or at least in some large measure offshore, is getting them and finding out exactly what they are doing with the assets that they're collecting, so that we can make that determination about whether or not they're engaging in secure transactions. But I'll tell you, what I tell people all the time is one of the big differences between a street crime case and a white collar case is that in street crime, the anxiety and the stress associated with pursuing that sort of case is that you're dealing with people as your witnesses, right? And you're very rarely in a situation where you're confident that you're going to be able to prove that a given person in a street crime case did what it is that you're accusing them. And that's the issue. Did they do it or didn't they, right? Well, in a white collar case, just the opposite. I know I'm speaking or preaching to the choir here when I say that we oftentimes know exactly who did what in white collar cases, be they public corruption, be they traditional economic crimes. We know who did what, and the issue is what they did illegal, and can we develop sufficient evidence that we're comfortable we can convince a jury of that, or a trier of fact in a civil case. But in these cases, I was talking to 3 of the accountants that worked for the SEC. One of them from Atlanta, I think 2 of them were down here in Miami, and I said, what are you guys running into? And I think we're back to that issue of, it is back to, again, one of the unique difficulties. This is identifying the perpetrators. Who is it that's behind these transactions? Because that's kind of unusual in a white collar case. So I would say that is you're tracking, you go back through all these wilds, but ultimately you've got to get to a space where somebody moves that crypto back into a traditional accounting mode, be it with it's got to come out someplace for you to identify who it is that actually was behind this thing. You need it to pop out someplace, and you got to keep tracking it until you find it. And what I'm being told by the people that do that, and I don't do that. I mean, I am a litigator. I tell people all the time, I'm the dumbest guy in the room. I don't have the answers to the questions. I'm good at asking questions and finding people that have the answers. But I'm hearing from the operators that that's one of the unique challenges, and I think that's accurate.
Yeah, Zach, so that's a good segue into a question for you about pseudonymity. So, that is obviously a core part of the crypto technology and blockchain, and I'm wondering if that makes your job harder, and if so, how?
Yeah, of course it does. The biggest issue is attribution, and one of the strange things that we're starting to see now is not only just attribution of the subjects, but now we're having trouble finding the victims. So we can see that, especially with these DeFi protocols, that, there's a ton of victims, we just don't know who they are because there's no...
Zach, I hate to break in, but just for the audience, if you could just provide a little bit of background on DeFi protocols. I'm going to put you on the spot.
Okay. It's basically decentralized finance, so there's no central entity that controls it. It's kind of where 2 parties can interact without a centralized third party that oversees transactions.
So like
I'll leave it at that.
So as opposed to, it takes the intermediary out of the financial transaction, right? It's like a peer. They purport to the protocols and software that purport to allow users to complete financial transactions on a peer-to-peer basis without the intermediation of like a bank or a broker. So if you want to, purportedly, this is how they represent themselves to operate. If you want to, make a loan or borrow money or buy a crypto asset, purportedly, you can do so without interacting through any centralized party like a bank. And that's not always the case, as we'll probably talk about later. But I want to turn back to you, Zach. How do these peer-to-peer protocols pose problems for you from an investigative perspective?
Again, so a lot of times there's no way to collect, basically open source information is what we can get. There's no entity to subpoena or collect records from a lot of times. And ironically, a lot of times they're not actually truly decentralized. but they just don't collect the records as a matter of practice. One, just because either they don't want to, it's part of their policy or beliefs, or they do it purposely. So getting that information is often difficult. A lot of times a challenge is jurisdictionally, they're not even under US law or where we can get it from. Even if it's in some jurisdiction where we have the MLAT process, that can take time. That's a challenge. Just generally, working with them. A lot of these entities also, will be forthcoming with some things and not others. There's certain exchanges in countries that will provide records of people other than that are from their country. So if we're investigating bad actors that are involved, say, hypothetically in China, and we try to get information from an exchange there, they're not going to provide information on their own nationals, which sometimes are the ones committing the crime.
And Dave, is DeFi a priority for the crypto asset and cyber unit, and if so, how?
It very much is. And so right now we've been focused both on DeFi and centralized players. We've brought an action against Avi Eisenberg, a man who allegedly exploited a DeFi protocol called Mango Markets. I wish I was making this up. And used manipulative trading to change the value of a particular token that was connected to a perpetual futures derivative contract in order to borrow and then effectively steal over $110 million. It's a huge amount of money, and that's kind of a small example of it. And so that was looking at one individual. We were also looking across the board at DeFi protocols themselves. DeFi is a series of smart contracts and other code applications that purport to automate finance. And so all the things that a major centralized exchange can do, purportedly DeFi can do, but with none of the pesky KYC or AML or other things we typically rely on as tools to kind of find out who's behind the keyboard and who's committing the acts. So the extent that DeFi is acting as an exchange, the fact that they purport to be decentralized does not exempt them from our jurisdiction in our view, and so we're going to continue to look at them for the same types of unregistered exchange, unregistered clearing agency, unregistered broker-dealer, and unregistered offering conduct that we see in more established or traditional models.
And again, this pseudonymity problem presents particular challenges to investigations. Within the enforcement division, does the SEC have resources and tools in order to try and unmask players in the space and track the proceeds of fraud?
We do. We can always use more help, and I think we have some open requisitions, so please take a look at USA Jobs. But yes, we have specialists who are focused at tracing crypto. So there are tools available, Chainalysis, TRM Labs, Elliptic, and others that allow you to trace out crypto transactions back to centralized hubs who may be responsive to subpoenas or requests, and can then try and determine what individual is associated with a particular alphanumeric string, which is how people are recorded on the blockchain. So there's a way to try and de-pseudonymize through tracing the assets back to intermediaries. We also have computer specialists who interpret smart contracts, who trace transactions more broadly, who are able to run custom queries on big data sets and help us determine also kind of what are the functions of some of these DeFi protocols and other code-based applications. Are they doing what they claim to be doing? What are the risks to investors, and how are those risks disclosed? And help us be able to refute some of the arguments that are being made in court to try and argue that people are either not involved in the transactions, it's rudderless and automated, and therefore no one is liable, and some of the other claims that are made.
Jamie, how does FINRA use technology to identify and address risks in the space?
Sure. So similar to what David was talking about, we also use Chainalysis and TRM and consider any other open source tools that might be out there in relation actually to transactions on blockchain. But we also use advanced analytics within FINRA. We've been developing some data analytics programs in-house to deal with some issues related to unstructured data. Obviously, we have a lot of information that we are getting from firms, from various filings, and to be able to use that unstructured information in combination with our structured data that we have is something we've been developing and implementing into our processes.
Yeah, just the fact that you have the statistics on the number of brokers and the number of associated persons that are in the crypto space and are working in the crypto space is actually pretty amazing. Is that a product of the leveraging technology?
Definitely. Our like I said, with the advanced analytics developments that we've been working on, a lot of it is focused on our knowledge graph, our FINRA knowledge graph, which it takes every piece of information that we have in our possession and tries to put it into a graph that can formulate connections. So it makes it easier for us to identify when there are multiple people who are maybe, let's say, working on the same outside business activity that also has some keyword in it related to crypto. So it is giving us a really good way to get some aggregate information. We are also highly collaborative internally, so when we're looking for information on how many brokers we have, we can ask for that data to be scraped from our systems, make sure that we're on the same page with the various groups that maybe oversee that data, and then come to a conclusion that yes, we've hit the mark on this. And that the same thing goes for the member firms, with our risk monitoring colleagues who are constantly in contact with their firms and looking at the firm's business on a much more intimate level. We can say, hey, we think this firm is doing something related to crypto, and get that confirmation from them. And so it's a multi-step process, but all coming from our advanced analytics capabilities.
Thanks. I do want to leave time for questions. We have about 10 minutes, but I want to ask a quick question that has been burning. I'd ask you just to respond to an industry argument that is sometimes made that actually the crypto asset space is risk mitigating in some ways, because there are all the transactions in crypto are knowable and transparent on a public blockchain, and that this functions as a risk mitigant. Dave or Zach or Steve, do either of you guys want to respond to that argument and what you're seeing on a day-to-day basis?
So I think that is both true and importantly not true. So the fact that there is a permanent public record of transactions can be really helpful in law enforcement investigations, and that includes civil law enforcement. We can go back, and if we are able to unlock kind of the Rosetta Stone of who is behind each of the addresses, we're then able to attribute conduct, and there's a public record that we can then use to establish the evidence of who did what and when. The problem with the argument is it's a very thin record. So what you have on the blockchain is typically who transacted, and you only have their pseudonym, you don't have their real name, when they transacted, and in what amount. And there's a lot of information that is left off, like what are the relationships between the parties. Wash trading and manipulative trading is rife in the industry. The fact that those records are maintained on the blockchain doesn't reveal that. And there are a number of other kind of fraud-related, registration-related, disclosure-related problems that the thin record of the blockchain doesn't help us solve.
I agree. And I think it depends as the technology has increased and more people come to the space, there are different entities that play. And I think more of it's going to come to light as time goes on, just not within the blockchain itself, but how transactions are brought to the blockchain and confirmed. I think there's a lot of fraud that's going to be coming up in that aspect, and a lot of it that is not captured. So I think that's going to also create problems.
So the transactions are knowable, but the individuals that are conducting the transactions aren't always knowable. Why don't we take a couple of questions? I think we have about 8 minutes. So, does anyone have questions for the panelists? I see some hands. We're going to pass the mics around. So just keep your hands up.
You got 2 all the way in the back.
Am I starting? Okay, thanks. Just had a question. So, in the wake of the FTX implosion, both the SEC and the CFTC filed complaints against crypto. So, I'm at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Atlanta, and typically we're seeing something as either a security or commodity. So, is there a reason, like, is it a security in some instances and a commodity in others? Is it both? Or do you all just have a disagreement with CFTC?
So I think both situations occur. I think there are situations where our jurisdictions are clear and distinct, and so assets are offered and sold as investment contracts, but there can also be futures or other derivative contracts that might be more within the CFTC's lane. And so there are times where we're talking about kind of distinct and separate jurisdiction. There are other times where the distinction or the jurisdiction can overlap. So an asset sitting on its own might be considered a commodity, but when bundled with the expectations that are imbued in it by the issuers, like hold this and we're going to build something and to get bigger, when coupled with those expectations, it's an investment contract under Howey. So we could conceivably be in court at the same time talking about the same instrument, and we could, legally be accurately describing it both as a commodity and a security. Personally, as the head of the CACU, I prefer that we don't do that. I think it's not always super easy for juries and judges to understand crypto to start with, and to try and argue that an asset is 2 things at once just makes that even more complex and difficult.
We see something similar going on in another area where we're working jointly, federal, state regulators working jointly, and that is precious metals, where clearly they're commodities, but when they're providing investment advice to the people that have IRAs to convert them to self-directed IRAs and buy gold or silver or buy coins that supposedly have numismatic value, when they're charging these exorbitant 30 to 60% fees that aren't always fully disclosed. In fact, most of the time, I would suggest to you they weren't being. I think that's getting better now. But we're working jointly. These cases somebody mentioned earlier in one of the other panels where we're working in Texas and California jointly with the CFTC. I think the SEC is not in Texas, but the SEC also has a companion case on the California case. So, and there, again, that same argument that David was just talking to you about. So there is some overlap. And this is it's all kind of new stuff. It's fascinating. It's interesting. I remember 3 years ago talking to our commission about it when we were still trying to figure out what it was. And all I could tell them was, this is like fascinating. It's just really, really interesting. So we're working it out as we go,
Steve, do you want to take that one?
Sure. Really, at the point in time you're in trial, it's not any different than any other case. I mean, you do need the jury to invest. For starters, you need them to understand. So you've got to have done a good job of putting on evidence through witnesses that can make them understand what happened. But at the end of the day, the type of case that we're going to be in court on is going to involve a case where there were either substantial losses, and in most of these cases there have been. The crypto purveyors will say it was due to market downturns. I would argue that no, that's not the case. All that certainly didn't help them any. We think it was also the fact that they were offering highly, hard to deliver interest and rates of return to people, and they were making very speculative loans with the money, is what we've been finding out. high-risk loans. Some of them risky to the point that you see criminal charges have resulted. And currently at this point in time, I think the Southern District of New York has been mentioned, but we're looking in other places at the potential for bringing criminal charges. But to get more directly to your question, so the answer is the same as any other criminal case. You know, at the end of the day, the jury's got to want to believe, one, that something bad happened and that it needs to be remedied. And so in the cases that we're looking at, there have been massive losses to all of the parties involved when we're going criminal, and or massive unjust enrichment on the part of folks. I wouldn't say it's really a trick. It's the same old hat trick, really, all over again. The devil is basically in what it always is in complex economic crime. It's getting the right people in front of the jury, letting them tell their story about what they know about what happened, okay, and explaining how this works, and then arguing the reasonable inferences from it at the conclusion of that.
Are there any other questions? I don't see any, but I have a follow-up question that it segues, I think, pretty well to the question that was just asked, which was a good one, which is, this is obviously a highly technical space. So Zach, how do you make sure that your line investigators, the agents that you work with and that you supervise, understand the space and know how to ask the right questions and get to the right answers?
I recruit people that are way smarter than me, and then I let them do that. No, I mean, I think a lot of it too is this space. A lot of people are intimidated by it. They think it's this big, complex thing. I think once you get down to it, if you have a basic financial understanding and you tackle it from that, that's easy. There's a lot more information now out there than there was before. I mean, just going online, a lot of people can explain it pretty well. Again, not that bright. I like pictures, so there's a lot of things on YouTube where they have diagrams and stuff that make it pretty good. But, social media, everything. And then also as far as, identifying good sources. There are a lot of really smart people out there that want to share this. They're really into it and they're happy to explain it to you. So we just kind of, network with the right people, and then identifying experts or people that understand it within our entities and then within our partners, and then just kind of get together and open that dialogue. If I have questions, I have a Rolodex of people that through doing it that I think will have the answer, and then if they don't, they're very smart, they can figure it out or point me in the right direction. So just kind of networking outward and YouTube.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, we're out of time. I think we'll have to leave it there. Thanks very much to the panelists and for having us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please find your seats? We're about to start the program. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please find your seats so we can start the program? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Fernando Torres, an Assistant Regional Director for the Enforcement Accountants in the Miami office of the SEC. It is a distinct honor to introduce our next and the last panel for the day in a discussion of accountants in investigations. Accountants play a critical role in many of our investigations, including accounting and auditing investigations, offering investigations, FCPA, BD, and IA investigations. We will talk about the role of the accountants in our investigations, primarily in accounting and offering investigations, from the viewpoint of SEC and PCAOB staff. I must add our standard disclaimer that the views that I or panel members represent are our own views and do not necessarily represent the views of the SEC or the PCAOB. And today we have the best and we have the brightest accountants in our panel. We have staff from both the Miami and the Atlanta SEC offices and also from the PCAOB. So let me quickly introduce our panel. Joining us today to my immediate right is Kathleen Strandell. Kathleen is a senior accountant in the Enforcement Division of the Miami office of the Commission. She has been with the SEC for over 19 years. Kathleen worked at KPMG prior to joining the Commission. Sitting next to Kathleen is Neil Seiden, and Neil is a senior accountant in the Enforcement Division of the Atlanta office of the Commission. Neil has been with the SEC for almost 40 years. Neil worked at Ernst & Whinney, now known as Ernst & Young, prior to joining the Commission. Next, we have Davis Taylor. Davis is an Associate Director, Accountant in the Division of Enforcement and Investigations of the PCAOB, and he was formerly a partner with a Big Four firm in its Forensic and Integrity Services practice. Also joining us is Mark D., and Mark is a Senior Accountant in the Enforcement Division of the Miami office of the Commission. He has been with the SEC for over 8 years. Mark was a Florida law enforcement officer for 24 years. Finally, we have Julia D'Antonio, and Julia joined the Division of Enforcement of the Miami office of the SEC as an accountant in 2021. Prior to that, Julia worked as a forensic accountant for the FBI's Miami division. I want to remind everyone that at the end of our presentation, we hope to leave time for Q&A. So let's start with a question about the role of the accountants in the investigations. To our panelists, what do you do as an accountant, and what do accountants bring to the investigations that attorneys should be aware of? And for this question, let's start by getting the viewpoints of two accountants who mainly work on financial fraud and issuer disclosure cases, Kathleen and Neil. So Kathleen and Neil, if you can kick off our discussion.
Sure, Fernando. Good afternoon. As an accountant who primarily works on accounting fraud investigations or issuer disclosure investigations, I would say that the accountant would be one of the attorney's best resources to have on board early and often. Whether the case is simple and involves just a simple consultation, or a case can really get complex, and having an accountant involved from the beginning to the end will be very beneficial based on the broad experience we bring from an accounting perspective, an auditing perspective, and just in general. One case I wanted to highlight was one such case where I was on board from day 1 through day 900, maybe? I don't know. That is a case named In the Matter of FTE Networks. FTE Networks was a network infrastructure company formerly based in Naples, and they had about $375 million in revenue. This was an incredibly complex investigation, financial fraud investigation. We conducted this investigation in parallel with the Southern District of New York, and this investigation resulted in the filing of multiple actions where we alleged that the top executives of FTE, along with another employee, perpetrated a multi-million-dollar, multi-year accounting fraud between 2016 and early 2019. This was a very wide-ranging accounting fraud covering many areas. There was potential issues with recognition of revenue due to basically purported fictitious revenue. There was a possibility that there was improper accounting for convertible notes and equity transactions due to the fact that the individuals at FTE did not provide those notes in their correct form to FTE personnel or the auditors, importantly. And there was also possible undisclosed perks and misappropriation by the executives' employees that we were investigating. And in fact, in May of 2020, FTE did file a restatement with the Commission, which included material adjustments and disclosures surrounding each of the areas that I just discussed. As I mentioned, it was a very broad case. So as the accountant, I was involved from the very beginning to the very end, soup to nuts. I was in the weeds, is what I would say, as far as reviewing documents, drafting subpoenas, reviewing financial statements, reviewing the veracity of the financial fraud allegations, reviewing the technical accounting underlying those allegations, participating in calls with counsel, attending proffers, attending testimonies, you name it, drafting the action memo, drafting some of our public-facing documents, being brought onto the case at the very beginning and being kept constantly in the loop at all times helped the case to move on in a more efficient manner, I believe. I mentioned that the case resulted in numerous actions. From the SEC standpoint, from July 2021 through September 2022, we filed 3 litigated complaints against the former CEO, the former CFO, the former CAO or Chief Administrative Officer, and a bifurcated settled complaint against the former controller of FTE that was filed in the Middle District of Florida. We allege that each either directly violated or aided and abetted violations of the anti-fraud and reporting provisions of the securities laws, including direct violations of lying to the auditors. With respect to SDNY, as I mentioned, this was a parallel investigation with SDNY. They similarly charged all 4 individuals. The former CEO, CFO, and CAO were all indicted on charges of conspiracy, securities fraud, wires fraud, aggravated identity theft, and they were each charged criminally with interfering or improperly influencing the conduct of an audit. The former controller was indicted with conspiracy, securities fraud, and also with interfering in the conduct of an audit. As a result of the former controller's settlement with the DOJ, the SEC also filed an OIP that related to the former controller, suspending him from practicing as an accountant or appearing as an accountant before the commission. So if I count them all up correctly, I believe we're up to 4 SEC actions on this one case alone. So that's the one case in the weeds I wanted to highlight. What about you, Neil?
Well, I want to talk about what we do and how we can help you out. So first of all, I'd like to think that we're underutilized. We have a wealth of talent, knowledge, and expertise. We bring a different skill set to help out in investigations and everything. We got a different perspective on things. We do things like Kathleen just mentioned. We issue subpoenas, we take testimony, we conduct witness interviews, we write case memos, we help out during litigation. Not usually like the way my office has worked, and a lot of other offices as well. When we do our accounting cases, we'll follow it up with the trial attorneys. We work with them hand in hand. We'd like to, of course, we review documents. You know, what accountant doesn't review documents, right? Although we kind of like work like Green Berets, like we have to know so much, and they, you know, things that are new. We're typically very eager to learn and help out. We have accountants who specialize, though, in certain areas. So, if like, don't ask me anything about crypto. You know, I've listened to it, and I know we're going to hear a little bit in a few minutes, but don't ask me about it. You want to ask me about GAAP or like trial stuff, I can really help out. But what I want to focus on today is about investigations and litigation. You know, there are many types of cases that we do. And some of it, for example, are in different industries. I mean, again, going back to this Green Beret concept, I know I've worked in banking, manufactured homes, computer sales, healthcare fraud, mortgage fraud. I mean, the list just goes on, and there are other accountants in the agency, and they do even more than that. I mean, probably what a lot of you have heard before is historically what we do is fraudulent financial reporting, okay? In other words, cooking the books. You know, that's probably what a lot of you guys have heard. Attached to that are the acronyms, you know, GAAP and GAAS, generally accepted accounting principles and generally accepted auditing standards. I want to touch on some of the areas that we've done. So when you talk about fraudulent financial reporting, a lot of it is when companies and individuals are overstating revenues and understating expenses, or overstating assets and understating liabilities. Why? Because they're trying to get, a financial advantage and mislead people, false and misleading statements. But there's other things that we cover as well. We help out with and do and identify when there's incentive-based executive compensation that needs to be clawed back, like underneath Sarbanes-Oxley Act. Insider trading cases. I've worked a lot of insider trading cases, and to me it's fun. It's like just putting a puzzle together and everything. And generally what I've found is that in every financial accounting case that I do, I'm always looking at insider trading to see, has somebody bought or sold beforehand, somebody taken advantage. And it's amazing how many times we get hits on things like that. We also look at the gatekeepers. I know earlier, it's been mentioned about gatekeepers. And that includes, of course, accountants, attorneys, and other professionals. I've had cases against somebody called an assayer who was giving valuations in a mining case. And what was the problem with that? The guy finally admitted under oath he had no expertise to do valuations. What's an assayer? It's somebody who takes a rock and determines what it's composed of. So, another area that, just kind of developed off of looking at cases. I had a case once, it was against a company called Big B. I don't know if anybody's old enough to remember. It was in the Southeast. It was a drugstore chain. And the case, it started out looking at some accounting issues, but then what turned into is the company made a false statement to the press, and then they failed to correct it when they realized how much of a lie it was. And it's actually a fraud case, a little offshoot from an accounting, but I'm just trying to tell you that we have abilities and we have the eagerness to help out any way we can. A Health South case, I'm sure a lot of you have heard of, with Richard Scrushy, and that really started out as a healthcare fraud case in an insider trading case, and then it developed into a whole full-fledged, financial fraud case. We look to see if people are lying to accountants and auditors, and we will hold them responsible. We look at facilitators, third parties, for example, somebody who signs a false audit confirmation. Guess what? They can be held liable underneath the federal securities laws, and we do hold them that. We look at press releases, not just financial statements, but people put various information in press releases, and we will go ahead and take a look and see what they're doing on that. Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, my big thing with that is one time I had to go to the Pentagon for a meeting on a case like that. And what I'm known for is somebody escorted me to the restroom, and I got lost trying to come back on my own, and they had to drag me back. I don't know if you've ever been in the Pentagon, but it's not only the different circles or the Pentagon within it, but it's all these different hallways. And we help out with investment advisor, broker-dealer cases, transfers. We have different training, expertise, and experience that we can help. We can also help by converting accounting and auditing language into something very simple. And that especially comes in handy when it comes time to try a case. But we can help out attorneys who are not necessarily familiar and need to be brought up to speed. We can let you know when accounting personnel, including CFOs and controllers and auditors, are trying to blow smoke up you-know-what. So we have good experience asking questions. A lot of us came from public accounting or corporations, and that was our job, was to constantly make oral inquiries and make documentations and stuff. We can help you out with materiality. And again, we can try to help you out as best we can, understanding what the evidence is. The other area I want to just cover is the litigation, and Catherine mentioned it. We draft complaints, we draft orders for APs, and why not? Who knows the facts better than us? And we can serve this up to our trial unit. We help in discovery. We help identify what documents are needed. We can draft subpoenas. We can assist in depositions. We can't ask the questions, which to me really hurts because I'm used to taking my own testimony. So I have to write the questions down on an index card and slide it over to the trial guy. But we can help on that. And we can see, be a separate set of eyes and everything. We also assist the trial unit and the trial teams. We help select juries, have been part of that. We help prep witnesses. When it comes time for expert witnesses who are accountants and auditors, we go ahead and help that out. We calm these people down because a lot of these witnesses get very nervous around attorneys, yet they can relate to us as accountants, And they like us. Again, we help out in depots. I've helped out opening and closings for trials, and I've been an observer of trials, just for a different perspective. And it's not just accounting cases. I mean, we can help out. You get a lot of people who are very enthusiastic to help out. Testifying in court, so fact witness, summary witness, and even an expert witness. And I never knew the one time that I became an expert witness until the case got appealed to the 11th Circuit. And in their opinion that they wrote, they talked about the government's expert witness. And I kept reading and I thought, expert witness, government witness? I was the only one who testified. And I said, oh my God, I can put this on my resume. I'm an expert witness now. I've been in judges' chambers when we had jury instructions because the judge didn't really understand what was books and records and internal accounting controls. And it was something that I was able to relate to him for. Criminal regulatory authorities, we help all the time. I've been involved with joint investigations with various criminal agencies. Federal Reserve Board, I had like the only case, apparently, or the first case, that the SEC and the Federal Reserve Board actually did a joint investigation, issued like a joint press release notifying the public about cases. The FBI, SIGTARP, various things, stock exchanges. I've helped with proffers. I've also go over the wall for the 60 orders. I've done that. Other accountants have as well. So the bottom line is we can help you, and please ask us for your help, and you're going to find people who are willing to do whatever we can.
Thank you, Neil. Kathleen, on financial fraud and issue disclosure cases, the question of where were the auditors, the gatekeepers, often arises, and I know you touched a little bit upon that on your FTE matter. Can you share your experience in investigating the auditors and taking their testimonies?
Sure, no problem. So let's go back to the FTE case. That's my most recent auditor case that we investigated. During the investigation of FTE, the company and the individuals, we obtained their independent auditors' work papers. That's typical of any investigation we do. We always obtain the auditors' work papers. And through my review of the auditor's work papers, as well as thankfully another accounting colleague of mine helping out, it became very clear that we needed to expand our investigation to include an investigation as to whether or not the auditors performed their audits of FTE's 2016 and 17 financial statements in accordance with the PCAOB standards. So once we determined that, we came up with our game plan. We decided who we needed to have testify, selected exhibits, coordinated with counsel, all that stuff. What was unique about the auditor investigation with respect to FTE was due to staffing constraints, most of the work was done by the accountants, so the coordination, the testimonies, the writing of the memos, etc., with thankfully the assistance of the assistant regional director and the trial counsel on the case. And you might have noticed that I stressed in the FTE cases that all of the FTE individuals were criminally and civilly charged with lying to auditors, and that's not something that we take, we take notice of that when we are investigating an auditor. I mean, we have to really focus on, is that a factor that we need to consider about whether, did that lie actually affect their ability to conduct a proper audit? And we took that seriously in investigating the auditors for FTE. So even if there's a lie from company personnel or anybody else, if our evidentiary record still establishes that an audit was not performed in accordance with the standards of the PCAOB, that lie does not prevent us from going forward and filing a case. In fact, as a result of the evidentiary record that we developed in the auditor case for FTE's independent auditors, in February 2023, we filed a litigated AP alleging that the engagement partner for FTE engaged in improper professional conduct within the meaning of Rule 102E and caused the audit firm to issue an audit opinion that falsely stated that the 2016 and 17 audits were performed in accordance with the PCAOB standards in violation of Rule believe it's 2-02. So what really I wanted to kind of let you take away with the juxtaposition of the company case and the auditor case is the line to the auditor itself isn't going to preclude us from going forward with investigating an auditor if we think the evidentiary record supports it.
Thank you, Kathleen. And Neil, would you like to add any brief statements about your experience?
Yeah, so when the commission discovers or suspects financial fraud, I want to say always, but it's basically almost always examines the role of the independent auditor. And just to add a few things, first thing things to be aware of, when you're dealing with a big audit firm, a medium size, a small, or even a small sole practitioner, because that depends on who's going to be representing them and how, open they're going to be about giving you documents and everything. So when we're going to talk to auditors, we've got to decide who do we want to talk to first. We start at the bottom, the lower level staff accountant, or we want to start at the top with the partner, which way we want to work. Facts and circumstances, like a lot of other things. What I've found is that with the bigger accounting firms, the bigger auditing firms, they usually hire the big gun defense counsel, and they tend to run interference a lot for everything. And you just got to fight through it. That's all you can do. Be prepared for the number one defense, and Kathleen was just alluding to it basically, is that an auditor is going to say, we were lied to, also known as, boy, had we known, we never would have signed off on this opinion. And this is the story that's just constant all the time. They don't tend to want to really take responsibility. Look for the work papers of the auditors. They are a treasure chest of valuable information. The documentation that they have, the memorialization of oral statements and representations made to them. For example, management representation letters, where the management's got to sign various statements and that they're attesting to, and then all of a sudden you look at it and it doesn't seem to match up with what your evidence is. It's also good to look at the work papers, compare what witnesses that you've talked to, what they told the auditors back when the event was happening and everything. And you also may identify other additional witnesses that you didn't even know about, but the auditors happen to come across, or they interviewed somebody and they said, oh yeah, but you really want to talk to Jane down in the controller's office. She really was running the show on that. And again, we're going to compare documents that the auditors give us versus what the company gave us. And we want to see, did the auditors do their job? And, if they didn't, why not? Or did they accept an answer because it really didn't affect how they were going to audit? But for us, and for you guys, maybe it does have an impact and it's something that is important. The bottom line here is we have very mucho experience with auditors. That's our background. Please come ask us for help.
Thank you, Neil. Now let's hear from Davis as to the role of the accountants at the PCAOB and what do accountants at the PCAOB bring to the investigations. Davis?
Thank you, Fernando. And to begin, I need to say that the views expressed are my own and do not necessarily reflect the views of the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board as a whole or any individual board member or other staff. Warren Buffett has said that accounting is the language of business. As such, accountants are fluent in this language and are often in the best position to understand when the syntax of a transaction doesn't make financial sense, or to uncover contradictions from the nuances used in describing accounting transactions. Many forensic accountants have done audit work prior to focusing on investigative type work, and they're particularly versed in the concepts of internal control over financial reporting, which I'll use the abbreviation that's commonly used, ICFR, and the evaluation of those systems' effectiveness. Sarbanes-Oxley requires management of public companies to sign a report regarding the effectiveness of their ICFR, and for larger issuers, accountants are also required to opine on ICFR effectiveness. The design and operating effectiveness of ICFR are critical to management fulfilling its financial reporting responsibilities, and the FCPA requires management to maintain these kinds of internal controls. Although fraud often results from overriding these kinds of management controls, ineffective ICFR at a company can be a symptom of management negligence and can create avenues for fraud to occur. For example, if a company has poor controls over employee expense reimbursements, employees can engage in bribery without consequences because improper payments to them can be easily disguised as seemingly legitimate but improper expenses. In my long career as a forensic accountant, I've worked at uncovering ordinary occupational fraud, financial statement frauds, and bribery, among other things, both domestically and internationally. However, in the last decade plus of my career, I've worked at the PCAOB, where I'm primarily focused on investigation of regulatory violations of professional standards for accountants, auditing public companies, and broker-dealers. I think as Ian mentioned earlier today, the majority of the investigations conducted by the PCAOB are looking at audit failures, including auditor independence. As such, PCAOB investigations will at a minimum be staffed with one accountant and one attorney working as a team. For witness testimony, accountants are expected to actively participate in questioning, if not leading all or a part of that testimony. The accountant also will be expected to play a role in drafting any settled or litigated orders, as well as other aspects of litigation, including consulting in hearings before our equivalent of an ALJ and advising on any appellate briefs. Because of our specific focus on audits, forensic accountants at the PCAOB develop a unique expertise in the applicable PCAOB and SEC standards that apply to accountants and how to conduct these types of investigations. They also benefit from working closely with the attorneys and vice versa. We really endeavor in our organization to share our experiences back and forth to make us all work together better as a team. In my investigations, I'm always integrally involved in the development of the potential violations themselves, the outlining and taking of testimony, writing settled and litigated orders, and now I'd like to provide an example of where my involvement as a forensic accountant was critical to understanding the issues in a company's ICFR and the audit thereof, even though in this instance there was ultimately no allegations of fraudulent conduct by the company or its management. William Traynor was an audit partner at EY in charge of its audit of Forest Oil Corporation, an oil and gas production company. In its 2013 Form 10-K filing, Forest Oil Management assessed its ICFR as effective and received an unqualified ICFR opinion from its auditor. As a result of Traynor's alleged failures to adequately evaluate the effectiveness of Forest Oil's ICFR, among other audit issues, he settled with the PCAOB for a 1-year bar followed by a 2-year limitation on certain activities, CMP, additional training, and the censure. After the deficiencies in Traynor's audit were discovered, Forest Oil Management had to reevaluate its assessment of its ICFR from effective to ineffective, and additional procedures were performed by EY with respect to the previously issued financial statements to address its inappropriate reliance on the audit of Forest Oil's controls. Because most systems of internal control heavily rely on electronic processing and recording of transactions, ITGCs, or Information Technology General Controls, usually have an outsized impact on whether ICFR is effective or not. Among other things, ITGCs help ensure the integrity of computer programs, data files, and IT operations within a company's ICFR systems. Issues that can arise from these type of ITGC deficiencies may, for example, allow someone to make direct changes to data in raw data in accounts, circumventing any kind of controls that the company might have that are designed to track and approve changes to that data. In his audit of Forest Oil, Traynor and his team identified deficiencies in logical access controls, which are designed to ensure that users' access to data, software, and IT infrastructure are authorized and appropriate. These ITGC deficiencies were in 2 of Forest Oil's critical accounting systems, the general ledger system, and specific to the oil and gas industry, its oil, gas, and reserve systems. Traynor tried to overcome these ITGC deficiencies by identifying what he believed were compensating controls to detect any unauthorized changes to the data. He ultimately identified several controls that he believed compensated for these identified deficiencies. However, they didn't, in part because some of these controls were themselves dependent upon the same ITGCs that they were meant to mitigate. So in other words, he was using logical circular logic. Others were not controls that the company had even identified in its assessments of ICFR, so they really weren't controls. And then one of the controls was designed to address a system that was not the general ledger or the oil and gas system, so it wasn't really applicable to overcoming those deficiencies. So in the end, Forest Oil's ICFR was not effective. Although both management and EY restated their original ICFR assessments, the additional procedures that were performed didn't trigger any restatements of previously issued financial statements. So in that instance, they were all very lucky. But these kinds of control deficiencies, for example, could have resulted in either intentional or unintentional incorrect percentages, for example, in the division of interests of various producing wells, which would have resulted in over or underpayment of those amounts to the various fractional interest owners' percentages. In sum, accountants are really in a unique and are very well qualified position to evaluate the entity's internal control systems and whether or not either as designed or implemented those control systems are effective.
Thank you, Davis. And Davis, the staff, both from the SEC and the PCAOB, often works with other authorities. Can you briefly tell us your experience and best practices on working with other agencies or authorities?
Sure. At the PCAOB, our cooperation with the SEC is really standard practice. We also have cooperated with FINRA and Justice, among other entities, other agencies rather. Sometimes we're investigating the audit or conduct while the SEC or the other agency is focused on the company, its management, and others. And when appropriate, we also would conduct concurrent examinations of the accounts with the SEC, for example. I personally cooperated in investigations with both the SEC and with Justice on matters where we were investigating the conduct of the auditor and the other agencies were focused on the conduct of the company and management. In my experience, several considerations are important to successful cooperation. Some of these I've already heard mentioned today, so I will try not to repeat them too much, but it's best to start cooperating as early as possible. For example, as Ian had mentioned, the PCAOB has some restrictions about how we can share information, and there's processes that we have to go through, so you want to make sure you've gone through all of those on both sides so that when you're ready to actually share or you need information, you've already got those in place. Also, it's important to understand the focus of your investigation might be different. I'm focused on the auditor, you're focused on someone else, so things that are important to me may not be as important to you and vice versa, and it's important to keep that in mind. And remember that when you're talking about the kinds of information that you might be able to share or the types of documents that you might be able to share, that you're not discounting certain documents simply because they're not important to you. They might be important to someone else. Again, I think someone else has mentioned this, but the nature of what auditors do often involve the accumulation and summarization of significant financial data and financial information, and also the analysis of complex transactions. So as a result of our investigations, we often are able to find information about how disparate and complex transactions work together and relate to each other, and also the representations that management made to the auditors contemporaneously about those significant transactions, and that can often be helpful in investigations. For example, in one investigation I was involved in, we obtained some quarterly analyses of transactions that had been prepared by management between two parties that the auditor had specifically requested to understand some of the potential implications of those transactions on revenue recognition. And those schedules were really helpful to those other agencies in that they showed awareness by key members of management of the relationships and certain transactions and the financial impact of those transactions that they might not have otherwise been able to understand. Also, agencies can obtain documents from sources that you might not be able to obtain documents from. For example, one of my matters, we got emails from the auditor, but there was parts of the conversations and email trails that were missing. But when we got the management produced documents from the SEC, we were able to fill in those gaps because we had the other sides of those conversations that we missed. Finally, I found it helpful sometimes to be able to piggyback testimony before or after another agency takes testimony. Sometimes there are witnesses that we might want to call but it's not really worth bringing them down for, a quarter day's worth of questions or a half day's worth of questions, but sometimes you can either take on a separate record, of course, testimony of a witness that the other agency is bringing in either before or after that agency takes testimony, and that can be helpful to investigation as well.
Great. Thank you, Davis. Next, let's hear from Mark and Julia, who will give us their viewpoints on working on securities offering investigations, including some that have crypto presence. And Mark, if you can kick off our discussion.
Thank you. I'm here because 9 years ago somebody said thank you on a napkin and left me a cookie. And that was after we spent 10 straight days examining bank records and putting a case together so they could file a temporary restraining order. Offering frauds are messy. They're not clean. They've never been clean. So my transition from law enforcement to working offering frauds stayed the same. I'm now eating cookies. In law enforcement, I ate bagels. I did not eat one donut, no matter what anybody thinks. I never ate a donut. But the person that thanked me was our assistant director, Glenn Gordon. And I was stunned because, as you know, in law enforcement, your satisfaction is self-satisfaction for a job done because it's pretty thankless. So that's what hooked me, and that's why I stayed. I was already retired. I'd already been in the private sector. So I said, give me some more. And they did. These records come in boxes. They're dumped on the floor. And this is how we started. They're separated. My supervisor jumped in and separated them and left me to do some manual data entry, some manipulation of some numbers, and put together some type of summary so our attorneys could understand what I was trying to communicate to them. 9 years ago, I apologize to those that suffered through some of those summaries, but right now I've got it pretty honed down, so the ones that are reaping the rewards, the pain has already passed for those that did. But what I've found, and the transactions can be numerous, some of them 30, 40,000. And for an attorney to look at that and go through it, it's just not comprehensible. So there's adjustments for larger data sets. I look towards using pivot tables and summarizing. I will code my own transactions in every one of them, just so the attorney is able to understand where the inflows came in from the investors and where they were exhausted. And what helps is when the attorney cooperates, not that they don't, but when they let you in at a different level where you become a left or a right hand for that attorney or attorneys. This is what makes the team gel, just like that cookie. And I got another one after that, another TRO and another TRO. And I told Glenn, that's the only reason I'm coming to the SEC. So I've gotten to the point where I've honed down, I started asking for books and records. And he said, what do you want the books and records for? We're doing a reconstruction. Well, the books and records are like a GPS. You can read the books and records, and then you can hone in and surgically strike where we want. We did this in Equal. It was about a $170 million fraud. I and an attorney were looking at some very messy records, and I came across a document, and it looked like an internal pro forma document. And I said, Andre, they're losing $800,000 a month. That's $9.6 million a year. Get the CEO in here and get the books and records. Within 90 days, Elise Johnson, God bless you wherever you are, filed a case where we recovered a great deal of the money for the investors. We also came across the $30 million in watches this gentleman bought and had a watch safe, his cars, a house that was on 2 lots on an island on the west side of Florida, So those are the kind of things that energize me when we can recover the money from the investors and have fun at the same time working the perpetrator. Now, I'm currently experimenting, and you're talking, I'm 69 years old. I'm currently experimenting with Python and working with data sets and working with data analytics and data science, because the days of the cookie fraud and these days, the frauds have exponentially exploded. So the data sets and the data of transactions are getting larger and larger. And God bless Russ Kuhn, because he gave me a 5,000 transaction case with Gus Actium, which we just filed. It was a nice breather. But most of these cases that we're getting now are much larger than they've ever been. And this is anecdotal. I think the way banking has become easier, the recording has become easier. We're doing less manual data entry, and we're creating larger data sets. So we have something to work on. Somebody said something about structured data. That's what we're working with, structured data. But 20% of all data, or 20% of all data is structured. The other 80% is not structured, and those are like your web pages and videos and stuff like that that you would have to convert. But luckily, we can expand, and we're continually looking to do better. Continually looking to make it easier for my attorneys. When I say mine, the ones I'm working with on the team, they're all mine. So they can understand what's happening. They don't have the time to do the analysis themselves, and that's why the accountants are here. That's why we're here. We're here to help them, and we're here to summarize that. If we can make it easy for them, it makes it easy for the case.
Thank you, Mark. And by the way, thank God we're away from bankers' boxes.
Yes.
Julia?
Yes. First, I want to say thank you, Fernando, Glenn, Eric, for inviting me for this. I think being a forensic accountant is the coolest job in the world, so I'm really excited to be here to talk about it. Mark, you laid a perfect groundwork for me, working on offering frauds. They are just massive. And you know, I'm still fairly new to the SEC, only 2 years in, so I just kind of want to share some things that I've learned during this time that I thought were really, really cool and valuable that might be useful to you. What these offering frauds look like now are huge, huge, huge data sets, and I think we have to talk about the role of social media in this, in that you can reach thousands of people in a matter of seconds or minutes, and it has the capability of just growing really out of control. But we have to also talk about the different options for collecting money from investors, whether that be, you know, wires, Cash App, Zelle, Venmo, PayPal, all of it. But the cool thing about all of those records is that they provide so much context to the reason the person thinks they're sending the money and the reason that they may be receiving money. So I've become very fond of Zelle records, and it's really valuable because people often use those in a very casual manner. So they'll include emojis, they'll include memos that you wouldn't necessarily find on a check or some other traditional mechanism of transfer of value. So I really want to encourage everybody to, you know, if you're starting to look at bank records and you're seeing Zelle transactions, a bank record will only provide a piece of that. If you just go subpoena Zelle, you're going to get everything else. You're going to get new bank accounts you might not have known about. You're going to get more parties that may have been using the same token identity to operate that Zelle account. It's really a wealth of information. I also want to talk about Cash App records and Venmo records. In one of the offering fraud cases I worked, I had no idea what the capabilities of a Cash App account was. So once I got those subpoena responses back, I saw that you could carry a balance, you could carry a very large balance, you can transact in crypto, you can send messages, you can request payments. It was really a wealth of information, and it also provided a lot of context for when the Ponzi scheme started to break down, because I could see these investors who were victimized sending these messages, send me my money, where's my money, you don't answer my calls, requesting payments. The same with Venmo. And I also recently learned you can have a corporate Venmo account. So if you're in a receivership situation and you have an entity that has a Venmo account under a receivership entity, that should be a receivership asset. If that's not something that's looked into, that could be a huge area of recovery that you could be overlooking. I also want to talk about recovery. You know, we've heard a lot of people talking about these massive loss amounts today, but I don't like to hear loss amounts with hearing what's been recovered. If your agency has forfeiture authority, you should be using your accountants to help out with the forfeiture authority. When I worked at the FBI, I could perform, you know, very complex tracing things. I co-authored many seizure warrants. I would be up until 1 or 2 a.m. emailing back and forth with my forfeiture AUSAs because asset recovery is going to be your hugest deterrent. If somebody can't walk away with their ill-gotten gains, they can't live this life of luxury that they should have never had, they're not going to want to do it again. And Gerbir started the day today talking about the importance of affinity frauds, and I've worked in affinity fraud here in my short time. That was truly devastating to the Haitian American community. And if I'm not doing everything I can following the money to these assets where their money is parked to try and recover it, I don't feel like I'm doing my job to the fullest extent. And, you know, we talked about these parallel investigations and proceedings, and considering how much work it was that I had to do with the FBI for these seizure warrants, when I learned we could do these asset freeze orders, I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. When the attorney told me, oh, just give me a list of all the accounts or all the financial institutions you think assets are at, and that's it. I was like, what? It was the coolest thing in the world. So we were able to successfully do that and freeze $9.5 million on one day because I just provided a list of everywhere I thought could be possible. And I have to give credit to my paralegal. You know, she and I worked side by side. We talked every day. She would tell me what she needed from me. I would give it to her. It's truly the success of an investigative team. You've got to talk to your accountants, use us, ask us where we think the money went, if there's any opportunities for recovery. Those have to be explored, whatever that may look like. That same paralegal, she's one of my best friends in the SEC now. She recently served 57 asset freeze orders in a crypto case because they had money going everywhere. I said, every single thing that I see in these records, here's the list. She and I found where to serve them. She served them, and it was truly, truly, you know, a really exciting experience to be a part of, because if you can recover anything for these victims, that's got to be something you're talking to your accountant about.
Thank you, Julia. Mark and Julia, I understand you have testified at hearings and trials. If you can briefly share your experience and any advice or best practices. Mark?
I've testified both as an eyewitness, technically as a cop, and I've also testified as an SEC accountant, which I find is much easier because we're only summary fact witnesses. We don't have to really boil down, not a lot bears on us other than the bank records. You either believe them or you don't. The only advice I can give you is be as comfortable as you can for you, and that's relative for everybody. But I'll give you one instance that really stuck out, and it happened when I was at the SEC, and actually I was testifying for the Department of Justice. The AUSA was Roger Cruz. The case was Advanced Equity Partners. The first 12 people were very smart. They pled guilty, and they got a lesser term. This individual had received less money, and he ended up with a stiffer penalty. But what happened was, the defense attorney had led me down the primrose path and asked me if I could remember the first transaction that his client received. I said, no. He said, if I gave you some documents to refresh your memory, do you think that would help? I said, sure. He hands me a stack of wire transfers. So I start looking through them, I start sorting them, and all of a sudden it hits me. I remember when I looked at these, the font was like number 4 for some of them. So the jury in the Honorable Mary Williams courtroom, they're right in front of me. So I have a piece of paper, and I'm wearing bifocals, and I'm holding it up in front of my eyes. And after about 5 minutes, the judge says, can you tell me what's going on? I said, yes, Your Honor. I have found the answer. I said it happened on October 1st, I'll say 1989, whatever. And that was it. He sat down, he never asked me another question. So I go, I got it right. So the results of this was I didn't panic. And if I didn't know, I'd already said, or already thought I was going to just tell the judge I can't read some of these wire transfers that just go there. And in the end result, that's it. Just don't let anything become overwhelming. I think some of the witnesses or some of the accountants that testify are overwhelmed by the stage. And once you get accustomed to that, you find your voice, you'll be okay.
Testifying in trials is very scary. I am currently preparing for 2, and these are some things that I found to be, helpful for me. Early on, when you're meeting with your prosecutor, or if you're meeting with your witness, I always like to ask my prosecutor, what do you want from my testimony? What goals are you trying to get across from me? What information do I need the jury to understand? Because oftentimes in these financial investigations, especially when you have so many thousands of lines of transactions and data and money going everywhere, it's really hard to focus in and be concise and clear when you're trying to explain complex financial transactions to your jury of peers. So once I got that answer, I kind of tried to start creating these visuals. Visual demonstratives are so helpful in flow of funds, because what we do, what we're explaining, what I'm testifying to is always going to be a flow of funds. So if I can start with, the fraud proceeds or whatever that may be and follow it through to the end, that's all I have to do. And know what you did, be comfortable with what you did, be able to explain what you did and why, and that's it. You're just there to tell the financial story. I've only testified as a fact witness, and thankfully in no crypto cases yet. That's going to be a new experience that I will be very excited to learn about probably someday. But just tell the financial story. The bank records speak for themselves, especially now that we have so much context with all these other different areas of information available to us in our financial analysis. Just be comfortable, confident, know what you need to get across, and know how to explain that so people can understand you.
Thank you, Mark and Julia. To summarize, accountants are critical in investigations, so I hope this presentation gives you some thought as you plan and work through your investigations. Lastly, I would like to give a shout out to all the accountants at all agencies that support their agencies with their dedication and hard work. We have about 5 minutes left for Q&A. Do we have any questions for our panelists?
Yeah, I think we're between you and happy hour.
Can I add one more thing if we have no questions? This
Go
is
ahead.
something that I think is very important, is don't sleep on IP address records. Oftentimes it's hard to attribute transactions to an individual if you have multiple signers on an account. So recently I've had very good success with the banks providing access records and IP records that tell me what username was logged in, what they did while they were logged in, who authorized transactions. I recently saw somebody logged in using their username that attempted a transaction, logged in using the admin username, and approved their own transaction. So where you were supposed to have dual authentication of that transaction, one person started the transaction and approved it, and I could tell that because it was the same IP address in a matter of seconds. So if you're not including something about access records and IP addresses in your bank subpoenas, I would strongly encourage you to consider doing that, because that provides a whole nother layer of evidence and context to the transactions that are occurring on the bank statements. That was just the one point I wanted to get in. Now,
Appreciate that. Thank you.
happy hour.
So if anyone has any questions, our panelists will be around during the break and at the reception, so please stop by. Please don't leave yet. We have closing remarks, but I want to thank you for your time and thank the panelists for their time. So please join me in a round of applause.
Great. I'll just make this real quick. First of all, I hope you guys found all the panels informative. We start tomorrow at 8:45 with some quick opening remarks, and then we'll have our second day keynote speaker. We're going to have a reception in the back of the room. I hope you guys get to stay at least for a little bit and get to continue to meet and sort of talk to some of your fellow regulators and law enforcement partners. So please stay at least for a little bit. It'll be in the back of the room. And then
Right, so being told for those of you that drove and parked in the parking lot here at the Knight Center, there may be a bit of an issue getting out, so if you have any problems, just hit the help button on the way out. But make sure you get your ticket validated at the front desk of the hotel. Okay, but apparently the validation hasn't worked for some people, so again, if you have issues, just have to hit the help button. Anyway, looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing you at the reception.
Hey, Bill. Tony Gladwin. Yeah, how you doing, man? Good to see you. What are you doing? That's a black